Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
Welcome inside the 2022 NFL Draft special, Locked On NFL Draft, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. We will be with you through the final pick, bringing you the local angles from our league of experts, from the prospects in college and the hosts who covered them there to the NFL hosts who can give them the fit in the league. I'm Peter Bukowski. Joining me is the hosts of Locked On NFL Draft, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and giving us the interviews with our local NFL hosts, Kainani Stevens, over at the Monster TV, which is going to show a lot of faces much bigger than they would otherwise be. A lot of storylines to come out of day one, guys. Isaiah, let's start with you. We came off air last night talking about one team, and that was the Philadelphia Eagles. What did you like about what they did?
Philadelphia Eagles came in with a game plan, and it was simply just bum rush the entire league, bully everybody, and make one of the most dominant defensive line presence that there is in the entire NFL. And they did that by going up and grabbing Jordan Davis out of Georgia. They went out there and grabbed the big man, the big athletic, 6'6", 340 pounds, runs a 4.7, the same time as my man from Notre Dame. And he would go. You pair him up with the presence of Fletcher Cox. And Fletcher Cox has been a terror in this league for years. And everybody has troubles with him. Dallas Cowboys have had troubles with him for years. And now all of a sudden you put a young prospect that he can go ahead and mentor, and that they're both going to be clogging up those A gaps. Now you literally have just taken away the run game from teams. Not only did they do that, they went ahead and doubled down and somehow, some way pulled off a trade for one of the most explosive, dominant, physically imposing receivers this NFL has to present in A.J. Brown. This guy, I don't know why Tennessee gave him up. I know we talked a lot about it last night, but the Eagles were bold enough to ask the question. And we talked about it pre-draft about how are you going to ask for some of these guys. You got to be bold to ask, hey, give me A.J. Brown. I'll give you a draft pick, a couple draft picks for him. And they said yes. So now you're pairing him up with a couple guys out there, obviously from Devontae Smith, Quez Watkins, a bunch of other guys out there. That is going to be a problem with that Philadelphia offense now with Jalen Hurts.
And Ryan, we spent a lot of time talking about these receiver prospects because Tennessee traded A.J. Brown and then grabbed Treylon Burks, and that was the end of what was a historic first round for receivers.
Yeah, and it's not done. It's not done by a long shot because there's more guys that are going to be traded that are on rosters right now that don't know that they're being traded yet, unfortunately. I know a lot of the reaction for AJ in particular was a little bit of shock. Okay, that's fair. But these teams have to maneuver, I think, now because what the market has become, with Christian Kirk in particular, what we saw with the big trades this offseason. At this point, it's the wide receivers that are driving up total cap dollars, and you have to get out from underneath that. The only way to do it is to get rookie contracts. So I think while we'll see a lot of selections, we're also going to see, I think, a few more players change homes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about big-time receivers going out of town, so we won't mention any of that. Croc, let's talk about the guys that are available here, best available on the board. We've got some big names, some guys that we thought would come off the board. Malik Willis is best available. We've got a couple quarterbacks here. What names stand out to you?
I think for me, you have to start with Nakobe Dean, linebacker out of Georgia. And not only did he not go in the first round, his counterpart, Quay Walker, he went before him, right? The other linebacker. So Nakobe Dean, he's got a lot of the press throughout this process, but him being available still, I think that's probably one of the better values so far available in the second round.
Where do we think these quarterbacks are going to start coming off the board? Because we think there could be a run, but if you look at who's going to be picking up there at the top, it's not a lengthy list of guys that need quarterbacks. Tampa Bay, I think we've heard of the quarterback that plays down in Tampa Bay, Mr. Brady. The Vikings just extended Kirk Cousins for reasons that boggle the mind a little bit. And then it takes a little while to get down 40, 41. Seattle could have some interest. Where do you think this run could start if there is one?
I like the idea of Tampa. I mean, let's be real. Their quarterback just retired and said, oh, hold on, I'm not done. I'm going to come back for another year. But that doesn't mean, A, that he can't re-retire next season. And quite frankly, if you want to light a fire him, do what they did Aaron Rodgers. Bring in his supposed replacement, ask him to be a mentor, and just see how he reacts. I think that might spark some uptick in their performance.
Isaiah, if you look at some of these teams that are going to be picking early, I mean, where do you think we could see a team maybe other than Tampa Bay go, hey, there's too much value here to pass up when we could get one of these talented guys?
I think you have to look at Houston. I think you're either looking at Houston or you're looking at Seattle. I don't see anybody going beyond that 41st pick that Seattle has. Obviously, they have back-to-back picks right here in the second round. Houston definitely has a need at the quarterback position right now. They need to fill that void. I'm not sure if Malik Willis is their style of quarterback. Just knowing Nick Caserio, that's not really his style that he typically goes with. But, he's not the man that's running the team. He's not the head coach at this point in time. That's going to be Lovie Smith, so we have to figure out exactly what he's looking for offensively.
Another team that you really liked what they did yesterday was the New York Jets.
Yeah.
So let's hear from our New York Jets host. Kanani Stevens is with him.
I think if we were going to paint a winner from yesterday, the Jets are definitely in the mix there. We're going to check in with Locked On Jets, John Butchko. We talked to him a bunch yesterday because the Jets had so many picks yesterday. And John, I think obviously we felt very good about the picks that we talked about yesterday, but what is this going to translate to on the field? And can we see a big jump for the Jets next season?
Well, I think when you're a Jets fan, a lot of your life is based on hope. The Jets have had many false starts through the years, but I think if you look at what the Jets did yesterday, they have three guys who profile as instant starters. These are all guys who, if you look at their games, they're relatively refined for rookies. These are plug-and-play guys. They play premium positions. You got Sauce Gardner at corner. You've got Jermaine Johnson, defensive end, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver. These were positions of need. And in the NFL, it always happens quicker than you expect. And a lot of it will come down to Zach Wilson's development. He's entering his second NFL season. And I think Garrett Wilson in particular is going to help him quite a bit. But the two guys the Jets added on defense are also going to be really important because this was one of the worst defenses in the NFL last year. But you look not only at the additions of Jermaine Johnson and Sauce Gardner, you're getting Carl Lawson back. He was their big free agent signing on the defensive side of the ball last year. And they brought in DJ Reed in free agency. And in the NFL, I feel like on defense, if you're going to be, there are two positions you really want to be good at, and those are defensive line and corner. And I think based on the additions the Jets have made, based on the players they're getting back, signed in free agency, and what they did last night, you can make a case the Jets are really good on defensive line and really good at corner right now.
You mentioned plug and play guys. Is there one name out of those three that jumps out that you're like, this is going to be a guy that second he gets into camp, he'll make a difference?
I think it's going to be Garrett Wilson. I look at his game, just a really solid route runner. I felt all offseason like the Jets needed to go out and get a veteran receiver because Zach Wilson needs help.
Right.
And I don't really know that they could afford to take a guy who needed a big learning curve. And if you weren't going to get a veteran receiver, Garrett Wilson just seems like a guy who's NFL ready because of the way he runs routes, the nuance that he displays on his stems. There's just so much he brings to the table. So I think it's going to be a beautiful thing for Jets fans, the Wilson to Wilson partnership.
Absolutely. And then for the Jets, I mean, obviously there's been a lot of years where things didn't necessarily go your way, especially with the draft. Is this something where we're seeing the new regime really come in and make a mark and say, we want to draft well and build our team that way?
Absolutely. In the last 2 years, the Jets have had 5 first-round draft picks. Through the years, the Jets have had other general managers, but nobody's really committed to building through the draft the way Joe Douglas has. Mike McCagnon, his predecessor, was a guy who had a college scouting background, yet he was constantly trading away draft picks. He seldom traded down, at least on the first 2 days. Joe Douglas has made an effort to really accumulate extra draft capital. He's made a focus on doing things the right way and building through the draft. So this has been a refreshing philosophy for the Jets. Now, whether it'll work or not, we don't know. Jets fans have been through many false starts before, but things are definitely different this time. The team's taken a different philosophy than they have under past general managers.
Definitely feels different. I think you're right to be hopeful with it because it certainly feels like they've turned a corner and at least they've got some of that pure athletic talent with these new picks. So hopefully it'll make a difference right out of the gate. John, thanks for joining us. The Jets are going to be on the clock at 38 in the second round. So we will see them relatively soon, but they had a great first day, Pete.
They did. We loved what they did. We talked about Ahmad Gardner, who will henceforth be known as Sauce. One team that we were shaking our heads about, guys. Arizona. I mean, giving up a first-round pick for Hollywood Brown. Croc, I mean, we didn't get a lot of time to talk about it last night, but this was when A.J. Brown goes for a 1 and a 3, and you've got Hollywood going for a 1, and then you have to pay him. Explain this to me.
Well, Hollywood Brown, at least they have the luxury of that fifth-year option, so they don't have to rush to make anything happen. It seems like he was just a little disgruntled with his usage out there in Baltimore. Remember, he had tweeted out at one point, what's the point of having soldiers if you don't use them? So He didn't like the way his usage was. Somehow he was still able to be a 1,000-yard receiver, but I think that's what prompted the trade to Arizona. In Arizona, you see what they're doing. Obviously, they have A.J. Green there. You have a Hopkins there, but they need that dynamic guy. They have one in Moore, who they just drafted last season, but maybe they want a guy that they can use as more of a vertical threat instead of just more of a gadget guy, but still has that speed element to his game.
Isaiah, this was a move that was painted in part to appease Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray is close with Hollywood Brown. And what I love is Lamar Jackson said Hollywood Brown is his best friend. Kyler Murray said Hollywood Brown is his best friend. So turns out Marquise Brown, a great friend to have. But how much of this, from an on-field standpoint, what makes sense to you about this in Arizona?
He can take the top off. He can take the top off. You look at all the offenses in this league right now. You need somebody that's going to stretch the safeties. You need to get those guys off of your best route runner. Now, that's not to say that Hollywood's not a great route runner. That's just to say that he's playing with arguably one of the best receivers in the league, and that's D-Hop. Right? D-Hop can run routes on anybody. He has a catch radius that's out of this world. His hands are the size of 2 feet. He does it all. But he can't be that dominant if he has people hanging over his head the entire day. So what you want to do is you want to allow for Hollywood to be able to stretch the field and clear things out. What does that do? That takes the safeties out of it. Now D-Hop can work, and oh, by the way, there's a guy by the name of Zach Ertz that's there as well who can catch the ball. So this really frees things up. And then don't forget about Andy Isabella. He's a great route runner as well and a great contributor on that team.
Rondale Moore was the name that Croc mentioned. What did you think about him coming out of the draft, and how do you think this affects his value moving forward?
I thought you had to be creative with him. You can do some interesting things, but you have to have the staff that can meet his needs and really maximize what he gives you. I think you can do that going forward, but it's going to have to take some creativity that maybe hasn't been on display to this point. Do that. Get into how you can maximize that player, and that's when you get your return.
Arizona now is down a pick. They gave it up to Baltimore. They don't have a pick now for quite a while. What is the next need you think they need to take on here?
Probably edge rusher. You lose a guy like Chandler Jones, and you have J.J. Watt, but a little older now, right? Mm-hmm. And he was banged up a lot of last season. So who's going to be that primary guy that they can lean on to get after opposing quarterbacks? Especially in the NFC West, you're still going to need that. I know there's no more Russell Wilson. I know Jimmy Garoppolo is potentially on his way out of San Francisco, and you have this young guy, Trey Lance. But, you still have to be able to get out of after the quarterbacks. And if you look at who the NFC West plays, they play the AFC West. And look at the quarterbacks that's in that division. So you're going to need a pass rusher. I think that's what they should be looking for right now.
One of the quarterbacks in that division used to play in Seattle, a team close to Isaiah's heart. They've got 40 and 41 in this draft here, coming up in 8-10 picks from the start of this second round. Where do you think they need to make some changes here in Seattle to add to this team?
Seattle, I mentioned it yesterday, they were good when they had a solid offensive line, when they were expelling a lot of funds towards that position. They need to continue to add to that. They obviously got a pick up yesterday. They need to add another slot there, and then they also need to go out there and grab their quarterback, because Mr. Locke, I don't think is their guy.
From everything we've heard outside, they are trying to say that we really like this guy. You're not buying it?
I'm not buying it. They have to support him, right? Because they don't know how things are going to fall in this draft. So obviously, if things don't go your way in this draft, which I think it may, with Malik Willis sitting there, possibly at 40 or 41, as you look at some of the teams that are at the top of this second round, he might fall in their hands. But imagine if he doesn't fall in their hands, where they can't talk up the draft about going and getting quarterback, and all of a sudden turn around and pull the Baker Mayfield. Hey, you're still our guy. That doesn't really work well in this league. Obviously, we've seen that here recently.
One of the things we saw yesterday was a ton of SEC players go off the board. We had Georgia Bulldog defenders flying off, Alabama skill players coming off the board. So let's hear from Locked On SEC host Chris Gordy. He is with Kai.
This year, like many other years, lots of SEC players available, Chris, so you have a lot to talk about, I'm sure. There was many that went yesterday, I think 13 total. So what was your big surprise of the day? Derek Stingley went a little higher than maybe we suspected. Was that a surprise to you?
It was a little bit. We had been hearing that, the Texans really, really liked him at 3, and I'm actually based in Houston, and so I was hearing a lot of buzz that they loved the idea of taking him. They also loved Sauce Gardner a lot, and so I know they were kind of torn, but I think they liked Derek Stingley's upgrades. The big thing was getting cleared, his medicals cleared, and once they found out he had fully healed from that Lisfranc injury, he's ready to go. I think that they really are excited about taking Derek Stingley and, reach for him at 3. And look, some people maybe said it wasn't the right choice or maybe a little high for a corner. One pick later is where Sauce Gardner went. So, I think it was one of those things where had they taken Sauce Gardner, Derek Stingley would have gone the next pick. And so it'll be interesting to watch these two guys. We'll compare them throughout the course of their career to see if the Texans made the right pick. But at the end of the day, I think they love Derek Stingley's upside. I've compared him a lot to Patrick Peterson. I think he's going to be a starting corner in this league for the next decade plus.
All right, well, we'll have to see how that pans out. With the start of the second round coming in a little bit here, who's the next guy off your board from the SEC that you think will get chosen first?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's Nakobe Dean, the linebacker from Georgia. I mean, had you told me 24 hours ago that 5 defensive players from Georgia are going to get drafted in the first round and Nakobe Dean's not one of them, I would have said you're crazy. He is an elite tackler. He can move sideline to sideline. I mean, he is as good as it gets. The only gripe about him that I've heard is his height, and I just don't understand it. I mean, there's short, undersized linebackers that play have played in the NFL for years. Can the guy play football? The film doesn't lie. I don't understand why we get so obsessed with the measurables at times. But to me, Nakobe Dean is clearly the best player on the board. ESPN, I think, even has him listed as their best player available right now. Nakobe Dean will not have to wait long to hear his name called tonight.
In Georgia defense, it feels like it's really hard to miss when you pick a player from that D because they seem to be ready to go. Of all the names that went yesterday, is there anyone that you thought, hey, that's the perfect spot for them? They're going to have, an impact right away, or is it just, is there any one name that stuck out to you with their landing spot?
Yeah, I mean, Jordan Davis in Philly is a great one, and it's funny because they've had an SEC guy there on the interior of that defensive line with the Eagles for so many years, and Fletcher Cox, who was a high pick out of Mississippi State years ago. And now they get Jordan Davis, who's the big, freakishly athletic, fast, guy who's just going to, at worst, he's just going to clog up that middle and eat up the run and, get inside of passing lanes. But I think at his peak, I think he's a guy who can live in the backfield and be a really treacherous monster there in the NFC East for years and years. So I love Jordan Davis of Philly. I like I like Kenyon going to the Texans with their second first round pick. He's a guy who's played guard, he's played tackle, he's played all up and down that offensive line for Texas A&M, and I think he's going to be a guy who's going to start for the Texans. They've got to figure some things out. Is Laramie Tunsil going to stick around for another couple years? If not, I think they can move Kenyon from guard over to tackle if need be. He's very versatile. Jimbo Fisher talked about it today about what he loved about his versatility. I think even in the Bama game, he started at left tackle. So, those are just a couple of guys I like. I thought Lewis Seen was a little bit of a reach at 32 with the Vikings, but, second round grade on him. I'm not going to complain about it. But other than that, I think there were some really, really good fits for some of the guys who were taken in the first round. And Jameson Williams going to Detroit. He's saying he's ready to go he's probably going to be ready to go for training camp. Just another added weapon, with DJ Chark there now, Amon-Ra St. Brown, some big weapons there for Jared Goff. Hey, man, no excuses. You got all the weapons in the world to play with now.
They finally got some weapons for him. So a lot of names off the board for the SEC. I'm sure there will be many more today, so we'll check in with you again a little bit later. Chris, thanks for joining us. And who do you guys think the next SEC player will be off the board? Nakobe, maybe?
Well, it won't be a receiver to the Packers. I know that for sure. I wanted to talk about that because this was something that Isaiah and I lost our minds about yesterday when we were doing the show. They go linebacker and defensive tackle. When do you think it makes sense for them to go to receiver besides yesterday?
It won't be as soon as you want, but it will happen. There's plenty of time left. And the nice thing about this wide receiver class is it goes at least down into the fourth round, where I think you're going to be happy eventually with someone that they put in that role and add a little firepower.
Croc, I know you have a name that you have circled for this team. Tell us about him.
Alec Pierce, and I think he's a guy that can potentially be there at pick 59. But you talk about a guy who can do everything that you need. You're losing a guy like Devontae Adams, who's able to play outside. He played inside. He did everything you need. And I'm not saying that Alec Pierce is Devontae Adams, but just in a guy that's versatile, move him around. He can win every which way. I think he's very underrated with his athleticism. He had the best vertical jump at the combine. Guy that ran in an unofficial 4.33, official 4.41, but still plenty fast enough. And that shows up time and time again on film. Sure hands, good route runner. I'm not sure what else the Green Bay Packers would want.
I got a little nugget on Alec Pierce. Okay, so he was late to football. So he started with volleyball. His dad played volleyball at Northwestern. His mom played volleyball at Northwestern. He played basketball. Then he picked up volleyball. Then just because he was bored, he starts on the track team and sets a school record in the 4x100 and the 4x200. Wow. This kid is naturally, physically gifted. So something that Brian Gutekunst grabbed, Quay Walker, freak athlete, Devontae Wyatt, freak athlete, Alec Pierce is a freak athlete. What kind of player? I mean, do they need to find someone who's a legit number one, or is that out the window now that we're in round two?
No, they don't need a number one, but they need a contributor. You know, to your point, they need somebody who can come in, that can run efficient, effective routes, that knows how to play, sit inside these zones, right, and be a consistent player for Aaron. And there's 21 picks. 21 picks that are going to go before Green Bay has another opportunity to select somebody. You really think that he's still going to be around by the time that happens? I believe there's going to be a big run on receivers in the top part of this second round.
Again, we had record-setting receivers in the first round, and it's crazy. We could still have another run on receivers. Brian Gutekunst did say in his post-game press conference yesterday, his post-draft press conference, that he wants to have flexibility to move around. So if he wants to get a premium kind of guy, we still have a couple names over here, Christian Watson, George Pickens. If he wants to get one of those guys, how high do you think he has to go to get there?
He's got to go in front of the Seahawks, obviously. He's got to get up into probably the mid-30s at the lowest, which I won't put past him, too. And there's options beyond that, too, though, because back to Alec Pierce, and we're sitting here with two guys that train athletes for a living, and that's important as well. Alec Pierce had the number 3 athletic matrix in this wide receiver class behind Calvin Austin, who should go after him, and Christian Watson, who should go in the mid-second. Is that what we're thinking? But Alec Pierce, the diversity in the sports that he's played, I think that adds to what he brings to this. And I think a rounded athlete is something that you might covet above those guys that are just blazers, that have the metrics that really stand out. I don't know how you feel, Isaiah, about what does the diversity of your background do for you?
It does a lot for you, depending on the team that you're going for, that you end up with, right? So I think when you speak into the light of the Green Bay Packers, you know, Aaron Rodgers just needs somebody who's consistent and dependable. You know, he doesn't need somebody to blow the roof off the top of the coverage every single time. But he does need that guy to sit at 7-8 yards and find the gap, right? Because Aaron Rodgers is going to boom, he's going to hit you, and then they're going to turn around and hand it to A. Jones or hand it to Big Dylan, and they're just going to run you over, right? That's what they want to do. Aaron Rodgers, he'll still throw the thing over your head from time to time, but he doesn't need that. He will pick you apart, and he's just that cerebral. So that's the type of route where they need a route runner first off, and if they can get a blazer at the same time, then cool. But I think right now they need to get somebody who's going to move the chains.
I think that sounds like Alec Pierce.
and he will block you off the screen too. There are some reps on him where he's throwing guys out of the club.
That's huge.
One team that we scratched our heads about, the Arizona Cardinals, pressed and tried to get their receiver with a first-round trade. Alex Clancy from Locked On Cardinals. He's such a wallflower. I'm sure he's not going to have anything to say about this. Kainani Stevens is with him.
Hopefully Alex can explain it for us a little bit, because we've been trying to figure it out ourselves. Obviously, they gave up that first-round pick, the 23rd pick, for Hollywood Brown, and then they sent a third pick as well. So what was your thought process there? Does that make sense in terms of what the Cards needed? Did he just fit that spot really well?
No.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. You know,
Sure.
a little of both. I mean, the Cardinals need so much, and that's why it kind of surprised me. I don't think the move was a bad move. I think it was the wrong time to make the move, and I think they could have got a guy, you know, like a Keir Elam or a Devontae Wyatt at 21 and 23, because, you know, the draft board kind of went a little haywire for what the Cardinals were targeting. But this came out of nowhere. Kyler Murray didn't even know, and it brings in a difference maker on offense in the wide receiver room that Kyler obviously has history with. Mm-hmm. I just don't know if Cliff Kingsbury is going to know how to utilize him properly, and that's really where my vitriol, my angst when I saw the trade happen really stemmed from.
Is this a little bit of trying to please Kyler Murray, considering all the things that went on recently?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and I don't. Steve Keim, he does things differently. They do things like they're in the Mesozoic era with, you know, nothing on social media and everything, you know, behind closed doors. And you know, he got Kyler Murray, one of Kyler Murray's best friends, and we will see if it works. I mean, a lot of times players want things and things don't work out.
Right.
Hopefully it'll be the opposite for the Cardinals in 2022 and onward.
Where do they go from here? I mean, they've got, you know, a deep threat now, but there's a lot of other stuff they need, right? So what's the next plan?
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 things that they need players to be able to do.
Yep.
Go get the opposing quarterback, stop the run, and protect Kyler Murray. Edge rusher, interior defensive line, interior offensive line, issues last year and even more so now with Chandler Jones gone. And you know, they need a corner also. They have 3 picks in the second round. And my wish would be for them to package 55 in one of their third-round picks to move up to the top of the second round and draft David Ajabo, which I think would be a perfect complement to them punting on drafting in the first round and trading for Hollywood Brown. That would be a 1-2 punch that Steve Keim may not have done better at since his tenure drafting for the Arizona Cardinals as general manager.
There's been a lot of movement in this draft, so that is possible, but you know, we never really know until things come through, so we'll have to keep an eye on things. But thank you for checking in with us. That was one we still just don't really know about, right? Like, we're still questioning it. Doesn't quite make sense. The Cardinals just really wanted to keep Kyler happy, I guess.
When you start doing that, you get in dangerous territory when you're letting your quarterback be the GM of your franchise. I say that as someone who covers a team that is has a quarterback that's in the front office. Day 2 of the NFL Draft is next. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts. Live from the WFAA studios in Dallas, Texas, it's Locked On NFL Draft 2022. In-depth analysis of the NFL Draft from the local experts at the Locked On Podcast Network. Presented by Bet Online. Now here's your host, Peter Bukowski.
We are here for the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts, bringing you the local angles to every pick, from the hosts that covered the prospects in college to the NFL hosts who can give you the breakdown of where they fit in the NFL. I'm Peter Bukowski. Joining me, Locked On NFL Draft hosts Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. He has got the ice going right there on the Super. Oh, let's see that ring. Thanks, Isaiah. And over on the screen, talking to our NFL hosts, Kainani Stevens, is going to have tons of great insight from our network of hosts around our network. Guys, we're about to get day 2 underway. The quarterbacks are going to be the story. We thought we spent a lot of time talking about the quarterbacks, and none went off the board. Were you surprised we didn't see more?
No, not at all. And we talked about this year's draft and how everybody was kind of low on quarterbacks. I didn't think if you were going for a quarterback in the first round this particular year, no disrespect to all the prospects, but it was going to be a reach. I think now you're starting to get into the area where even at the top of the second round, I think you're still kind of reaching. You have to have a real need for a quarterback, and I think there are 2 teams that are at the top of the second round in the Houston Texans and the Seattle Seahawks who may be looking to make a move at that particular position.
Who are the players that we talked about? Nakobe Dean, that whether or not he's going to be the next guy taken. Give me a little crystal ball here, Croc. Give me a big surprise in the top of the second round.
Maybe Andrew Booth, cornerback out of Clemson. I think he's a guy that has really, high upside, really good film. You see the twitch, you see the change of direction. I think with him is some of the injuries, and he wasn't able to test in the offseason draft process. So that might be something that slid him out of the first round. But most people thought he'd for sure be a first-round pick.
We see this every year in the draft. Guys on day 2 and even day 3 outperform the first-round players. Who are some of the guys that we could hear their names called today that we're going to come look in a couple of years and go, wait, how did they fall to pick 55? How did they fall to pick 75?
I think it comes back to the skills. It is the guys that you're looking for in the wide receivers. I think Pickens is really intriguing. He can probably go in and start at the X right now and be okay. The question is his recovery as well. Christian Watson is a similar prospect, uber athleticism, but has to grow into the position, has to grow into what he's going to face in terms of press coverage, et cetera, et cetera. So those 2 guys stand out, but this is the point where we might see a running back come off the board too, right? And try to help somebody grind out some yardage. Is it going to be Walker? Is it going to be Hall? Is it happen in the second, or do they fall into the third? That's my big question.
Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker. These are some college superstars.
Yep.
The running back is not what it used to be in the league right now. We saw Georgia Bulldog defenders flying off the board, including and especially from the team that I cover, the Green Bay Packers. And maybe the best one still on the board potentially. Let's hear from the Locked On Bulldogs host. Kai Stevens is with them.
Clint Shamlin's going to join us from Locked On Bulldogs. 5 Georgia defenders went yesterday. That's an NFL record for defensive players going in the first round. Can't say it's too much of a shock because Georgia's defense is so good, but were you impressed with what they were able to create, and then see the NFL's really taking notice of this as well?
That's what's so awesome. It's great to hear these coaches and these GMs come out talking that Georgia was the most NFL-ready defense. And so all these players that are there are NFL-ready because of what Kirby's doing in the system and these studs all across the board. So, yeah, record 5. It was so much fun to watch. Proud of all these dogs. It was a blast last night.
Were there any surprises for you? Nakobe Dean didn't go. He's still on the board there. Could have obviously been a first round talent. When do you think he'll go? Early today?
I have no clue what GM is going to get fired based upon this, but Nakobe Dean is the best defender. Please hear me. He is the best defensive player on that team, and I have no idea what guy's going to get fired and canned for doing so, but they should. I was shocked that he wasn't in the first round, not all too much based upon chatter pre-draft because of all these, height comparisons and whatnot, but he's just a stone cold player that when he puts his hands on you, you go down and you get tackled. So anybody that gets him will have a 10-year starting veteran all-pro guy by the time it's all said and done, and I don't know why. A couple of surprises. I don't think the spot, but maybe the team, Philly taking Jordan Davis. I love it because I think they're going to do great with him in their system. They got guys who already kind of mirror him a little bit, and they're setting up for him to slide right in. That was a great fit, I think. I loved Jordan Davis going to Philly with that pick. That was so much fun to see.
Definitely saying something if you're saying Nakobe was the best player and he didn't go. Of a very talented team. On the offensive side of the ball, is George Pickens maybe someone we could see today, or any other names you want to drop?
Yes, George Pickens. I put my namesake on this. Give me 4 years before George Pickens is one of the 3 best wide receivers in this league. Injury cut his season short many times. He came out earlier than what many thought he should have come back, maybe got a higher draft stock, get into that first round consideration. But you watch his game tape. Guys his size and with his body control should not be making catches and running routes the way that he does. He should be a one route kind of tree guy that just does a vertical go and catch the ball deep, but he doesn't just do that. His hands are impeccable. His fight and tenacity is huge. I put my name 4 years. George Pickens will be top 3 wide receiver in this league.
All right, we'll hold you to that one. There's probably a couple more names at least that we're going to see here today. Clint, thank you for joining us. Again, a record 5 Bulldog defenders going the first round yesterday in the NFL draft. Obviously record-breaking and impressive, and Georgia defense is just dominant.
It's incredible what we saw from that Georgia defense on the field, and maybe the Packers will go 3 for 3 with Georgia players and grab George Pickens. I would love to see it. Brian Gutekunst, are you listening? Probably not. We've got a lot of good players up here, guys. A name that stands out to me, Travis Jones from Connecticut. We don't see a lot of Connecticut players in the draft. There's some defensive linemen here. We saw a premium placed on those guys in the first round. Do we think we could see maybe at the top of this second round some teams that missed out on those guys pick up a Boye Mafe, a Travis Jones, and try and solidify their front?
I think they have to. This is where it starts to get value-wise. I also look for Kyler Gordon, the other quote-unquote UW corner, to be in that mix as well. Get value here at the top as you reset your board for second day. Like Jones, I think the question is going to be on Mafe is where does he fit and where does he go? The athleticism's there. I think the length is there. But he's got a little bit to grow into, right? So does he come down into the 40s? Maybe that's a good spot for him. I think it's probably closer to the high 30s.
Is there a landing spot that you guys like for David Ajabo? Because he's someone who had the Achilles tear at his pro day, a really unfortunate situation. And now a team is going to have to risk essentially redshirting him.
Welcome to Kansas City. After what we saw last night, you have the option to rest him. And if he develops, he gets in the film room, he can do what he needs to do to further his game. We got to remember he's a pretty raw guy who doesn't have a lot of experience. So I like that fit, and I'm not talking to Brett Veach directly, but if I am Brett, there you go.
But take it from somebody who's torn their Achilles before. You need about 6 months to get back, right? The Achilles is not what it used to be. It used to be a death sentence back in the day. Now it's kind of like a bad sprained ankle, right? So now these guys can get back within 6 months. So being that he tore that his pro day, he'll be ready for the season.
I want to ask you about this because we saw the video, and there are a lot of athletes that spoke out because David Ajabo at his pro day, he gets what is obviously a serious injury. And they pull the old football, move the drill. That's a real thing that happens.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Everything keeps going on. The thing about football is, and it's not that people are non-empathetic, right? You know what I'm saying? It's just you're used to the injuries. You're used to major injuries all the time. And it's one of those things where you look at it, you're like, dang, that sucks. All right, just move the drill. You know what I'm saying? Like still tend to him, still take care of everything that he needs, but we still got work to do.
Can't shut down the entire practice because a guy gets injured or an entire pro day, right? They have a schedule. You have a ton of scouts that are there because not just Ajabo's they're working out. You got Hill working out. You have Hutchinson over there working out and doing some of the things they're doing. So, all right, like that's tough. We will have our medical staff tend to him while he is injured, but let's move this drill over a little bit so we can stay on track here.
How do you account for the injury in your evaluation? Because if you're missing a full season potentially, now as you mentioned, he could be back right away, but this is a February injury, so even 6 months, you're talking about now August, and every day you miss as a rookie compounds. So how do you build that into your evaluation?
Well, given that he was right on the fringe of the middle of the round for me in the first place, it's just simple. Knock him down a round, period. And then build back, like, okay, so what does he get in that meantime? He gets film, he gets nutrition, he gets into the program. Then you bump him back up a little bit from there. And I think as it goes closer, maybe you get an update medically, that makes you feel a little bit better. And then you're able to just say, all right, I'm comfortable at minus 20 from where I had him before. You go off your initial evaluation, just build in the medical.
All right, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers officially on the clock. The round 2 is officially open. And our quarterback roundtable also officially open. Kainani Stevens has that.
We're going to talk quarterbacks because we didn't get to do much of that yesterday. Only one came off the board. So we're going to check in with a couple of different hosts here. Locked on Tar Heels, Locked on Ole Miss, and of course Locked on Auburn as well. I'm going to start out with Zach Blackerby here because Malik Willis is someone that we were talking about in the room that we thought might be the first one off the board. Obviously he was not. So can you tell us a little bit about him? I know he didn't play a ton at Auburn before he transferred over to Liberty, but what would a team be getting with him and maybe why he didn't go in the first round?
Yeah, and I thought Malik Willis would be the first guy off the board when you talk about the quarterbacks. A dude that can really do a little bit of everything. I think the big question about Malik Willis is, can he do it against an elite level of competition? Obviously, he won the job at Liberty and never looked back. But what you're getting with Malik Willis is a guy that we didn't really see this from him at Auburn. I got to cover him for 2 off seasons while he was on the Plains. Mm-hmm. And he talked about it after the fact with like, okay, I didn't win the job. I had to transfer, but hey, it was kind of my fault. I wasn't watching film. I wasn't willing to do the work. And since then, we've seen him really approach the game of football as a true professional. And I think that's what you really saw from him during his time at Liberty. And just the sky is the limit for this guy. He's got the legs, he's got the arms, he's got the decision-making. For the most part, he's just got to bring it all together.
And that's what you want to hear, the growth aspect, right? If you transfer, at least he's like understanding and kind of taking some ownership of that, right? Isaac, I'm going to check in with you. Where do you see Sam Howell fitting in? Is there, rumors that you've heard, maybe a place that he could be ending up?
Rumors are all over the place
right.
Because Sam Howell, this time last year, we're looking at this dude as first, like he would have been off the board as of yesterday. But when you lose 2 guys who are now starting running backs in the NFL, you lose 2 guys who are wide receivers, second string receivers in the NFL, inevitably you're going to drop down a little bit. And we get that. Sam Howell is the ultimate teammate who is going to make an NFL franchise really, really happy today. Zach just talked about how the roof, there's no limit to it. Well, let's use some Michael Jordan phrase with Sam Howell. The ceiling is the roof, right? Like, this guy is a community guy giving back so much of his NIL money in this first year. He is a winner, threw a touchdown pass in every single college game he ever played. Now, the knock this year, obviously, is that Carolina underperformed. Sam Howell underperformed compared to what expectations were, took to the ground a little more using his feet well. But when you think about it, when he goes to the NFL, he's not playing with these college guys. He's playing with the NFL guys he played with when he's killing it. And so that, to me, is the game tape you need to look at and keep in mind. For me, Sam Howell and all 3 of these other guys we're talking about tonight are coming off the board in the second round.
Steven, as far as Matt Corral, there's some rumors. Maybe I think we've heard Atlanta recently. Is this a guy where he could come in and maybe fight for, depending where he ends up, fight for a spot and try to start?
I'm of the opinion that any of the quarterbacks that get taken, Malik Willis, the whole 9 yards, if they are forced into this team this year, you're looking at a future USFL quarterback because I don't think they are built to succeed. Matt Corral is a great story. As a junior, he was the #1 quarterback in America, but after that, he got dropped by USC. He was committed to Florida, and they didn't take him. He famously got into a fight with Wayne Gretzky's son, and he lost his job in 2019 to John Rice Plumlee at Ole Miss. But then the real story is the way he has rebuilt himself to the point where he is absolutely beloved by the Ole Miss fan base and is possibly the greatest leader to ever come through that program. And there will always be a place for him because of that. But he's also toolsy. He can do all the stuff that made him the #1 quarterback in the country. But that rebuild that he had to go through, that really sets him apart, I think, from other guys. I think Malik Willis had to do that a little bit when he went to Liberty. Sam Howell is going to deal with a little bit of adversity after last year, but he's a good quarterback. But I think that's what sets him apart. In some place like the New Orleans Saints, it would be the what you need to do. He throws off platform. He does things very athletic. So the temptation will be there to try and make him a Patrick Mahomes quarterback. No, they need to try to make him a Drew Brees type quarterback. And if they do that, I think he'll be very successful.
Redemption kind of seems like a theme here, you guys, with all these guys going through it already in college. Maybe that's a good sign because they're ready to battle through whatever they get thrown at in the NFL when it comes their way. We'll touch base with you whenever these guys come off the board. Thanks for joining us here. As to who will be the first quarterback off in the second round, we'll have to wait and see.
Guys, we were just sitting here as they were doing that, and they were showing Rob Gronkowski on the screen. did not look like a guy who is physically what we've seen him play in the NFL at. Did not look like a guy ready for the NFL season. Could someone like Trey McBride be the pick here for Tampa Bay?
I think so. I mean, I saw the message about Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were offered a pick to trade back. They said, no way. Whoever it is that they want, that's a guy they don't think will slide at all. So maybe it is Trey McBride, a tight end that could definitely help. You lose O.J. Howard. You lose potentially Gronkowski. Brate, probably not the guy. So you got to get that pass catcher in there. And he's a do-it-all guy. Not just a pass catcher, but run blocking, pass protection. He does all the dirty work as well.
Isaiah, where do you see Tampa Bay? They don't have a lot of needs, but where do you see that the roster has some spots where maybe they could improve?
I mean, you have an older quarterback, and it's never a bad thing to protect them. But I think, the tight end position is definitely a point of need, and then obviously they still need a receiver as well.
The pick is Houston defensive lineman Logan Hall. The rich get richer on that defensive side of the ball.
Hey, let's talk about Logan Hall, defensive lineman for the University of Houston. He was a senior All-AAC first-team selection coming off a very productive season where he played primarily defensive tackle throughout his college years. Some think he can translate to a true edge rusher at the next level, playing in a 3-4. Coming into last season, he had just 1.5 career sacks, but man, did he step it up in 2021, erupting with 6 total sacks on the year, including one in the AAC title game against fellow draft prospect Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati. Body-wise, kind of comparable to his former teammate from Houston, who was a first-round pick a year ago in Peyton Turner, who ended up going to the New Orleans Saints. If Hall goes in the first round, it will be because he is a great scheme fit for a team that is missing that violent lineman in their rotation.
Guys, the Vikings have made another interdivisional trade. The Green Bay Packers are on the clock. This has to be for a receiver, right? Has to be for a receiver.
I want to know what's going on in the North. How are these guys get along and making these trades? It's ridiculous, but you're right. There's only one reason to go, and if you're Minnesota, why would you do it?
It has to be because they don't like what's on their board. They just made a pick, too. I mean, they had the end of the first round, they drafted Lewis Seen, so maybe they just didn't have anyone that they like. This is a weird situation. Let's talk about Logan Hall for a second while we wait for the Packers to make their pick, although their pick is already in. Logan Hall, a lot of these guys are track athletes in high school. He ran hurdles. Wow. Logan Hall's 6'6", 280, and he ran hurdles, so that's the kind of athlete that you're getting. We had Logan Hall on the board up here. What does he bring to Tampa?
I think he brings the nice versatility that he can go inside, outside. You have Tryon that they just brought in last year, so maybe you can stack him inside with him. Maybe you can flip him around and use that versatility. I like him better inside myself, but I think he can give you a little bit of everything right now.
As an edge rusher, I mean, he's a guy, when you have that height, the biggest thing you have to worry about, and he has an issue with it as well, is that pad level, right? He can come off the line a little bit high sometimes. He has to work on his leverage and really driving through guys.
Is there a fit that you like for Green Bay at receiver?
There's about 6 of them, but it's really about how can you replace part of what Devontae used to do for you, right? And I think it's either point of attack or stretching the field. There's a couple of guys out there. I personally feel like it could be either Pickens or Watson. I would probably go towards Watson.
You mentioned that he just needs, Aaron Rodgers does, just a reliable kind of guy. So possession type, could be a take the top off guy, but just someone who can get in and be where he needs to be.
Yeah, Aaron Rodgers just needs to move the chains. That's all you ask of him. That's all he needs because he is that good. He's going to progress. He's not going to make a lot of bad decisions. He has a great running game. He has two-headed monster behind him. So he just needs a guy that's going to play in between the chains. He doesn't have a tight end right now. He doesn't have a dominant tight end that he can feed the ball to underneath. So you need somebody who's shifty, who can find those holes that he can get the ball to.
Let's say this is a receiver, and it's one of these guys, Pickens or Watson. Do you think they could double dip here? I mean, we'll see what the compensation is for. We'll see what the trade is. But could they do a day 2 receiver double dip?
I would, especially if you're looking for that reliable guy, because if it's Pickens or Watson, those guys have shown, and I like Watson a lot. He's one of the higher guys on my board. But he has shown that, hey, there's still some rawness in his game from a route running perspective, from his hands. He had one of the highest drop rates in college football. So there's definitely areas in his game where he needs to improve. How well will Aaron Rodgers be able to work with something like that and not get frustrated?
The pick is in. It's for a receiver. They traded up for North Dakota State star Christian Watson. You mentioned your athletic matrix. Mm-hmm. I know Watson was really high. We're talking about one of the most athletic guys that we've seen at 6'4 plus, 200 plus pounds. What did the athletic matrix like
he
about him?
He is number 2 for the wide receiver group, only Calvin Austin, who's got a little bit more change of direction to him. But overall, for this entire class, he is number 3 behind 2 of the corners that we're probably going to see later today or early tomorrow.
Croc, what do you think about this fit here in the Green Bay offense?
It scares me just a little bit. He's the guy that lined up more outside. He's more of your pure X receiver. We talked about adding a guy who can play not just outside, but inside and move around a little bit. He's a little bit more like Valdez-Scantling, where he's just kind of your take the top off the defense type guy. I think he needs to learn how to run the intermediate routes with more pace and change his speed and understanding how to threaten guys vertically with his speed that he definitely has, but also use that to sit his routes down.
One thing that I liked about him, and they're showing him with the ball in his hands, that's something that in the Kyle Shanahan offense we saw with Deebo Samuel, with Brandon Ayuk as a rookie. They did it with Deebo too. Just get him the ball with a chance to move in space, and he's the kind of guy who can do something with it.
And not just that, you talked about Deebo Samuel. If you go back and we watch some of this North Dakota State film from last season, they put him in the backfield as a running back.
As a
and will
6'4" receiver.
To him and him coming around the corner. So, he is a guy that's definitely comfortable running with the ball in his hands. You see the breakaway speed, you see the vision, the tough, and one of the best parts of his game, a tremendous blocker in the running game.
You have to block at North Dakota State. If you don't block, they will not put you on the field because they are a run-heavy offense. Before we move on, let's just say his ceiling, or his most likely outcome is a Marquez Valdez-Scantling. What do you think about that in terms of the offense?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have to look and see how he can contribute, to your point. If you're putting this young man on the outside, I don't know how effective he's going to be immediately. So it does kind of worry me as well that he's not the type of receiver we were just talking about that can kind of fit inside and be that dependable guy. But maybe he can. Maybe he can develop into that. But just statistically and what he's shown in college, it's not something that I can really rely on in that regard.
There were 2 guys that I thought the Packers had to leave day 2 with. One of the 2, Christian Watson or George Pickens, and they got one of them. That is a win for me. Kanani Stevens has more on the Tampa Bay pick.
Pete's finally happy, so we're going to let him have a moment. We're going to check in with Locked On Bucs. James Yorko joins us. They traded down yesterday, so this is their first pick. They went with Logan Hall out of Houston. They're going defensive side of the ball to start. Were you surprised by that? Did you think they might go offense?
No, I kind of got the feeling they were going to go defense. And with Ndamukong Suh still being a free agent, Steve McClendon is still a free agent. You have Vita Vea there locked up for the long term. William Golston is back on a 1-year deal. You still have Raheem Nunez-Roach is there, but they needed somebody. They needed, even if Ndamukong Suh comes back, you're talking about a 1-year deal again. They needed that long-term partner there side by side with Vita Vea, somebody that can come in and collapse the pocket, help get pressure on the quarterback, open up lanes for blitzers, and Logan Hall fits the bill in every aspect.
Fills a need there. Obviously, with the Bucs and with any team with Brady, you're going to try to win a championship that year. Do you see them possibly going offense a little bit later now that they have a couple more late-round picks, or do you think they'll still try to shore up the defense?
I think they're still going to look to the secondary. They do still need some help there, but you have to go offense as well. You have a roster hole left by Ronald Jones going to the Kansas City Chiefs. Even if Gronkowski comes back, you have a roster hole there left by O.J. Howard, who went to the Buffalo Bills. So they need a tight end. They need a running back. They may even look for a late-round receiver. Depth at wide receiver was an issue last year when you have Chris Godwin getting injured and then you have Antonio Brown dancing off of the field. They weren't as deep as they thought they were. So they're still going to find some weapons there for Tom Brady, but it was more important that they got that defense solidified first.
Certainly some question marks there, especially with Gronk. We don't know what he's going to do. You guys are on the clock again at 60, so we'll check in with you then. We appreciate you checking in with us now. After their first pick, they went Logan Hall from Houston, and their next pick is at number 60.
We just had the next pick. Roger McCreary from Auburn goes. Croc, what did you think of McCreary's tape?
He's one of my favorite prospects in this class. And sometimes the guy with some of the better tape isn't the guy that goes first overall out of the cornerback group. He's a guy who ran slower at the combine. So I think that's something that's going to worry some teams. When you go back to what you saw at the Senior Bowl, when he measured in, he had those sub 30-inch arms. I believe they were sub 29-inch arms. That is not ideal if you are the cornerback or a team that's looking for cornerbacks and you want more of that length, right? That 32-inch arm threshold. So, but when you go to the film and what you see there, terrific. A guy who can definitely play on the outside. He can play on the inside. He's a pure man coverage type guy. I know he has a short arms. People are going to think that's going to hurt him a little bit in the pressing game. But overall, didn't see issues there or with his ability to run with guys vertically down the field.
Isaiah, if you're the Titans, why go cornerback in this spot?
Just because of the conference that you're in. I mean, you're in the AFC, and the AFC is loaded. They're completely loaded at the wide receiver position. And if you don't have cornerbacks that can go out there and get hands on guys and disrupt some routes, you're going to be in a world of trouble. It doesn't matter how many points you can score.
Just to update on the trades, the Packers gave up both of their second-round picks to move up with the Vikings in that 34 spot. So 53 and 59 are kaput, but they get Christian Watson. So they have to feel like the value, the Devontae Adams trade, the die is cast. They get Quay Walker and Christian Watson plus a second-round pick for Devontae Adams. We'll see what that means. We have another trade. The Jets are on the clock at 36. It is an Inter-Manhattan trade. They go up with the Giants. So where do you think, what would make sense for them?
You know, you want to continue to support your quarterback. He's young and he needs help. If it's not offensive line, it's got to be a weapon of some kind. Maybe it's in the backfield. Maybe it's a tight end position. We see Trey McBride still out there. But I think you got to do whatever you can to lighten his load and really allow him to take that sophomore step forward. Give him the best chance you can.
We saw what the Jets were able to do on day one. They had one of the most impressive drafts. They're being aggressive. They're going for it. Like you said, the Eagles just bum rush the league. It seems like the Jets are going, we have guys that we like. We feel confident about it. Let's go do it.
Well, I thought Buffalo was going to be the team to snatch up Breece Hall, but maybe it's the New York Jets. Look at their backfield right now. They've been trying to piece things together. You know, you drafted a running back last season in the mid-rounds. He's fine. Carter's fine, but you need a little bit more. And I think Breece Hall, you look at him and what he brings, that's my RB1 out of this class. He's an every down back, not just with his ability to run the ball, and we saw the breakaway speed and what he did at the combine, but he's a strong runner. And he's someone that can block if need be in pass protection. So, you know, to be on the field right away as a young running back in the NFL, you have to have the pass protection part down. And I think he has that as well. Good overall back.
How do you think what we saw yesterday from the Jets changes where you think they could go in terms of their needs? Because they get the premier corner, they move up for the pass rusher, added on the offensive line.
I mean, these guys are grabbing the premier picks, right, out of all the position groups that they need to address. And I think, you know, to your point, they need to grab a running back. They need somebody that's going to support Wilson. They can take some of that pressure off of him. They can't just expect him to sit back and drop back and throw the ball down the field all day long. They need to be able to establish a running game, and by establishing a running game, you know that your quarterback's that much more effective.
I do think it's worth wondering, you know, you look at what Kyle Shanahan has been able to do with running backs. Just anybody goes out there and they can run. I mean, that was the Mike Shanahan thing. Yeah. It didn't matter who he put out there. It was going to be a 1,000-yard back. But the Jets, they go up and they get their guy. It's Breece Hall from Iowa State.
Breece Hall, running back, Iowa State. Hall was a two-time consensus All-American and two-time Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year, racking up nearly 4,000 rushing yards and 50 touchdowns over 3 seasons at Iowa State. This is John Williams, host of the Locked On Sooners podcast, part of the Locked On Podcast Network, your team every day. Hall is one of those players that you are excited to see leave because you know your team is not going to have to face him. He's also one of the rare 3-down running backs that can immediately start for a team from day one. Does a great job manipulating blocks to find creases, has great speed. He ran a 4.39 at the NFL Scouting Combine and can break away from the pack. He's got enough size and physicality to break would-be tackles and take the ball to the end zone every time he touches it. He will be a great player.
Isaiah, we're now in the 30s. A running back goes off the board. Is this where you think we're just going to see now in every draft that the running backs are not going to start coming off the board until day 2?
I think we're getting to that point in the league. I mean, especially when you look at what just took place today with the Raiders deciding not to pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option. Incredible. Running backs just are not that premier anymore. Their teams aren't wanting to pay them. Teams aren't wanting to commit to them long term. They feel like you can kind of plug and play guys. So you're going to start seeing a lot of teams start to turn to the running backs in this early draft. And then, you know, once they get to the point where, as you mentioned yesterday, when it's time to pay them, it's like, go ahead and find out what you can get.
It's churn and burn with these running backs. Yeah. And speaking of running backs, let's go talk to the guy who covers a team that might have the best running back in all of football, Tyler Rowland from Locked On Titans, and Kai is with him.
We're going bright side because I want him to smile, because I know if I mention A.J. Brown, he's just going to smile through his tears. But after yesterday, they got Treylon Burks. A.J. Brown is leaving town. Now they got Roger McCreary. Are we Smiling again through the tears. Are you actually happy? Where are we with this?
Well, I guess just on McCreary, I think McCreary's a pretty decent prospect, 5'11", about 190 some pounds. He's real good at the catch point, which ball production is important for John Robinson. He's fluid. He's got a ton of press man experience and in the SEC, which clearly John Robinson is favoring early in this draft, taking prospects out of the SEC with real experience. But the reality is with McCreary at 5'11", without great length, without elite straight line speed, he's going to be a slot player at the next level, most likely. And the Titans just drafted a really good rookie in the slot in Elijah Molden last year. And Elijah Molden is another guy who probably can only play in the slot due to a lack of length and size. So it seems like the Titans could have used a cornerback, maybe. I'm not fully against that. But if you're going to take a cornerback here to pass up on Kyler Gordon, to pass up on Andrew Booth, it's just peculiar. The value that they're getting at 35 and with the other needs on the team to take McCreary this high, it is a bit perplexing. And when you consider that they have a great young player in Elijah Molden going into year 2 in the slot, to take a guy who's probably going to be a slot as well, it just leaves you scratching your head a little bit.
I want to ask you where you think they'll go next, but I feel like trying to predict what the Titans front office is going to do seems like a wasted effort at this point.
Yeah, you got to think at some point in time they try to fortify the offensive line. I would say that was the biggest need coming into the draft for the Titans. You got to get a tackle or an interior offensive lineman. There'll probably be value for that at 69. So I'm hoping that a logical Titans move in the draft is coming soon.
Maybe they're relying on that. Vrabel can coach them up. Hopefully that's what they do going forward. We'll check in with you again when we see that later pick. As for right now, we'll see where the rest of the draft has gone. Pete, back to you.
The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. We had a pick while we were away. The Houston Texans select Baylor defensive back, one of my absolute favorite players to watch in this draft, Jalen Petrie.
Jalen Petrie, a defensive back out of Baylor University, may be the most versatile defender in this year's draft class. I'm Drake Toll from Locked On Baylor. Petrie is known as the guy who stayed. He's the only one left in the Art Briles coaching era. Everybody else jumped ship and transferred. Petrie decided to stick it out at Baylor, so he's already coach's dream up here. Not only that, on the defensive side of the ball, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year, AP First Team All-American, because he's so versatile in the positions he can play. He was the star for Dave Aranda, a literal star. His position was the star, and he can move into inside linebacker, outside linebacker, corner, safety, wherever you needed Petrie to play, you plug him in there and he can do it. He's going to bring that to the NFL as well as an aggressive style of play, being a coach's dream. Jalen Petrie going to make one team really happy.
All right, we are going to have a lot more over the next couple hours. We've got another round and a half to get to. More than that, we will be here with you for every pick on the Locked On NFL YouTube page. We'll have a lot more after this. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors. Cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
Some fans gear up for game day, but some fans follow their team every day. They dream up that sweet team victory at night and chug it down with their morning cup.
This team has one of the brightest futures of any.
They are locked on their team and can't get enough. To all you super fans, we feel you. That's why we give you Locked On podcasts, to give real fans out there just what you like. Locked On, your team every day.
We are back inside the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, giving you every pick today, tomorrow, the next day, if they decide to spill over. I'm Peter Bukowski with Locked On NFL Draft host Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over at the board with our Locked On NFL network of hosts, Kainani Stevens. And we have more picks to announce. We've seen a couple guys go off the board, including Penn State star pass rusher Arnold Ebiketie.
Arnold Ebiketie, an edge rusher out of Penn State, someone who's made an impact everywhere he's gone to play, and NFL teams are hoping he can do the same for them too. Hey, I'm Nate Dickinson with Locked On Big Ten. Ebiketie is a prospect who has a lot of potential. The speed is there. Change of direction is good, gets around the edge and obviously into the backfield with 18 tackles for loss for the Nittany Lions this season. A first-team All-Big Ten selection. The question, though, at the NFL level is with the size. He stands at just 6'2", 250, and I know, just 6'2", 250. And because of that kind of lack of size, if you want to call it, with today's NFL and the speed that he has, a lot of teams are thinking he could be someone who is on the end, as well as signing up as a edge linebacker, too. And since there are so many good edge rushers in this draft, it could end up being the second round that we've seen Ebiketie go. But whoever does end up taking him first or second, it'll be a steal for someone who, again, has the tools to be a really, really good player in the NFL.
The Bears are on the clock right now. Looks like they're going to be making a pick. We're going to check in with Locked On Bears, Lauren Cox. We got a little tip on who it might be, so I don't think it's officially out yet. But Lauren, this is their first selection for the Bears here at this point in the second round. We didn't see them at all yesterday, so we believe it's going to be Kyler Gordon. So if that is what they end up doing, I think they're about to make that pick right now. How do you see him fitting in on this defense across from Jalen Johnson?
Yeah, the Bears have had a pretty massive vacancy there for a couple of seasons now, and all of a sudden you can slot him in as that week one starter to kind of give him a little bit of that balance. I think Jalen Johnson's more of that like physical up in your face type of press man cornerback, but Kyler Gordon can be, more of the off-ball athlete. He's really good at attacking downhill, and I think he's the type of like physical tough player with ball skills that we heard new head coach Matt Eberflus talk about this offseason as the type of mold that they want at that cornerback spot. They've had some other younger guys try and rotate in there and try and develop late round picks at that spot, but finally it's a little bit more shored up on that end of the ball. But a lot of Bears fans still kind of waiting for them to build a little bit more directly around Justin Fields and not just building up the defense.
The Bears did not pick at all yesterday, so this is their first kind of action in this 2020 draft. They do have a couple picks, so where do you see them going with their multiple picks?
We're waiting for the wide receiver. We're waiting for the offensive line. I mean, again, like somewhere along the lines, they have to start filling some of these bigger holes on the offense to support this young quarterback, but they kind of have holes everywhere. So I think the general manager's at the point where it's like, take the best player available on the board, because as long as it's not a quarterback or a running back, it's going to fill some sort of need somewhere on this team. So just get foundational players for the future. And if it happens to be a receiver or a guard or a tackle, I think that would be the best of both worlds.
We've seen them be aggressive before, so they obviously have that ability to go up and get their guy if they want to, because they have so many picks they can kind of move around. Do you see them possibly doing that today, trying to get a couple guys in the early second?
I think they're more likely to move back. The general manager has sort of publicly said a couple of times, like, hey, we'd prefer to get more picks here. That, when they pick in the third round at 71, they don't pick again for another 70 picks until the fifth round. So that fourth round seems to be the sweet spot that they might want to acquire a few more picks there, but there's got to be a team that wants to move up. And of course, if there's like a really good receiver, a really good offensive lineman again at that spot, it would be so hard to trade down just to acquire more picks if you're going to pass up on a potential difference maker on a team that needs more difference makers.
Certainly a couple different options will keep you in the mix, Lauren, of course, because the Bears will probably be making some moves here today. Peter, I'm going to throw it back to you now. I believe the Bears officially making that pick.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of messing around in the draft. So the Bears have not even officially made that pick yet. This is wild. What did you think? Kyler Gordon was a name that we have that is near the top of best available. Is this a spot that you think makes sense for him?
I think it does. Anytime you can get an athletic player like that, you need to go do it. In fact, if you put all the metrics together, including the film grade, the athleticism grade, and the production on the ball that you get, both Trent McDuffie and Kyler Gordon are 1 and 2 in this year's class. So that makes a lot of sense.
Arnold Ebiketie was a player we did not get a chance to discuss. What did you see from him on tape?
Oh, twitched up edge rusher, speed guy coming off the edge. And he's a guy that referred to himself as a doctor in pass rush ability. So.
Get a PhD in pass rush. What do you, this idea of height, Isaiah, as a pass rusher, 6'2", 250, Nate was joking because that is small. If you saw someone 6'2", 250 in the wild, you might walk the other direction. But as a pass rusher, it's short. Is that a criticism that you buy?
I don't, and I don't understand why they get so high and mighty over height and arm length and all this jazz. At the end of the day, if the shorter, stockier guy is a guy I'm more concerned about because he's a lot more explosive and he has a lot more power underneath him. The game is based off of leverage, right? The low man wins, especially at that position. So the shorter you are, the better, the greater advantage you have.
We got back-to-back Seahawks picks. Let's go, baby. Given where the board is, have you updated your thinking on where you want them to go?
Yes. Well, first of all, shout out to University of Washington, Kyler Gordon. My UW family is getting taken care of. We got 2 guys off the map now. But in terms of the Seattle Seahawks, okay, I'm a homer. I'm born and raised in Seattle, and I rock with Seahawks even though, they made some moves this offseason I'm not very keen on. But
I wonder which ones you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't see them passing up Nakobe Dean. I can't see them passing him up simply because there's a huge void. Just the best linebacker in football right now just happened to lead their team. And so they need to fulfill that role. And I think that I don't believe they ever thought. I don't think any team in this position felt like Nakobe Dean would be in this position right now to be able to grab them at the top of the second round.
Yeah. What are you getting, Dean? Quickest trigger in the game in this class. You get athleticism and you get leadership that you have to replace on that Seahawks roster.
But you can't try and say this is the Bobby Wagner replacement. That's just too much pressure to put on a kid. Like, we have to have reasonable expectations about this.
I feel like whether you say it or not, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you gotta call it.
They lost him. You lose guys like KJ Wright. You're losing these linebackers, and it's kind of a new era, right? The Legion of Boom and all that, that's kind of gone and out the way. But maybe a guy like Nakobe Dean can kind of turn that leaf and, be that productive and start kind of rebuilding that defense again to what it was known in the early 2010s.
They say they're not rebuilding. Are they kidding themselves, or is that just what you say because you have to say it?
It's politics, man. You have to say it. It's a part of the game. But understand, Nakobe Dean is a Pete Carroll type guy. The culture around Seattle is fast, physical, and competitive. That is exactly what he is, and he's going to be able to come in, plug and play, and bring the energy that city needs.
We did not say Malik Willis.
Next. 41.
So that's your plan.
That's 41.
Because it doesn't matter who you pick first.
41. It is. I was literally just thinking about that. You draft the quarterback first and say, okay, you're our guy, and then we'll draft the defense second. It doesn't really matter. But I believe that those are going to be the next two picks. It will be in their position in terms of what they need. They need a linebacker. They need a quarterback. I think this is a perfect opportunity to knock out both.
Well, and think about when that Legion of Boom team was built. You go back to 2012. Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, those were the fundamental pieces that came in and reshaped their team. It would not be surprising to see John Schneider and Pete Carroll go back to that well, right? If you're in the NFC West, Croc, I'm looking at you. Who are the players where you're going, please don't do that?
I think it is a guy like Malik Willis, because if he becomes who most people think he can, that's a terror for defenses. There's no way to really game plan for the quarterback that moves around as much. And the 49ers have had to deal with that for the past 12 years or 10 plus years with Russell Wilson. And then you have Kyler Murray come in, and he does the same thing. And now you have to worry about another guy. If they, in fact, take a guy like Malik Willis, you don't want them going that direction because it makes it harder to play defense.
Is there another player on the defense, let's say, if they want to rebuild that defense? There's a couple holes now on that defense that you think could make sense for them?
Well, let's be real. And the middle linebacker is important. You have to set the defense up. You have to get it called. But the impact positions are out at corner or on the edge. So what are you going to do to help your team overall? Maybe get the ball back into the hands of your quarterback. You got to look out there on the edge, too. There's a couple of interesting guys left. Boye Mafe comes to mind that has the length that you've seen them want to covet. Somebody that has probably a little bit of growing into do versus the run than, say, Frank Clark, who left there a couple of years ago. But I think you can see that kind of projection. If they bolster the defense, they help the whole team.
Isaiah, how do you think the scheme change or the adjustments in the scheme are going to impact this pick, if at all?
In terms of defensively, it's going to impact it tremendously. But I think Nakobe Dean fits in anybody's system. I don't think that it really matters, and they did not go that way.
The pick is Minnesota pass rusher Boye Mafe.
Boye Mafe, edge rusher out of Minnesota, someone NFL teams are hoping they can take from being an elite athlete into an elite football player at the pro level. Hey, I'm Nate Dickinson, host of Locked On Big Ten. The story with Boye Mafe is the measurables. He kills it at the combine, a 4.53 40 at 6'4", 260 off the edge. Is scary and has, of course, NFL teams salivating. He has all of the physicals there already. The questions are there a bit with the technique, the skill development, the things that, to be honest, every NFL coach out there, every defensive line coach is saying that he can put into Mafe's arsenal. So you know that there are a ton of teams that are going to want to get after this guy, try to mold him from the physical specimen that he is into an incredible football player. He will be a very, very highly sought after edge rusher in this class with the potential, if he can fine-tune those skills, to be one of the best of a very deep class of edge rushers here in 2022.
Isaiah, do me a favor and go back to the position you were just in. This is the reaction from Isaiah.
I get it. All right, I understand that's a need. I understand that he's a physical specimen, but he's an edge rusher, and all edge rushers aren't dominant, right? Especially when they're young, they have to come in as a learning curve. You're playing against the biggest, most athletic guy on the field. You're going against the best tackle. So like go with the sure thing. You need somebody in the middle that can wreak havoc. That's tough for offenses to stop. It's hard for offensive linemen to get up to the second level if you have a presence on the front line. Okay, so if you can take care of the interior defensive line, you can let that second linebacker go crazy. I feel like that's what they needed to do. I feel as if they get Nakobe Dean next, okay, I'll be okay, but that means that they feel confident with doggone Locke, and I'm not confident with Locke.
But listen, we just talked about the quarterbacks that are over there in the NFC West, and obviously you got Kyler Murray, you got Matthew Stafford, who's just coming off of a Super Bowl victory, and then Trey Lance, who's emerging. You're going to need somebody that can get after these young quarterbacks or these quarterbacks in this division. And Boye Mafe, I think he might be a guy that can help.
Wait, because here's the problem. We have another pick. It's Kenneth Walker, the running back from Michigan State, to be the Marshawn Lynch.
I can't.
We might have to find a replacement for Isaiah for the rest of the draft. We'll have a lot more on the other side. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including NBA basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and new Stanley Cup odds. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 is brought to you by Rock Auto. With the ever-increasing number of makes and models, it's now impossible for your local chain auto parts store to stock all the parts that you need. So why endure often pointless or seemingly intimidating questions and wait while the person behind the counter orders only the parts that their warehouse happens to carry? You have computers with access to rockauto.com at home and in your pocket. So save time and money when using Rock Auto. Why choose to spend 30%, 50%, even 100% more for the same parts from a chain store or car dealership? RockAuto.com is a family business serving do-it-yourselfers for over 20 years. Rock Auto prices are reliably low for every customer. They have everything you could need, from brake parts to tail lamps, motor oil, and even new carpet. I don't know what a car part is supposed to cost, but I know when I go to Rock Auto, I'm getting the best price. Go explore their easy-to-use website and find the solution to your auto part needs. Go to rockauto.com right now and see all the parts available for your car or truck, and then write Locked On in their How Did You Hear About Us box so they know we sent you. Amazing selection, reliably low prices, all the parts your car will ever need. rockauto.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
You know, I think it doesn't even matter at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
You know, if there's a consensus quarterback, you take it. If there's a consensus defensive end, Myles Garrett, you're taking him.
Will Anderson next year?
Will Anderson next year. There is no consensus this year.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We're back, Locked On NFL Draft 2022, presented by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. All right, so the Seattle Seahawks, they take Malik Willis. Oh, no, they didn't take Malik Willis. The Seattle Seahawks, they take they didn't take Nakobe Dean. I'm sorry, Isaiah. I'm really sorry. We do get to cross off Kyler Gordon. He went. We get to cross off Breece Hall. He went. We still got some good names on here, guys. We got Jalen Petrie. He went. Logan Hall went. Over here, we got Kenneth Walker off the board. He is the Seattle Seahawks' third-string running back now. Christian Watson is the Packers' #1 receiver now. And Arnold Ebiketie is in the... Oh, Boye Mafe. He's the newest superstar for the Seattle Seahawks, Isaiah.
Man, listen. I don't have any words. I'm not mad at the DN pick. Okay, I get it. But you passed on Dean. Like, more than anything, you passed on Dean. Somebody who fits the whole mold of the Seattle Seahawks. Somebody who fits the mold of the city. Who fits the mold. I don't know if you guys have ever been to a game in Seattle. It gets live. Like the crowd is crunk. Everything's high energy. The defense is known for flying around and hitting people, and you have an opportunity to get somebody who could literally step into the shoes of Bobby Wagner. Nobody's Bobby Wagner, so let's not, unless your name is Luke Kuechly or whatever his name is. Okay, there's only one guy that you can put in that category. Other than that, you needed that guy. And then okay, you believe in doggone Drew Lock. That's the guy you believe in. Okay, you're going to roll with him. But your O-line is still not what it needs to be. So even though you have Tyler Lockett, even though you have everybody, Metcalf, and all these guys, if you can't sit back there and run the ball because your O-line's not blocking, if you can't sit back there and throw the ball because Lock is not a lock, okay, then what are you doing? And they got Chris Carson, a solid doggone running back who has had some injury problems, but when he's healthy, he's a freaking beast. Nobody wants to tackle this dude. He's like a little swollen fire hydrant going down the field, okay? Then you draft Rashard Penny a couple years back.
In the first round.
In the first round. Okay, he hasn't turned out what you wanted him to be, but guess what? He's still on your roster.
And he went over 600 yards last year.
Aha. Okay, so now you're going to go out there and draft another running back? There's 3 running backs. What kind of rotation you plan on running?
I mean, I like it. I like what they do.
Maybe Corbin Smith can make some sense of it. Locked On Seahawks host Kainani Stevens is with Corbin.
Corbin, please come in here and try to make it make sense for us, because at this point, Isaiah definitely doesn't understand it. I'm not sure I do necessarily. Obviously, when you have back-to-back picks, you can be a little more flexible with things. Where did we get a running back out of this?
Well, honestly, I'm not that surprised. Maybe I was thinking pick 72, not in the second round, but this really tells me that there's not much faith that Chris Carson's going to be able to get back from neck surgery that he had in December. And so that's really the thing that's hovering over this team. They want to be able to run the football. Rashad Penny played great late last season, but he's had injuries. You need to have 2 quality running backs. And so I can understand it from that standpoint. Probably a bit rich for me as far as picking it in the second round, especially with the talent that was still on the board. But nonetheless, this is a guy that really fits what they're looking for. Extremely productive last year, athletic, can break tackles, a nice change of pace back that I think would fit more in the mold of what Chris Carson has done. And he could be a nice 1-2 punch with Rashad Penny. Again, this is assuming that Carson's not making it back. If they think he can play, then I'm really baffled by this pick.
Tons of edge rushers in this draft. They went with Boye Mafe, not Nakobe Dean. Had you heard rumors of this specific name before, or is this kind of a surprise?
He had a top 30 visit with the Seahawks recently, and they also talked to him at the Combine. And so he's a player that has been mocked a lot to the Seahawks, including if they traded back into the first round. So I think at pick 40, this is an outstanding value selection. Now, he's a guy that kind of came on late at Minnesota. His production hasn't been great up until this last year with the Golden Gophers, but at 260 pounds, 4.5 40-yard dash, extremely explosive, can jump out of a building. He is a perfect fit for that outside linebacker 3-4 position that the Seahawks are looking for. So this pick, I think, is a home run at 40. You can question the running back selection, but this was a major need for the Seahawks, and I think this is a really good player that checks off a lot of boxes for them.
Should we look at this as a little bit more of a rebuild than they're willing to admit with maybe the running back selection here?
Maybe, and also might just tell you what they think of the quarterback class too, because not choosing one of these players here, especially when they've been linked to Desmond Ridder, Sam Howell, and Malik Willis during this pre-draft process, choosing to bypass them for a running back, that tells you all you need to know.
What everyone thinks of the quarterbacks, apparently, because we've only seen one go off the board so far. We'll keep an eye on things. Corbin, thank you for joining us. Again, Isaiah, I'll just let you simmer. Enjoy this. We'll throw it back to you.
Guys, this is the first time since 2000 that we've had one quarterback in the top 40. I mean, this is historic stuff now. I didn't think the quarterbacks were this bad.
Some people thought maybe they would fall. I had a couple here at the top of this round. So I'm a little baffled as well, especially when we see quarterback needy teams that are choosing to move on. Stock them up, take your chance in the next round, maybe top of day 3, and then you feel like you're not risking as much.
I need to get Isaiah coffee. I just feel bad.
This just sucks, man.
I don't even know if it's about the quarterbacks being bad in this class, but when you're coming out as a prospect, you're either good or you're not, and people are really down on this group of quarterbacks. So a lot of guys, if you feel like they have the talent, then okay, they can improve at the next level in certain aspects of their game. But if they're coming in and you think that they have a bunch of major flaws, it's hard to take those guys hard because how can they improve on those things?
If you have to squint to see it with a quarterback, you can't see it. I mean, I think that's the reality with a quarterback. Unfortunately, you need to go get your eyes checked when you look at Drew Lock. The Minnesota Vikings have made a pick. They have moved up into the 42nd spot. They take Andrew Booth, cornerback from Clemson.
Andrew Booth Jr., cornerback from Clemson University, could be the answer for teams looking to add speed, coverage ability, and aggression to their defensive backfield during the 2022 NFL Draft. I'm Max Moody, host of Locked On Seminoles. Looking at Andrew Booth, being in our conference, the ACC, you see a player, again, he's aggressive. He has great instincts for the ball. The only concern is he had a lot of help at Clemson with brackets, guys over the top backing him up. So you worry, could the aggressiveness get him in trouble at the NFL level? I personally don't have that concern because watching this young man play, the number 2 cornerback coming out of high school and 50 tackles, 5 interceptions, and 14 PBUs at Clemson, I know that any team that lands this young man is going to have a great prospect on their hands, and he should be able to find a role in a defensive backfield very soon.
It makes sense that a team in the division with Aaron Rodgers is going to go heavy in the secondary. They take Lewis Seen at the end of the first round now, Andrew Booth Jr., the cornerback out of Clemson. And Kanani Stevens is with our pal from Locked On Vikings, Luke Braun.
It's always good to check in with Luke because he always has something to say. And I think he's going to be excited about this one. Andrew Booth going to them. Obviously, they got Lewis Cine in the first round. So how excited are you about this?
I can't talk to Peter. I can't look at Peter in the eye right now.
No,
all right.
fine.
It's a little
Just
weird
to
trade with the Packers.
Yep.
But it's awkward. Okay. No, it's gross. This is a coup, man. Andrew Booth was supposed to be a first-round player. There were people who would have taken Andrew Booth at 12 without trading down at all and been happy about it. They get Lewis Cine. They get their safety. They get a physical outside corner. He's really aggressive, maybe too aggressive. That's probably why he's here. Little bit of a medical red flag. That's probably why he fell so far. But if healthy, this could absolutely be one of the steals of the draft. Definitely one of the steals of the draft based on everyone's pre-draft evaluations for whatever those are worth.
Getting physical talent like this, young physical talent, to add to your defense, how does that change things going forward for you guys?
I mean, my goodness, what a tone-setting secondary.
Right.
These are two hard-hitting players with Cine and Booth. These guys are back alley street fighters. And that is such a different tone from, Mike Zimmer defenses. We had Harrison Smith, and he was always a hard hitter, but they were always very finesse. They played the ball. It was all about kind of just force the incompletion and be suffocating and don't go. Now we have like aggressive, maybe even reckless, but we're going to beat people up, and that's super exciting in terms of a new direction for a secondary that 24 hours ago was totally in limbo.
Especially within your division, obviously, Peter might have a couple things to say, but that's a good thing to be to get in the defense.
Well, enjoy small school Troy Williamson.
There you go. Luke, thank you as always. Peter, what are your thoughts on this?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, okay.
We had a pick while you were talking to Luke. The New York Giants select Wan'Dale Robinson, the receiver from the New York Giants. And Croc, you said something while we were over there. Did they trade Kadarius Toney?
That was my first question. Did they move him? Because those guys have a similar skill set. And not just those two guys. I mean, I thought they had a good amount of targets before drafting Toney, and I was confused why they would take him in the first round last season. You have Kenny Galladay. You got guys like Shepard, who I think they just had extended and gave him a little bit of money, and then, okay, you add Kadarius Toney to that, but then now you add Wan'Dale Robinson, and we have heard the reports.
Darius Slayton?
And Slayton. So I'm not exactly sure what they're doing, how they're building this whole thing and that weaponry, but we did hear the concerns about Toney possibly being traded.
We thought this was going to be a player, too, that could have been available maybe middle of day two. Like, this was a third-round kind of player.
That's where I had him actually at the top of the fourth, to tell you the truth. But it comes down to what can he do on the field, 22 missed tackles last season. I think that's really what you're trying to do, whether it's because of Toney or in addition to Toney, being able to platoon him. If you can make guys miss in this league, you get yardage, you move the chains for Jones, and you help yourself out.
If you're the Giants, it's not like you need to see anything more with Daniel Jones. They didn't pick up the option. Like, Daniel Jones is not going to be the guy much longer, we don't think. So why reach for a skill player here when you already have, I don't know, plenty of guys, it seems like, to throw to?
Dink and dunk. Allow for them to move the ball. I think they struggle with the run game.
Trying to win now.
Yeah, they have to. I mean, they have to be as efficient as possible, and I don't think that the ground game is necessarily working for them. Neither is sitting back and trying to, rely on Danny Dimes to throw the ball down the field. So you want as many shifty guys that can, like we talked about earlier, that can run 5-6 yard routes, get themselves open, and just help move these chains, because that's what they need to do in order to assist Danny.
We do have a trade. The Cleveland Browns have traded their pick at 44 to the Houston Texans. That pick is in. We are waiting on that pick. Guys, let's talk about Houston, because we were big fans of what Houston did yesterday in the draft with Derek Stingley and Kenyon Green. If they're looking for somewhere else to go, what position do you think makes sense here?
Well, first we got to talk about what they did. I believe they just drafted Jalen Petrie. Is that where he went to Houston? So you talk about him as a safety, and I put air quotes because he was essentially a star player or nickel, whatever you want to call that. He played a lot around the line of scrimmage. I kind of compare him a little bit to Jamal Adams in that way of being that guy off the edge, good against the run, blitzing and affecting passing. And in coverage, he was a guy who they did a lot of different match stuff where he would kind of wall a guy off. If you try to fight through him, he'd carry it and run with it. If he went away from him, he'd let that go. I'm curious to see what he does at the next level. But losing Justin Reed, that was a big blow to the Houston Texans secondary.
You have experience with the guy in the draft room at the head of that big board in Houston. What are the kinds of players that really ring his bell?
Yeah, they need a defensive line presence. I think they've already addressed the offensive line. Now they got their safety, and I think now they need to go to the defensive line. He's always been keen of having a big presence on that front, and I think that I don't know how many edge rushers are really left that are dominant in that regard, but I can imagine that that's probably where they're going.
This is a big move up too, because they gave up 68, 108, and 124 to come up and get somebody. This is a potentially big move. Would it be crazy if this is Malik Willis?
No, nothing's crazy at this point. You're upgrading your roster no matter what you find. If he's the guy on your board, then you go get him. It's over and done with. The question is, do you want to give him something else to work with, and do you trust Mills?
They did just the opposite. They gave John Mechie to Davis Mills, the receiver from Alabama. This is a guy who tore his ACL late in the season, is coming back. But you don't think that is a hindrance for him, that he could be back by training camp and help them this year?
Yeah, I mean, those type of injuries, unfortunately they suck, but guys are getting back from them relatively quickly now, right? We're looking at anywhere from 6 months on Achilles injuries, about 7 to 9 months on ACLs. It's just a matter, obviously they have all the medical staff there. They check you out like no other when you're at the combine. They go through everything that could possibly be wrong with you. So they have some sense of security if they're drafting somebody who has a history of injury.
Not like Davis Mills. I think a lot of people are kind of, glossing over him, but he was one of the better rookie quarterbacks last season. He finished the season pretty strong. He was one of the guys that kind of led his team to victory against the Chargers, essentially almost knocking the Chargers out of the playoffs. He had a big-time game going toe-to-toe with Mac Jones against the New England Patriots, where he threw for over 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. So I think Davis Mills, he's on the right path. Now you get him a weapon like John Mechie. I think that's tremendous to go with Brandon Cooks, who's there. Shout out to Brandon Cooks. He's from Stockton, California.
Mm-hmm.
But to go with Brandon Cooks and what he brings, they just signed him to a 2-year extension. I really like this John Mechie pick. Big-time player, run-after-catch guy, can win on the outside and in the slot.
Locked On NFL Draft 2022 zooms on here. Peter Bukowski with Locked On NFL Draft host Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over on the board, Kainani Stevens with our Locked On NFL Draft hosts. And the show today brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. What did you like about John Mechie in this receiver class?
My favorite thing about him is, despite having enough speed to burn, that he's really good at sitting down where he can help his quarterback. I think that goes towards Mills specifically. I know he's your guy, so he's getting some help. He can then turn it on. I like what he brings after the catch. I don't think he got quite as much because of all the hype with Jameson Williams in that offense. So I think he can be a bigger weapon than we saw last season in Alabama. Working with Mills, I think it's going to be a good fit.
We saw Baltimore yesterday. They're on the clock now at 45. They get potentially the steal of the draft in Kyle Hamilton. This is an organization that just seems to, every time they draft someone, everyone just goes, oh, yeah, well, of course, they did that thing. And it's sort of like, well, if that's a Ravens-y type pick, why wouldn't you just take that guy before the Ravens can do it? But this is just how good teams seem to operate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you start thinking about the type of players that you typically would see in a Baltimore Ravens type scheme. I know we keep bringing up Dean because he hasn't been taken off the board yet. There's something that we don't know about that obviously the scouting department does. But this is a guy that you could plug into the Baltimore scheme, and he fits the mold right off the bat. I mean, he is a Baltimore guy. So if they pick him, then they're going to be dangerous per usual on that side of the ball. But they still have other needs, and obviously they lost some guys this year.
It would be the kind of pick, like with Kyle Hamilton, where everyone would just go, how did the rest of the league let Nakobe Dean fall to the Ravens at 45? They would take him in, he would go to 6 Pro Bowls, and everyone would just go, what the hell?
Well, they also went the other direction, probably counterclockwise to what everybody thought in the first round with Linderbaum. Could they come back with, say, a Jones and try to plug up that middle? Travis Jones in that defense, I think, can give you something you don't have right this minute, and I like that fit as well. There's plenty of directions they can go. They're just going to keep throwing us curveballs.
Well, there's the world theory, right? There's only so many guys in the world that are that big, that can move like that, and maybe that makes some sense for them. We know Baltimore likes to build from the trenches, too. The University of Michigan had a monster night 1 to give us some more insight on that. This is where the network shines. We've got the local host there, Kainani Stevens, is with him.
We love to check in with our college guys because they cover them throughout the season. They know them. They know what they're going to translate to, at least on the next level. Isaiah Hole joins us from Locked On Wolverines. And Isaiah, Aiden Hutchinson staying home. What are your thoughts there with that pick?
I'm sorry. You're gonna have to give me 1 second. I told them right before that
No worries.
David Ajabo just got picked, which means that the writing has to be finished here. But I can see. Let's see if we can multitask here. But
Okay.
David. So first off, Aiden Hutchinson getting to stay home. I mean, I think that's huge for him, considering this is what he had kind of wanted to. He said this is what he wanted. He wanted to be able to stay home. I mean, he's a guy that got to play, a Dearborn Divine Child. Then he goes to the hometown school, University of Michigan, and he's only going like 40 minutes down the road. Divine Child kind of splitting the difference. And it's a type of player that Detroit gets. That's a guy that's got a lot of, he's got a really high floor. And yeah, maybe his ceiling isn't as high as a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau, but he's got a high floor. And I think that's the thing that is really super important, right? Is just to have a guy for the Detroit Lions, a team that's typically struggled, having that centerpiece, someone who's going to be able to get the production. Maybe it's not going to be super Pro Bowl. Maybe it will be, maybe he'll go to a bunch of Pro Bowls. Maybe he won't, but you're going to get the production, you're going to get hard work. And you also know that you're going to have, you're going to have a leader, and that's Michigan could not have won as big as it did last year, getting to the college football playoff, finally beating Ohio State after 10 years. If it wasn't for Aiden Hutchinson, he was the cornerstone of that entire thing. So it's huge for him and for the Lions of all teams to be able to get a guy that already has kind of a rooted fan base right around. Now, Lions fans are certainly going to be split because those who are a Spartan contingent, probably not big fans of his, but it's huge for the Detroit Lions to be able to have a player of his caliber essentially fall into their lap, because he was thought to be the number 1 overall pick for 4 months until earlier this week. So it's huge.
Seems like a no-brainer, and the Lions actually doing the right thing for once there is good. Obviously, we want to talk about Ajabo, who had that injury. He gets off the board. He's going to Baltimore. What kind of impact can he have there?
Well, obviously, first off, he has to heal from his Achilles, which was ruptured in pro day, for those who don't know. But I think his best football is ahead of him, and we really got to see him this past year, and he really kind of came on the in the latter 2/3 of the season, right? So he was a guy who didn't really play football. He was inspired by Jason Owe from Penn State, because he went to high school with him. And once he saw that, hey, this guy is playing football, I play more basketball, maybe I can get my shot. And then we didn't really see him for 3 years at Michigan, but obviously tons of athleticism. And he's drafted also by his former defensive coordinator in Mike McDonald. I think that's the big thing, that he knows what Ajabo can do. So that is giant, because he already has that familiarity with the system, everything that everyone kind of wants, right? So, yeah.
A lot of upside. Isaiah, we'll let you get back to it. Thank you so much for joining us. Busy day for Michigan as another one goes off the board. Ajabo goes to the Ravens.
This is Ajabo is one of those guys, like we were saying with Nakobe Dean, that they fall to Baltimore and everyone just goes, of course that's what happens. That's just the nature of this. The Lions pick is in. Another pass rusher comes off the board. This is Josh Pascal from Kentucky. Now, do you think he's a 5-tech or an edge rusher? Because that's going to be the question that a team like Detroit has to figure out.
I actually like him inside of 3-tech too. I think he can penetrate. I like his first step. I think he's a guy that you can try out on the edge, see what he can get done, and then move him back inside. 3-down potential that way, and his first explosive step is really what's there. It's the cornering, it's the edge setting that I think is where you come back a little bit wanting, but let him try to penetrate those gaps, set him loose, and I think you're going to be happy with the result.
He's also a kid that we know can overcome adversity. He's a skin cancer survivor.
Absolutely.
He had to have a skin graft and do some pretty aggressive therapies just to survive and move forward. So we know we can handle adversity there. This is maybe a pass rush run that we might go on here. We've seen a couple of guys go off the board. Croc, I know we can circle back on David Ajabo. He's a player that you thought really popped on tape.
Loved him. I mean, when you just watch the film, and when you're watching another guy, I'm watching Vincent Gray, cornerback for Michigan, and my eyes just keep going, whoa, what was that? Who did that? It was Ajabo. And so then I continue to watch, and I'm watching Vincent Gray. Okay, nice technique. Whoa, who is that? It's him again. I mean, he wrecks game. His upside is so high. I get it. Very young. He's only a redshirt sophomore coming out right now. So we're talking about 2 years of film, but his trajectory is through the roof. I think he's a guy that was legitimately a top 15 pick, if not top 10, if he would only stay healthy. There's room to grow to where, it has more of a plan as a pass rusher, but we saw the speed off the edge, dipping the shoulder, getting skinny, spin moves, things like that. I mean, not a lot of guys are doing it like that at the level that he did. So, yeah, I'm super high on him, clearly.
Isaiah, are we forgetting about the Baltimore Ravens and all the injuries that they had last year, that this was a team that had 14 wins just 2 seasons ago, that has been a perennial playoff team? It seems like all of the hype, the Bills and the Chiefs and the Raiders make the big move, the Broncos make the big move. Baltimore is the most consistent organization in the AFC over the last 5 years, except for the Kansas City Chiefs. Ryan looked at me real quick. Sure. But did we forget about Baltimore?
I think people did. I think people have forgot about Baltimore. I think that, there's still a lot of speculation in terms of Lamar Jackson's abilities, even though he did walk away with an MVP a while back. I think, with all the injuries that they sustained last year, and they were still able to be competitive. As soon as these guys are back healthy, everybody in the league knows how dangerous these guys are, especially when they have a healthy Lamar Jackson.
The question is going to be, who's catching passes from Lamar Jackson?
It ain't Hollywood.
Well, we know it's not going to be Hollywood. So where could they find some help here in the rest of the draft? There's still some names. Your guy Alec Pierce is still on the board. So who are some of the pass catchers that they could help? Go ahead.
Well, I want to know, when do we start kind of putting some of this on Lamar Jackson? With their inability to be able to attract free agents, their inability to have weaponry out there that are explosive.
If you want to be a run-first team with Lamar.
So at some point we have to start getting to the root of things, and the guy that's consistent. As terrific as he is, he's a terrific young quarterback. Yep. But there is something there that's missing because their passing game is lacking, and everyone continues to say, well, they need a quarterback. They need a receiver. They got to draft a receiver. They got to sign a receiver. Well, they're trying to add guys in there. They had Prochet. He was one of the top reception guys in all of college football coming out. Where is he now? So at some point, we got to try to figure out what's going on with their offense and what's the root of it all.
Well, and I think to your point, when you think about, we mentioned earlier the friendship that Hollywood Brown and Lamar Jackson have. If you're my guy, if we're best friends and I still want out, think about how bad the football situation has to be. At what point does that responsibility fall on John Harbaugh to say we need to make some changes here? Because it is a little bit like college recruiting, right? If you're a receiver, you're not going to play at University of Wisconsin because you're not getting the football.
Yeah, that's even more reason why they have to pick guys in the draft, because free agents are not going to willingly go there at the receiver position. So you have to go out as the Baltimore Ravens and try to secure some receivers within this draft.
The Washington Commanders are on the clock. The pick is in. We are waiting to get it. Where is Washington in terms of what they need at this point?
The list is long. I think that you can go a number of ways. It's getting thin at the edge position here. You're getting into situational pass rushers if they want to go that way. This might be a nice spot, too, to add some depth, add some leadership. Whether it's in the back, like a Brisker that can cover some bases for you, whether it's Nakobe Dean, if we're seeing him slide. There's a number of different ways that if you want to help out this defense, you can do it. I also think that this is always more weapons. The quarterback is there. Whether it's Wentz, we'll see what happens. But more and more, McLaren is still there. So can you complement him in a way that actually helps the offense open up? We know that Pickens is still available. We'll see how that comes out. I also like Sky Moore in a slippery kind of role as well.
So we have the pick. It is Alabama defensive tackle Phidarian Mathis. And this is a little bit of a curveball because this is not a name that we've been talking a lot about. It is an interior defender. And this is a team with a ton of guys on the defensive front already. So where does he fit in all of this? Maybe David Harrison can help us figure it out. Kai is with him.
He can enlighten us a little bit. Phi Mathis is the pick there for them. Where does he fit into this? Does this signal that Daron Payne might be heading out?
It could possibly, yeah. There's been rumors kind of growing as we got closer and closer to draft weekend that Daron Payne may be put out there for trade bait potentially. When you look at, again, the talent-rich middle part of this draft class, you bring in a guy like Mathis who can kind of fill into what that Daron Payne role is, and hopefully isn't going to have some of the work ethic concerns that we've seen in the past with Payne. And a very star-studded front, but you add Mathis in there, and even if you keep Payne as a rotational piece in depth, it either wakes him up or kind of proves that he's not part of your future plans.
Is this a name you had heard before? Was this something on your radar, or is this someone you're going to have to kind of look at and see how he fits into the system?
I mean, definitely looked at him before. Not really a big target for Washington, just because you have that all those draft picks dedicated to the front line there. Brisker and Dean were both names that I know I was kind of considering here in the media room, right outside the room here, where we were all kind of talking about one of those two guys. Don't know how serious that injury story is with Dean and all that, but I think this kind of shows you that the rumors and the speculation about Pay potentially being moved are maybe a little bit more real than we actually understood.
Certainly, probably another shoe to drop there, so we'll keep an eye on things. David, thank you for joining us. Dean has taken a tumble. I don't know when we're going to see him off the board. Is it an injury thing? I guess we don't know. We'll just speculate until
Yeah,
then.
we don't know, which is part of the reason why this is so baffling for all of us, because we're all looking at what do we not know? Did he kick a GM's dog? Like, it's very confusing to try and figure out what's going on here. The Chicago Bears are on the clock. That pick is in. Then New Orleans. Then we're going to get Kansas City here pretty soon, which means our buddy Ross Jackson is going to help us talk about the Saints pick. He insisted. Where's the glass shatter?
Oh, I forgot all about it.
He insisted that there would not be a quarterback pick in the first round. Thoughts?
And there wasn't.
There wasn't, but I'm saying now, could it come?
As in, could it make sense now? Yeah, it could. Like, this is a place to where maybe the value makes a little bit more sense, as we saw. The rest of the NFL kind of agreed here that there was only one quarterback we're taking in the first round here. I disagree with who that quarterback is, with it being Kenny Pickett. I think that it should have been Malik Willis, personally. But this could be a place where Malik Willis is the selection, but I do think that the Saints, looking over the defensive side now, would make a ton of sense. Safety like Penn State's Jaquan Brisker, who's still on the board. I know it's one of your guys. Defensive tackle out of UConn, Travis Jones, is somebody that Kai shouted out earlier today. So there's a lot of opportunity here for them to find what they need over on the defensive side to continue to be competitive. Couple straight years of top 5 scoring.
You were so mean to me yesterday about the Packers stuff. Jaquan Brisker is the pick for the Chicago Bears at 48.
Oh, see, this happens to the Saints quite a bit, too. This is not unusual that the selection comes right before in terms of who it is that they're looking for. We saw it with Terrace Marshall last year, who went to the Carolina Panthers, and then, of course, infamously, Patrick Mahomes a few years ago at the Kansas City Chiefs.
That is a incredible sliding doors moment. If Patrick Mahomes had been, Sean Payton would undoubtedly still be the coach in New Orleans.
Yeah, he wouldn't be going anywhere for a long time.
He would not be polishing his resume, trying to figure out what streaming service to join to talk about games if he had gone to New Orleans. Croc, this is one of your guys, Jaquan Brisker.
I was excited. I mean, he was tumbling down. I thought he might make it to 61, but clearly it's not happening for the San Francisco 49ers. Good pickup for Chicago, though, to kind of pair him with Eddie Jackson and what they have going there in the back end. I think he complements him very well, where you have Eddie Jackson, who's more of that pure coverage type guy. Then you have Brisker, who is very versatile in all areas. But, man, he's physical. He's aggressive, especially with the tackling. I like it, man. I like it. Brisker, yeah, I'm upset that he wasn't able to fall to 61.
And what do you think of him as a fit with Kyler Gordon, who they just took a couple picks ago?
Yeah, well, Gordon obviously playing on the outside. He's a guy who can play a lot of off coverage. They did that a ton at Washington. And I like those guys who can play off, because I can teach you how to play press coverage. All right, and they did a little bit of that. I'd say about 90% off coverage, though. You can see the click and close and the ability to do that, and they kind of match that with what they have from Jalen Johnson, who was out of Utah. I think they have kind of a little thing for these Pac-12 cornerbacks.
Isaiah, are you surprised this was not someone to help out Justin Fields? Because if you look at that depth chart, those receivers, I mean, you might have to suit up. I might have to get back into shape. Like, it's barren over there.
I think this is a perfect case of when you have so much trust in your quarterback's athletic ability to get out of bad situations. I think that they're trying to help him. I know a lot of people in Green Bay were talking about how, Green Bay is trying to help out Aaron Rodgers by shoring up the defense. I think this is another one of those cases, and I think that they're going to get some help. However, they want to make sure that they can get the ball back in his hands.
This is funny, too, because we have been lamenting the receiver issue in Green Bay. Who did the Vikings pick? Louis Cine and Andrew Booth. Who did the Bears pick? They take Jaquan Brisker and then Kyler Gordon. They're beefing up their secondaries to stop a Packers team that doesn't have anyone to throw the ball to.
Well, who do the Bears have to throw the ball to? So that's the big question mark. And I like Brisker going there in the sense of the talent. Maybe they just went best player available. But who are the receivers and what are they going to do for this young quarterback that they traded up for, and he's looking around like, who am I going to throw the ball to?
And when you have a rookie quarterback, the value is in the rookie contract.
Yeah.
When you have that guy, we saw it in Seattle. Yep. I mean, they won a Super Bowl when Russell Wilson was making less than the long snapper. Yep. You need to maximize those windows, and right now, at least, they're trying to do it on the defensive end. Does that make sense to you for Chicago?
I think it's a pattern. You can see it because this is Ryan Poles, the new GM in Chicago, that comes from Kansas City. Both the UW corners go to those two teams. Now they come back and they want to get volume of wide receivers, I think. I think this next round or two is where they're going to look, maybe move around, maybe they trade some assets. There's a number of guys that can help this offense.
Is this a situation in New Orleans that if they draft a rookie quarterback, this is definitely he's going to sit?
Yeah, I would think so. I think that it's harder to make that argument with a first-round selection. But if you look at Jameis Winston's contract, for instance, it's a 2-year deal, right? Effectively $14 million per year. But really, we know contracts in the NFL, right? A 2-year deal is a 1-year deal. He's got an out after this season that would lead to about a little over $9 million in dead money for the New Orleans Saints. So it's not enough at this point to say that Jameis Winston is for sure going to be in New Orleans in 2023. There's two scenarios that play out. He has a bad 2022, they don't want him back. He has a great 2022, he prices himself out, has an opportunity to hit that out on his contract and to hit the market. And the Saints are not left high and dry in that situation if they have a rookie quarterback that they've invested in, particularly here in the second round, where you feel like the value of selecting someone and having them sit for a year for a team that just traded away its future first-round pick and that's looking to compete this season makes a little bit more sense. And it goes back to that point yesterday about Dennis Allen affixing his reputation and his career to a rookie quarterback. You make sure you have the time to be able to make sure that quarterback's going to be who you want to affix your effectively future to.
Just remind me, when we were doing social breakouts before the draft started, who did you predict the Saints would draft?
Defensive tackle Travis Jones out of UConn.
Who is the top player currently on the Locked On NFL Draft board?
What is it? That would be,
that's not named Malik Willis.
That's not named Malik Willis. The first non-quarterback would be Travis Jones, defensive tackle out of UConn.
We don't know the pick yet. I'm just saying that would be a hell of a Nostradamus moment for you.
You got me excited right there. I was ready. Oh Lord, the palpitations. Whew. I was excited. I thought it was happening.
I wish I was that good that we could have brought it full circle, but I don't think the Saints are going to cooperate in that way. Isaiah, New Orleans, they grab Chris Olave, they get Trevor Penning. How close is that team to competing, at least to be back into, let's say, the wild card realm? And you can hurt Ross's feelings. He's right here. He's strong. He can take it.
I don't know. I do believe that they need to have a defensive line presence. I think they need to add some help out there for Cam Jordan. He can't carry the whole defensive line. So I do like your pick in terms of adding some more depth there. It really is all, I don't want to say all, a lot of it is going to rest on the shoulders of Jameis Winston and how much these guys really want to fall in line with his leadership. He can't be sitting up there eating a dub. He needs to be out there and be serious. He needs to be somebody that everybody can look up to, because when things are rough, when you're having turnovers, when you're having lulls, when there's these different, waves of momentum, it shifts in the game, you need that guy that you look to and trust that he's not only going to make plays for you, but he's also going to get you out of the rut. And I'm not sure if Winston is that guy yet.
A rebuttal?
I don't disagree. I mean, I think that he is not that guy, or hasn't shown that he's that guy so far. So how quickly he can become that guy becomes the most important piece. And so now what you're doing is you're effectively saying, here you go. You have no reason not to be that guy anymore. You're protected. You have a veteran wide receiver that just a couple seasons ago carried the entire offense, catching 149 passes in a season, setting an NFL record. You've got Alvin Kamara, who may be suspended for a little bit at the beginning of the season after the February altercation. And then, of course, now here's Chris Olave to help you do what you used to do with Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
The New Orleans Saints took a quarterback in high school. Alontae Taylor was an option quarterback in high school, but Alontae Taylor played corner at Tennessee. He is the pick here, announced as a safety, Ross.
Yes, I was just about to say he's going to play safety with the Saints taking this selection. He's not going to be a corner in New Orleans. Here's why. Alontae Taylor is somebody that played almost exclusively on the outside, actually, during his time at Tennessee, but he has range. Remember what I told you was the big thing that the Saints love in safeties yesterday? Used to be baseball players. Used to play in the outfield. Range, ball tracking ability, all that. Alontae Taylor, baseball player. played baseball in high school. This is exactly.
This is why we have Ross on the couch.
This matches up, exactly. So this is one of the guys that I thought would be a sleeper in maybe the 4th or 5th round. What do the Saints not have? A 3rd or 4th round selection at this point? So why wait around, I suppose? I think he's a good fit. I think it's early for him, but I think that he's somebody that can compete to be a starting deep safety for the New Orleans Saints in the near future. I don't know if it happens in 2022, though.
Yeah, on the athletic consensus board, he was the 104th player. But New Orleans has been known to say, this is our guy, we're going to grab him. And that's what they've done here. All right, a ton more. We are flying through the second round. We'll have a lot more, including the Kansas City Chiefs pick. They're on the clock when we come back. Locked on NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are gonna be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason, because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Is he worth it? Is Derek Carr a good enough quarterback to be worth that type of contract with those type of names?
You know, I think it doesn't even matter at this point. You know what I mean? I think it's one of those situations where that's just the nature of the beast.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Back on the Locked On NFL Draft Show 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski. Joining me, the Locked On NFL Draft crew: Ryan Tracy, Chris Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and over on the board, Kainani Stevens has our network of experts to break down every pick. We are here through the final pick on the Locked On NFL YouTube page for continuing coverage. Of course, be sure to check out the Locked On NFL YouTube page and the YouTube pages of all our local hosts, like maybe Locked On Chiefs, like maybe Locked On 49ers, like maybe Locked On Packers. The Patriots pick is in. They have moved up to 50, And they have been a wild card team. They go Cole Strange in the first round. Everyone is scrambling through their notes like, wait, who's Cole Strange? We saw the LA Rams. I don't know if you guys saw this clip. Sean McVay was holding a press conference. By the way, they don't have a pick till tomorrow at 6 p.m. I don't know why they're holding a press conference after day one. But Sean McVay said, we watched the tape, and we're hoping he would be there at pick 104. He goes in the first round. Bill Belichick has a hall pass, I think, to just do wild things because he's Bill Belichick, and even if he was 73rd on the consensus board or later on your board, they trust that he's going to get the most out of whoever they pick. We see this a lot with coaches who are GMs. The biggest enemy to a coach is sometimes when he's the GM. I think Kyle Shanahan has fallen prey to that a couple times. And the Patriots have the opportunity to add a number of different places here. They are not going to pick a quarterback, Mac Jones, on the board. So the quarterbacks are going to keep sliding, guys. Jeez, this is wild. I mean, I can't believe that we're still sitting here at pick 50 wondering where Malik Willis is going to go, where Desmond Ridder is going to go, where who am I missing? Sam Howell is going to go. We talked about a Jordan Love trade potentially. Could that be that team? But the Patriots add some firepower for their quarterback, Mac Jones. Tyquan Thornton, the receiver from Baylor. This is a stud speed athlete. Track star, 4.31 speed.
Yes, and with the deep range metric that we produce, he is the #1 deep threat in this class.
Wow.
Now we know that there's been a varied history about receivers to this particular franchise high. But if you're looking for him to do a singular thing and help your offense open itself up, this makes some sense. Now, production has been up and down. There is some good things there in the touchdown to drop ratio, which is something we track pretty closely. That's pretty good there as well. So hopefully you get with a young quarterback, you give him a primary target that they can grow in together. I like this pick.
What did you think of Tyquan Thornton on tape?
I think he's one of the more underrated receivers in this class. I think because he plays at Baylor, they had that vertical passing game. They had Denzel Mims. You see the body frames. There's going to be those comparisons, but they are not alike. He's a much more fluid athlete. He plays just as fast as his 40 time, and his 40 time was fast. His short area of separation is legit. I think he can win there. Are there areas he can improve on? Of course. I think at the top of the routes, sometimes can take a little bit too many steps, but if he could just learn to play with more high-end controlled speed, we're talking about a big-time receiver. This is a guy who, when he runs post routes, go routes, you're threatened every single time he's running at you. In the contested catch aspect to his game, I think he's tremendous there as well. So this is a guy I really like. And for Mac Jones, I'm pretty sure he's really excited, especially after throwing to some of these guys that don't have that pure speed to threaten defensive backs down the field.
The athletic consensus board says this is a reach. 190th. On their board. Cole Strange was in the 70s, first-round pick, second-round pick. That's not ideal, but what do you think of adding a speed element to this Patriots offense where your best guys are guys like Kendrick Bourne, guys who are going to work the underneath part of the field but can't push vertically?
So I don't know if people remember what's happening this offseason, but the New England Patriots made a move, and they picked up somebody by the name of Devontae Parker. Just in case anybody's ever has forgot about that. So now you have Nelson Aguilar, you got Devontae Parker, and you pick up this young man right here, and he is able to take the top off it. So you started talking about the same kind of concept I talked about earlier in terms of making sure that your #1 receiver has the ability to work with man-to-man, one-on-one coverage. You need somebody to take the top off. What did I say? That clears things out for your tight end. Well, who's their tight end? Hunter Henry. So now you're starting to open things up.
And Johnny
Smith.
Yeah,
Right. So now you're starting to open things up. They're starting to get back to that Gronkowski-Hernandez type vibe where you're allowing the tight ends to have man-on-man versus what? Your fourth and your fifth best cover guys? Your strong safety and your free safety? These guys got options.
And they still have Kendrick Bourne, who led the team in receiving last year, who I think he's more suited to be a wide receiver 3, and I think he excels in that type of role, kind of being more of the afterthought and kind of doing some cleanup duty. But adding Parker, like you said, and Tyquan Thornton to go with that.
It rounds out the group really well. Unfortunately, I had him as the top of the 5th round in terms of a grade, so that it does look like a reach from that standpoint. But again, if it fits and it tops off what you feel is your primary need to help Mac Jones, then you have to go with it.
Who are some other receivers that you felt at least could have done some similar things? You have George Pickens on your board here. Sky Moore ran that 4.4, although he's more of a slot type. Who are some other receivers that you thought could have fit the mold?
Austin?
There is Pierce, there is Austin, there's Sky Moore, there is I think Kevin Austin's an intriguing guy. In terms of the range where we were talking about, yes, the Notre Dame wide receiver, big. He was also one of the top matrix guys in terms of athleticism. So I had them stacked very closely together. You could have gone that direction. There's still a lot of value. Velus Jones is an intriguing prospect as well. I'm just surprised that it was at this point in the draft that they elected not only to take him when they were at 54, but to trade up to 50 to go do it. There must have been other interests. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Philadelphia Eagles on the clock at 51, and after their monster day one, they don't have a ton of holes to fill. Where do you think they could bolster this team to make another playoff run?
I think they can continue to support him at the receiver position. I think that you continue to provide.
Never have too many weapons.
Never had too many weapons there, especially with this quarterback. I mean, I think they're going to continue to make a case for you can't fail. And if you do fail, then we're going to say sorry, Nara, and we're on to the next one. Preparing for next year. So I think that's an area that they can look at. Or if they want to add a dynamic player on the defensive side of the ball, because players aren't offensive linemen won't be able to get up to the second level. Like I mentioned earlier, you got those two big nasties in the middle now between Davis and Fletcher Cox. You put an explosive, fast linebacker behind those guys. We've seen it time after time. Why did Ray Lewis do so well for so long? Well, he had big boys in front of him, right? So as soon as why does David and those guys doing White do so well in Tampa Bay? Well, they had Ndamukong Suh, they had Vita Vea in front of those guys. So as long as you can consume offensive linemen, they can't work up to your linebackers. And if you have an explosive linebacker that's still sitting on the board for some way, somehow, in Dean, I know I keep bringing that name up, but this would be the perfect team that can do it because nobody's going to be able to block that secondary.
We're still wondering why the quarterbacks have not gone off the board. And so let's talk to someone who covers a team that might be interested in one of those quarterbacks. Aaron Freeman from Locked On Falcons lets us know if he thinks that could be happening soon. Kainani Stevens is with him.
We haven't quite figured things out. Aaron, I know we've talked a little bit, maybe not next year we're going to see a rookie quarterback, but they do want to get another guy in the mix there. What about the ones that are available? We have Malik Willis pretty high on our board. Why aren't they looking at some of those options?
Well, the speculation was that if you wanted to get one of these quarterbacks on day 2, you had to get in front of Seattle. When the Falcons traded up, it seemed like that would be a perfect opportunity for them to take someone like Desmond Ridder or Malik Willis, two guys that were possibly rumored to the Seahawks. They wound up taking the pass rusher in Penn State's Arnold Ebiketie. So it makes it sort of seem like the Falcons are not necessarily as high on this quarterback group like the rest of the league seems to be. They still have another pick coming up in a few spots at pick 58. So they still might take one of these guys if they're there. But it does seem like the Falcons are content to potentially wait till next year and hope that, they can get their franchise quarterback a year from now.
That may be a statement in itself about the draft. We do want to do one update real quick. The Eagles have their pick, Cam Jurgens, offensive lineman from Nebraska. That pick was just made. The Steelers are on the clock. Aaron, back to you. If there was one they were going to go for, is there anybody you would like that you would think would be a good fit here, maybe even just to try to work their way in and push Mariota along?
Yeah, I'm a fan of Desmond Ridder. I think he sort of checks the boxes if you're looking for just a pure scheme fit in this Arthur Smith offense. Compares often to Ryan Tannehill and what he did in Tennessee. Malik Willis, I have a little bit of a mixed feelings on Malik Willis, but he would be fun to watch in this offense. Right. Even if he may not be as consistent as you want as a passer, just his game-breaking ability. But you hear these rumors that Matt Corral is a guy that the Falcons really like, and he's one of the quarterbacks that I'm probably lowest on in this draft class. So knowing my luck, that's probably the direction they'll wind up going, and I'll have to convince myself that I actually am a big fan of Matt Corral.
If that is who they get, we're definitely coming back to you to see what your reaction is. But we'll keep an eye on things. A lot of tumbles for most of these quarterbacks, so who knows where they're going to end up. Thank you, Aaron, for joining us. The Eagles made that pick just now, and it looks like the Steelers made a pick as well. I'm going to toss it over to Pete and let him talk about it.
Steelers take George Pickens, the receiver from Georgia, whose fall stops at 52 with Pittsburgh. But I want to go back to 51 because I know Cam Jurgens is a guy that you had your eye on for the 49ers. You were hoping he fell down into the 60s.
Well, the 49ers, they need a lot of help in the interior there, whether it's at guard or center. And you have a guy like Alex Mack, who right now, he's been on the fence of retiring. So if you're on the fence, sounds like you've already made your decision. Cam Jurgens was a guy I thought that could really help the 49ers in that area.
Cam Jurgens' mom, right? She set 12 state records in high school in track and field. She earned 7 national titles. She set the indoor shot put record and is the state record holder in the discus.
Mom's a beast.
She's got it. Let's talk about George Pickens now. This was a player that we felt like was a borderline first-round pick, top of the second kind of guy. He's here in the middle of the second round. What does George Pickens bring to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
A little bit of everything and a lot of hope. He has the athleticism. You want to see him get fully recovered from the injury that he sustained. I didn't feel like he was there in this last season. You get back on the field, but a lot of times ACLs, you're not back to 100% until the following year.
Your guy, Croc, just comes off the board at 53. My producer with the fake out said the Packers select Alec Pierce, but it was the Colts that select Alec Pierce. Not going to catch passes from Aaron Rodgers, but gets to catch passes from Matt Ryan.
Yeah, I think when you have Michael Pittman Jr. on one side and you have Alec Pierce being able to play off of that, maybe doesn't have to be that alpha guy, but with everything that he brings to the table, the contested catch ability, the route running, the vertical threat that he is, I mean, there's a lot to like. The versatility, being able to play outside, inside. He does so many good things. I mean, this was probably my favorite receiver that was left on the board.
And right where the Packers were set to pick, had they stayed and made their selection, so they go up and they get Christian Watson instead. What do you think of that trade-off?
Well, I really like Christian Watson. I like the high upside. I want to see, I'm curious to see how acclimated or how quick he gets acclimated to playing with Aaron Rodgers. I just think the demands are so high for a guy coming from the FCS level and the competition that's playing against there, maybe even the offense that wasn't this high-powered passing offense, right? We know the ability that he has, but the usage, the production, that stuff was a little bit lower. And for Aaron Rodgers, who wants to win right now, there's so much pressure on that. And for a guy to come in and be the guy, because if it's not Christian Watson, is it Alan Lazard? Is it Amari Rodgers? Right? Some of those other guys. Whereas if he would have went to a place like even Indianapolis, I think that would have been a better fit. You have a guy like Pittman who you're able to play off of, and just a simpler situation, especially at the quarterback position. Matt Ryan, a little easier to handle than Aaron Rodgers and what we've seen. So I think I thought it was going to be difficult for any receiver to go and play for Aaron Rodgers, but even more so for Christian Watson.
Well, let's talk about George Pickens with the host of Locked On Steelers, Chris Carter. And it is appropriate that we are going to have Chris Carter talk about a receiver, and in this case, a receiver that came back 8 months after tearing his ACL. Not that Chris Carter, but our favorite Chris Carter.
Oh, yes, that's true. And I know this Chris Carter is happy with this pick, right? So talk to me a little bit about what he can do, especially with their first-round pick, those two paired together.
Well, that's the thing. You get Pickett and then you get Pickens. I just checked. There's no more guys with the word pick in their name. So they're done with that, right?
The picks are done. Yeah.
Exactly. But I do really like this pick. This was a guy that, from all things we were hearing here in Pittsburgh, the Steelers loved him when they went to his pro day. Mike Tomlin was all over him. When you look at George Pickett's tape, really good ball skills, gets a lot of separation. And you look at Deontay Johnson. Deontay Johnson been known for getting really good separation. His drops improved this past year. He still has to finish better on the season. But George Pickens looks like a guy who you could put right in there. He can get that separation. He can win. He can win with you at the catch point. He can make some great plays on the ball. This is going to complete their receiver room, at least at the top of the board. I still have them taking a receiver late on day 3 at some point, just to add another young gun to the rooms. But you got Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool. They signed Miles Boykin. He'll be on the back end. George Pickens, though, to me, completes the top 3 receivers of the Steelers' depth chart for Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky and Mason Rudolph to all throw to when they're going into training camp this season.
You see them really redesigning that offense right now. Is there a play here for them to go defense at some point in the near future, or do you think they'll stay on the offensive side of the ball?
Oh, no, absolutely. And make no mistake, the Steelers have looked at a lot of defensive players. They do want to add on defense. They want to add to the defensive line because they know that they're getting older there. They want to add to the cornerback room because they have a lot of CB2s, no CB1s, and Justin Lane is kind of phasing out at the end of his contract. They might still want to add some safety depth there. You know, there's a lot of questions where they could go, but defense, they will add at some point. I just think that right now they saw these opportunities. Kenny Pickett was truly their QB1, and they said, why not take him where they took him? And then George Pickens, a wide receiver they loved, embodies a few wide receiver traits they really like with separation, good hands, and you've seen him block really well, all things that traditionally the Steelers love. I do see them going cornerback defense in round 3. They could go a lot of different directions there. I'm really intrigued to see what cornerbacks are still there and what defensive tackles are still there because they could go there. Also, edge rushers. If it cools down a little bit, do they go back that direction to get T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith some backup?
So edge rush heavy, it's definitely a possibility. Thank you for weighing in on Pickens and Pickett. As for right now, the Chiefs are on the clock. Pete, I'm going to toss it back to you guys to talk about it.
A lot of picks we get to make, so we still get to keep the trend going here. The Kansas City Chiefs on the clock, and when we saw them in the first round go up, we thought, could this be for a receiver? If they're going to take one of the guys that is available here, if that is the pick, what kind of player fits the mold, and who could that be?
It's a tough one because you're trying to replace one of the most creative wide receivers in the league when you trade away Tyreek Hill. So there is a player out there that they have had a lot of contact with. He is creative underneath. He's not the blazer over the top, but he's a solid athlete, very good in production. I think that's somebody that they'll look at. His name is Sky Moore. He plays at Western Michigan, or he did. And so the fit there is being able to take part of what Tyreek Hill did and try to replace him in the congregate that you've developed with MVS as well as Juju coming in. So I think that rounds out their wide receiver core pretty nicely.
This is a situation for Kansas City where if they do take a receiver, it's the rich get richer, despite the fact that they move on from Tyreek Hill. They're adding weapons. They did what the Packers didn't, and that is add multiple frontline kind of pass catchers in free agency. Smartest man in America here, Ryan Tracy. Sky Moore from Western Michigan is the pick. Croc, what did you see from him on tape?
I mean, you talk about versatility. A guy who could play inside, can play outside. He is more suited to be a slot receiver. I don't know if he quite played to the speed of his combine number, but nonetheless, when you talk about run after catch and some of the things he can do in that range, I thought it was really good. He's a guy that they continue to look to just get the ball in his hands as quickly as possible and let him do the rest.
Interesting that this comes right after the Pittsburgh Steelers pick because Sky Moore played at Shadyside Academy with Mike Tomlin's son, Dino. So this is they could have had him, but they took George Pickens instead. Maybe the Sons are on a text like, hey man, like this could have been the deal here. Sky Moore to the Kansas City Chiefs. They get another receiver. Yeah. What do you think of that track for them?
They need it. They need it. I mean, obviously everybody's going to say that, hey, these guys, they need somebody like Tyreek Hill. Well, there's no Tyreek Hill, so I'm sorry, everybody. You guys go ahead and take that out of your mind. Tyreek Hill is an explosive, dynamic receiver that changes the entire game and your game plan. But this young man right here is going to be a possession receiver, and that's exactly what they need. They got Juju, they have Hardman, they have some guys that can still take the top off, not to the level of Tyreek Hill, but they need somebody who can work the things underneath because they still have Travis Kelce. So Kelce is still going to be able to win his one-on-one matchups with the safeties. You need somebody who's going to go out there and dominate against the third best defensive back, and that's going to be the guys that are in the nickel position.
One of the names that I saw when I watched him that made me think of a little bit is someone that Andy Reid coached a couple times, and that's Jeremy Maclin. Yeah. In terms of size, in terms he's not the biggest guy, but after the catch, solid route runner. What do you think of that?
I agree with you, and I think that that's what they're looking for. And make no mistake, they made this maneuver on purpose, knowing what they expected the Patriots to do. They made that exchange because they were targeting him. That is not a question of was it Pickens or more. They wanted more. They got more. They accomplished their goal.
The Arizona Cardinals are beefing up at the skill positions. They go Trey McBride, the tight end from Colorado State, who was, other than Malik Willis and Travis Jones, looks like one of the top players left on the board. This is a guy who, like Zach Ertz, can block. He can play out wide a little bit. Croc, what did you see from Trey McBride at Colorado State?
Yeah, I think you just explained it well. And this is a guy who possesses more athleticism than he was able to show at North Colorado State. All right, almost kind of like, and I don't want to compare him to George Kittle, but a guy who just wasn't really able to have the big-time production because he wasn't utilized to that extent in his offense. So a guy, if you want a guy that can be an inline blocker, he can do that. If you want a guy that you can flex out to the slot and run routes from there and have some nice run after catch, he has the ability to do that as well. I'm curious to see the usage with Arizona. They spread it out, use more receivers, empty sets, one back sets. How will that work? How will he work, and how will they be able to utilize him in the run game and blocking and things like that? Doesn't seem like a strength of theirs. Are they going to use him as more of just a pure pass catcher and try to get more out of him from that standpoint?
Could be a situation where they want to play more two tight end sets. They want to play a little bit bigger. And their offense that first year totally changed when they got out of those four receiver sets, started playing a little bit more traditionally. That offense took off a little bit. We are winding down on round number 2. A lot more to come because we got a full more round after that to go. We're going to be with you on the Locked On NFL YouTube page for all of it. A lot more when we come back. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
It is encouraging that you have seen a quarterback in Desmond Ridder who has continued to kind of ascend throughout the draft process. He was kind of characterized by many, including myself, as kind of a winner, but more of a thrower than a passer.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We are back on the Locked On NFL Draft Extravaganza, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the Locked On NFL Draft crew, Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, former NFL quarterback, and Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. Plus, over at the board, getting the latest from all of our NFL hosts, Kainani Stevens is here, and we can't not. Alex Clancy, our friend from Locked On Cardinals, is on a heater on Twitter. Here's just a little sampling here. If Steve Keim drafts a running back at 55, I'll be taking a week off Twitter. The shame of it all is that Cardinals should 100% take Nakobe Dean if he's available. Isaiah, thank you. If Keim went offensive line in 2020 and quarterback in 2021 like he was supposed to, what in the wide world with the pick? And then Steve Keim 100% does not know how to draft an NFL team. So Alex Clancy, very confused as to what's going on with the Arizona Cardinals. The Dallas Cowboys, we are in Dallas, WFAA studios. They go outside linebacker, the pass rusher from Ole Miss, Sam Williams here. And this is a guy who has a lot of athletic ability, also has an off-field red flag. He was suspended at Ole Miss for a sexual battery charge that was eventually dropped on the field. What is Dallas getting?
They're getting a guy that can attack the quarterback with varied success, but the big thing for me is that he finishes. 15th in win rate against the pass rush, but 5th in sack conversion. So when he gets home, if you can get him there, he's going to convert for you. And I think it'll take some fine tuning. There's a couple of holes in his game. There's some balance issues at times, but I think when they get him in the fold, he will come along. And as long as he stays clean off the field, you made a good investment here.
It was not, by the way, the only off-field incident. Sam Williams was also expelled from high school for an incident involving a knife. So the Cowboys clearly comfortable enough with him to take him in the middle of the second round. But this is a risk here.
That is news. Yeah. So Dallas is no stranger to taking guys that are quote-unquote risky. I think their hope here is they're addressing a defensive end position. I know as an outside linebacker, they're running a 4-3. They don't run a 3-4 in Dallas. They're hoping that they can bottle up some of that, whatever that is, okay, whatever that energy is, and make him an effective pass rusher. That's an area that they really wanted to address, but I don't understand why they're still going up this high to grab a pass rusher, because they did extend Doris Armstrong. They did, re-sign D-Law. They have guys, Chauncey Golson. They have guys that can play the position. So it
Plus
was
the reigning defensive rookie of the year, Micah Parsons, who was pretty good rushing the quarterback last year.
Yeah, so I really, truly felt like they needed to have a more true linebacker. And at 6'4", 265 pounds, he's not going to be at the second level. So this is very curious to me as to why they're coming up this high to get it, but it checks off a box that they wanted to ensure that they got taken care of coming out of this draft.
And say the name at linebacker that you have said 40 times tonight.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. Nakobe Dean, there is something at this point in time, for everybody that's listening, for that caliber of a player to have dropped this far already in the draft, and absolutely every team has passed on him. There is something that's going on. The only team that I don't think has had a chance has been the Rams, right? That's the only team that hasn't had a shot at picking anybody yet. There's something going on that we don't know about. There is something that
medical, maybe?
I don't think it has anything to do with medical. We've seen how many guys have we seen with ACLs? How many guys have we seen with Achilles? We've seen all those things come and pass, and guys have gotten picked up already. They feel fully confident with the ability to rehab players back. This is something that has to be off the field that everybody is aware of.
It's wild to see. We have the Tampa Bay pick at 57. Luke Gadecki, the offensive tackle from Central Michigan. A lot of people think he's going to have to play guard or center at the next level. This is a team that feels like they can get back to the Super Bowl. We thought that maybe their last pick would have been on the offensive line. Let's see what David Harrison from Locked On Bucs thinks he brings to the table. Kai is with David.
David, the Bucs, the rich get richer here. I mean, they don't have a ton of places they need to fill right now, but obviously protecting Tom Brady at his age is very important. So are they just trying to shore things up for themselves?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what this is all about is plugging some holes. Ali Marpet retired shortly after Tom Brady, first retired, and unlike Brady, Marpet has stayed retired. So there's a hole there. Shaq Mason was brought in a trade earlier in the offseason from the Patriots. Then you have Aaron Stinney on the other side, who actually started in the Super Bowl. So the Bucs have some talent up there, but there's no reason not to go grab a talented player who can play inside, train a former tight end, turn offensive lineman, and we've seen this team put Vita Vea in the backfield and hand him the ball to try to get touchdowns. So you could easily see Gadecki getting some tight end snaps as well, and maybe leaking out to try to catch pass in the end zone in the future as well.
We know Tom loves to throw to the tight ends. Obviously, Tom's not super mobile, so is this a good fit for them in terms of offensive linemen, just kind of staying there and protecting the pocket?
Yeah, I mean, I think worst case scenario, it adds depth, and you can never have too much depth in the trenches on either side of the ball, obviously. And I think the best case scenario is it now gives you another talented player to go in there. And you got Robert Hainsey, who is supposed to be a center for the Bucs, but you never know, could get moved back to guard if he proves valuable. And then you really have just the opportunity for the Buccaneers to find their best front five in front of Tom Brady, put him out there, try to win another Super Bowl.
Definitely loading up. David, thank you for joining us. Now, who do we have on the clock right now? Atlanta is on the clock again. It looks like their pick is in. So, Peter, I'll toss it back to you, see who they've selected.
Work done on the screen, and work done looking old has me feeling so very, 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 very old. Him with gray hair reminds me how gray my hair is. Troy Anderson, the linebacker from Montana State, is the pick. This was a guy who was incredibly productive at Montana State.
Yeah, in a number of ways. He started as a quarterback. He got in the backfield as a tailback. He moves over to linebacker his last year and produces what I think is exceptional production, 112 tackles on the season for a guy that is brand new to the position. He only has room to grow here. And particularly, he has the athleticism to get into coverage. He's still pretty raw at it, but I do believe he'll be able to help a number of teams in a number of ways.
From a zero-star recruit to a unanimous All-American to now a second-round pick. And I mentioned our friend Alex Clancy. He is in need of a friend right now, and maybe our friend Kai Stevens can be one to him with Alex.
I'm going to try, Alex. Pete's already blown you up for all your tweets already, so we know you're feeling some type of way. Deep breath. Husa. How are we dealing right now? You okay?
Not going to do what everyone thinks I'm going to do and just freak out. No, I'm sorry that this was expected. I'm surprised it wasn't a running back. The Cardinals now have more tight ends on their roster than starting cornerbacks, which makes a lot of sense. I think what's happening here is I wish I had my hashtag DOI shirt. We're experiencing the definition of insanity with Steve Keim drafting for the Arizona Cardinals, doing the same thing, expecting different results. I don't know if Steve Keim has a really tall ladder that he needs help with all these tight ends. I don't get it. I know this draft pick, he is an excellent player for a completely different team. And I don't understand why Steve Keim continues to just thwart my day-to-day life like he does.
It feels like a personal attack at this point, I would imagine, right? When we talked to you a little bit earlier, obviously there's a lot of needs here on this team that doesn't seem to really be addressed by Trey McBride necessarily. Could it be something where they're going to move him or move someone else, or is this really one of those things where they just want a bunch of tight ends?
Yeah, I mean, this is the worst time for him to go by the best player available mantra that he's never done before. Now, having said that, on a positive side, if we're going to sugarcoat this, I mean, we've seen dual tight ends, executed nicely, but the Cardinals don't need more pass catchers right now.
Yeah.
They don't need it. And, he's the overcorrection master. And he went from Steve Wilkes to somebody that shouldn't have been an NFL coach in Cliff Kingsbury, the polar opposite side of the spectrum. He's gone defense in the first round. He traded for Hollywood Brown. And now he's going offense again to appease Kyler Murray. I don't know. But you know what? It's unfortunate. And I know Peter over there is smiling, even though I can't see him. This is unfortunately expected. And when I end this interview, Peter's going to look at me and say, you know what? We've been talking about this for 3 years and nothing's changed.
Unfortunately, it was expected, at least from your point of view. Alex not happy. Kyler Murray may be happy. Peter Bukowski just entertained. We'll try to keep an eye on what the Cardinals are doing, but it seems to be a toss-up every time they get a pick. So.
The only thing unexpected was that I didn't get a text from Alex Clancy complaining about this pick or Steve Keim, but it is something that we talk about regularly. The Minnesota Vikings make a pick. It is guard Ed Ingram from LSU, who was high school teammates in Dallas with Laviska Shenault. What do we think of the move here for Minnesota?
He's a decently athletic, starting caliber guard that doesn't have any real holes. I like his functional strength as his best asset. He does need to work on hand placement, coming off the ball a little bit quicker, getting into the offense. But I think this is a solid pickup and a guy that can move people out of the way.
And you had an interesting stat on Gadecki to Tampa Bay.
Yes. 7th overall offensive lineman in clean pocket percentage, and of that, the best guy in giving up the fewest amount of sacks allowed.
As we get close to San Francisco, Croc, do you have a wish list here?
I like Nick Cross, safety out of Maryland. He's somebody potentially there, and he was mocked there by a couple guys. Like Calvin Austin. I think 49ers could definitely utilize a receiver like that. Shifty guy, pure.
You mean for when they trade Deebo Samuel?
I think they can utilize that guy right now. A guy who can play in the slot and affect the game at all levels. Also play outside, and I think because of his lack of size, 5'7.5", 5'7.5", 175 pounds. A lot of people are going to say, oh, he's just a slot. But no, he plays outside very well. So, that's a guy, Calvin Austin, Nick Cross. That's kind of my wish list right there.
All jokes aside, Calvin Austin could be the kind of guy that scratches that itch for Kyle Shanahan to use the receiver like a running back, because he did a lot of that at Memphis as well, and that allows Deebo to be more of the just, straight down the line receiver. At 60, the Bills traded their pick to the Cincinnati Bengals. That pick is in. We will see what that looks like. Cincinnati, they get Daxton Hill. They are aggressive in the offseason, Isaiah, in adding to this offensive line. This is the Super Bowl runner-up. What have you thought of their offseason, including this first pick
I thought they've addressed their number one issue, which was keeping their quarterback upright. Obviously, these guys made it all the way to the big show, somehow, some way, giving up 10 sacks a game. So for them, which is madness. So for them to go out and get Lyle Collins and things of that nature and secure their offensive line, I think they picked up 2 or 3 offensive linemen this offseason. They are addressing the number one need, because for that team to be that competitive with that many holes, it's pretty impressive. So with these guys utilizing this draft pick, we're going to see exactly what they're going to add to that pot.
What do you think they could use? What is worth trading up for at this point?
I would assume they have to go defense. I think they have to go defense at this point in time. They want to continue to be as impactful as possible on that side of the ball. They have a lot of weapons on offense. Obviously, it carried them through the season. They took care of their offensive line. Now they need to go out there and get some pressure on the ball.
Let's go now to Locked On Vikings host Luke Braun. And Kai, I want you to ask Luke why the Vikings are so afraid of Aaron Rodgers when they don't have any receivers.
Luke, you want to go? I'm not even getting involved. You guys,
we need secondary of the other 14 games too, man. That secondary is putrid. It's not just about Aaron Rodgers. Not everything's about you, okay, Packers fan?
Shockingly, it's not. All right, you two, break it up for now. We're going to talk about this pick. Ingram on offensive line. It's a little bit, I mean, so far we've been really happy with the choices, or at least you've been happy with the choices for the Vikings. This is a little conflicting, obviously, with his off-the-field issues. He's got that charge against him. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, kind of where this pick comes in for you?
Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar, Ed Ingram was accused of sexually assaulting 2 minors in college. He took him out of the program for a year. He has been reinstated. I believe the charges have been dropped since then. This was a couple years ago. So it is in his past as much as it could ever be in his past, but how can you put that in the past, right? So it's something that I think, as a fan of a team, when your team buys into somebody that might not be the best dude, you have to kind of, I think it's a personal thing how you decide you're going to deal with that. From an on-football perspective, he's a little bit more of a powerful guard, something the Vikings have sort of trended toward, even with the end of the last regime, getting away from these like smaller, super nimble guys and going toward the Christian Darasaws and the Wyatt Davises, and this guy sort of fits that mold as well, although he was a little consistent in his senior season at LSU. But of course, I think that it's going to be hard to talk about him on the field at all, just because of what is going on with him off the field.
Just obviously, it seems like the Vikings want to give him the opportunity to kind of come in, start with a clean slate and work his way onto the team here. Just football-wise, is this someone that you can see start right out of the gate, or do you think he'll just have to, see what he can do when he gets to camp?
Yeah, I think there's inconsistencies he has to work out of his game, but he's also going to be competing probably for the right guard job. He plays both guard spots. So he'll probably compete at right guard with Jesse Davis and Chris Reed, who also have inconsistencies. So I think it'll be a competition, and whoever wins it, wins it.
Okay, Luke, thanks for checking in with us. We appreciate it. I'm going to toss it back to your best friend, Pete, here as we continue on with the draft. The Bengals pick is in right now.
I watched a little bit.
The funny thing is, Luke and I get along famously. We just like to
sure
give
you
each other
do.
a group. Yeah. Cincinnati Bengals pick is in, and we'll see if it's a continuation of what they've been trying to do with the offensive line. Could it be another secondary position? You live in a conference where you've got Josh Allen, you've got Patrick Mahomes, you've got Russell Wilson, and you've got to deal with these guys. If you want to win, if you want to get back to the Super Bowl, you have to get a defensive back or a pass rusher or maybe a stud linebacker from the defending national champs who's somehow still on the board. The pick is Cam Taylor-Britt, the safety. They're calling him a safety. He was played in the nickel at Nebraska. Croc, what did you think of Cam Taylor-Britt?
Yeah, I mean, they're calling him a nickel, but he looked like an outside guy to me. I did like his ability to be able to play off. He looked fluid and comfortable in the back pedal. His turn and run was solid as well. Would like him to do a little bit more press stuff, but I think he is a guy that can play out in space, and if you want him to play nickel, I think he has the size to be able to take on the blocks and be stout versus the run.
San Francisco, they're up next.
Yeah, they're up next. I have no idea what they're going to do. I mean, a lot of the players that I know I wanted to see the 49ers take, and a lot of the fans as well, those guys are all gone now. So what direction do they go in? I think this is a great opportunity to just go best player available. I think if that's us, it was Travis Jones, defensive tackle out of UConn. I don't know if the 49ers go DT, but definitely they can use that.
They did lose one in the offseason.
They did, DJ Jones, and maybe you're looking for a somewhat replacement. I think Jones is
Jones.
Travis Jones is a jumbo version of DJ Jones. And 49ers like those big guys that can play that D tackle. And, but Kinlaw, I'm curious to see what they do with him. That's the wild card there. He's a guy that they traded back a spot, drafted him number 14 overall a couple years ago, and he's had a somewhat injury-riddled rookie season. Last year, definitely missed some games due to injury, and you're looking for a little bit more from him. So I don't know. I don't think they go defensive tackle. I think this is kind of a best player available situation.
Isaiah, who is the best player in terms of position for the 49ers as they try and rebuild, we assume, around Trey Lance? Retool. They're not rebuilding. They're retooling.
Yeah, they're retooling, and I honestly don't know what their game plan is in terms of proceeding on this offensive side of the ball. It all depends on Debo. It really, I think so much of this offense really depends on Debo. He was done seemingly 90% of their offense. So if they're able to get him back on the field, I think it alleviates a lot of the pressure off of Trey Lance. But if they don't have any confidence that he's going to be, that he's going to actually participate this year, then they obviously need to surround Trey Lance with a lot of help.
Yeah.
Offensive player here would make a lot of sense. A skill player.
I would love to see the 49ers go after a skill player and go with some weaponry, but looking at the receivers remaining, I don't know. It's
You're getting down on the board a little bit. We're talking about Khalil Shakir out of Boise State. You'd go a little further down the board. Maybe a Jalen Tolbert from South Alabama who could play a little bit of everywhere. And you mentioned Calvin Austin.
Yep.
Could be a nice tool to play with.
Running back? They lost Raheem Mostert.
They did lose Raheem Mostert, and you have Elijah Mitchell. He was solid last year, just shy of 1,000 yards rushing, and he missed a few games. You would like to see him be able to stay healthy. Maybe adding a running back to the backfield would help kind of take the load off of his back.
Kansas City Chiefs come in at 62 next, Ryan. So what are we looking for here?
I think they got to look at the edge, and they got to look at continuing to bolster, make strength stronger. They can go wide receiver. They could even try to pull something sneaky here and look at a backup tight end and take some of the snap load off of Travis Kelce as well. Travis is getting a little bit older. He's still got the spring in his step, but I think you want to protect that aspect of your game because he is such a functional centerpiece of it right now without Tyreek Hill. Back to Cam Taylor-Britt. He's got some good change of direction as well as solid long speed. I wouldn't call him exceptional that way, but two things that he does really well that make the transition to safety great is that he's number 6 in the nation in terms of missed tackle percentage is nice and low, and he is able to make some plays on the ball. The Eagle Playmaker Index is picks, forced fumbles, et cetera, et cetera. He came up pretty well there.
This is the Locked On NFL Draft Show for 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, Ryan Tracy, and Eric Crocker from Locked On NFL Draft. Isaiah Stanback, Super Bowl champion, and over at the board, Kai Stevens with all of our Locked On NFL hosts. We are finishing up the second round here, and there are still names that we thought could potentially go in the first round. Nakobe Dean, Malik Willis. We're still waiting to see where Desmond Ridder goes, Matt Corral, Sam Howell, and they've already been waiting a long time. We're deep now into day 2, but a couple other names that I think I'm surprised we've not heard. Bernard Raymond from Central Michigan, the offensive tackle, was a guy that was getting mocked at the end of the first round. We mentioned Travis Jones. And so there's still plenty of talent here. A couple other linebackers, too, that could be off the board. Christian Harris, Chad Muma, that we have not seen go at this point. So there is a ton of talent, guys that we thought could be going much sooner here. So that means teams like the San Francisco 49ers, a playoff team, the Kansas City Chiefs, a playoff team, the Buffalo Bills, a playoff team. There's some really good players available to them at these spots. They could get a lot better to retool for a playoff run. The 49ers pick is in. It is pass rushing edge Drake Jackson, a guy at USC who came on the scene as a freshman, who showed out. We saw a lot of flashes. He never quite put it all together, but this is a nice pick for San Francisco. You're smiling.
Yeah, definitely. Peacock and I, we talked a lot about Drake Jackson and watched film on him. And one thing that was pretty certain when watching this film, he only has one move right now. He's coming off that edge. He's dipping that shoulder and trying to get to the quarterback. He does have nice hands.
He's got that ghost move.
Yeah. You would like to see a little bit more, a little bit more versatility in his pass rush. But the 49ers need that speed guy coming off of the edge. And he is a big-time prospect going over to USC. Like you said, never quite put it together a little bit more consistently. But in the sense of what the 49ers need, they have a lot of big edge rushers. I mean, obviously they have Nick Bosa. he's terrific. But aside from him, a lot of guys on one-year contracts, this was a guy that we highlighted that would potentially be a good pick for the 49ers at pick 61.
He was also a guy who changed his weight a little bit. He went to the combine in the 240s and then showed up at his pro day in the 270s and still tested like a monster in that space. I think, to your point, Croc, to the consistency. He's a 3-time second team All Pac-12. Never quite had the improvement that you wanted to see. When he broke out as a freshman, he had 11.5 tackles for losses and 5.5 sacks as a true freshman and just never really got better. Crocker's co-host, Brian Peacock, is with Kainani Stevens.
You got to get Croc's partner in crime over here, right? Absolutely. Brian Peacock is going to join us now. Nice to see you. Croc just weighed in. What are your thoughts immediately on this? He said you guys liked him before.
Oh, yeah. I like a lot about this pick. I think it was the best player available selection for the 49ers, and they're never shy about drafting defensive linemen. They want to keep a strength, and they didn't have a Robin to Nick Bosa's Batman coming into this offseason, and everybody else on that defensive line, especially on the edge, is on one-year contracts, and now they finally have that guy. And the sky is the limit for Drake Jackson. He's got that burst and the flexibility and the bend to run under the table that's really hard to teach. You can't teach what Drake Jackson has, and you can teach him a little bit better technique. You can teach him some other pass rush moves, some counters back to the inside. He can get bigger. He's got the body type and the length to be bigger. And apparently at his pro day showed up at 270 pounds. And so he can be an every down player, I think, and in his raw, but right away he can jump into the 49ers defense and be that designated pass rusher in sort of a Harold Landry-ish mold, who's a player who fell to the second round. And you looking back, you think maybe shouldn't have fallen to the second round. I think Drake Jackson has that similar type of ability, and the 49ers finally found that really dynamic edge player to play across from Nick Bosa.
You got your partner in crime here. The dynamic duo is together.
Look at this guy.
But look at this.
Croc went hat shopping in Dallas, it looks like.
Yes, it's 90 degrees and he's got this on. But
I'm still cool, though. And the 49ers are cool. So how do you think he fits into the defense right away? Do you think this is a guy who's going to come in, maybe just sub-packages, third downs to get after the quarterback? Or do you think this is a guy who's going to maybe force his way in onto the field and be an every down guy?
I think he could be an every down guy. You didn't really see it on film at USC that he was great as a run defender, and he still needs to develop some more secondary pass rush moves. But again, man, his ability to get around the edge and run the arc and be flexible with his length, big hands, long arms. I love that ability from him. And I wouldn't be shocked if he's out there on the first snap of the season and is the starting defensive end opposite of Nick Bosa, but he could be that situational pass rusher at first for the 49ers. And they do have a lot of defensive linemen, and there's going to be a lot of competition there in training camp to see who earns those snaps for the 49ers. But it really just day one, John Lynch said when he showed up that they're going to build from the defensive line out. And man, you got to believe him at this point, because clearly that's what they prioritize. And at this point in the draft at 61, looking at all their needs and some of the players that were flying off the board, really Drake Jackson was the guy to me that was glowing and sort of the best player available at that position that John Lynch loves to attack in the draft.
Well, and they got our guy. And you all can listen to us 5 days a week, Locked On 49ers. Check us out, the #1 show on the network. You know how we do. All right, Peacock, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, hey, great show, guys. You guys are doing fantastic. And tell Isaiah Stanback to lay off the bench reps and those curl reps, man. I don't know how he got those guns past security at the airport.
Brian, I don't know how you deal with him. We don't have enough snacks to keep up with Croc right now. There are no more Built Bars. The peanut butter M&Ms are going. Like, it's a situation. No. So you can have him back soon, we promise.
Okay, yeah, send him back to me in one piece.
All right, let's go over to the big board now, where the real host of the #1 show on the network is. And we have got a lot of names that we get to cross off. Trey McBride is gone, much to the chagrin of Alex Clancy. David Ajabo is gone to Baltimore. Jaquan Brisker is off the board here. We still have George Pickens, Pittsburgh Steelers. Andrew Booth off the board. We still have a couple names here, though. Malik Willis, Travis Jones, Matt Corral, who's not a wide receiver. We mentioned Bernard Raymond, and then Cam Thomas. Ryan, I know that you and Croc both like Cam Thomas. Why do you think we haven't seen his name called yet?
I think it's just because it's unrefinement in terms of his pass rush technique. He's a little bit out of control at times, but I think he's got a lot of the tools. I like how he comes off the ball. Not quite as explosive as maybe some teams were hoping he would test, but I think he's got a good future. He's going to be somebody's value here in the 3rd round.
Croc, are you surprised that for as many defensive linemen as we saw go on day 1, that someone like Travis Jones is still sitting here?
Yeah, and I mean, he can get after the passer. He can stop the run game. We watched him down there in Mobile, Alabama, all week. He was terrorizing guys in the interior, firing off the ball. Really good first step. So, yeah, it's definitely surprising to see a guy that's that big and athletic still be on the board.
Well, we are almost through the 2nd round, and to still have all these quarterbacks, at what point does this just get crazy? Like, I understand that these guys are not great prospects, but at a certain point, isn't it worth the flyer on especially a talent like a Malik Willis or a Desmond Ridder?
It has to be. Even if you think it needs a year and some mentorship, you got to take that risk because there is no greater commodity in this league than the quarterbacks. So the investment is going to be worth it, even if you just pull something where, like a Garoppolo, you turn him in 2 years and send him off to another team to try to be their starter. The investment's worth the squeeze when you get there.
We got the 63rd pick from the Buffalo Bills. James Cook, the brother of Dalvin Cook, is now going to Buffalo. We thought they might go running back earlier in the draft. They end up getting him here. Croc, what did you think of James Cook on tape?
Love him. He was one of my top 5 backs out of this class. I mean, a guy who can really do it all, and I think with more opportunity, could have showed more as a runner as well. We obviously see the pass-catching ability out of the backfield. I think he did a terrific job with that. He was a guy that they would sometimes line up at receiver and do jet sweeps and motions and things like that to get him out there on the edge. But I think he is a guy, not saying you want him to make a living running between tackles, but he can do that in between tackles and guards and things like that. A guy that I thought did himself a favor by measuring in well. He was listed at 5'11 and 190 pounds. That's slight for a running back. But when you weighed in at 200 pounds at 5'11, like, you know what? That's pretty good size. Even add a few more pounds to him. We're talking about somebody that has a big-time game, love the way he runs, dynamic ability, and very explosive.
Home run hitter.
And the Bills, not like they have other guys that can't hit home runs. Stephon Diggs, Gabriel Davis, we saw him in the playoff game. You know all about Gabriel Davis in that playoff game. All right, we're going to finish up round 2, just a couple picks left, and then we hit round 3 as the NFL Draft on Locked On presses forward. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? That's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Second round has come to a close. The Denver Broncos making that final selection. So we're going to check in with Locked On Broncos. Cody Rourke joins us. Nick Bonito is the pick. As we see here for them adding to their defense, what was your immediate thought? Where does he fit in right now?
Well, for the Denver Broncos, edge rusher was a big area of concern for them after they traded away Von Miller. This was actually the pick that they acquired from the Rams in the Von Miller trade. So Nick Bonito, for him, obviously last season, 15 tackles for a loss. He's got that speed rusher element to him. A little bit interesting to note, though, because they still have Bradley Chubb and they still have Randy Gregory, who was one of the key offseason acquisitions at edge rusher. And Randy Gregory is expected to be ready for the regular season after having shoulder surgery. But after that, the Broncos edge rusher rotation is split between 7th rounder Jonathan Cooper and undrafted rookie free agent from 2019 in Malik Reed. So I imagine Bonito will fill in really quickly here in a Giro Evro's defensive scheme immediately here in 2022.
Is this where we see them go a little bit vintage Denver, where they just want to get as many defensive players as they can and just try to knock everybody out?
Well, they have a few more picks coming up here, probably in the next 20 picks here. I think they have 2 picks remaining here in round 3 coming up. So George Payton, I think at this point, the Broncos roster is fairly intact for the most part, maybe offensive line, maybe cornerback. But at this point, I think anybody Denver selects will be a luxury pick, best player available for them going forward through the rest of this year's draft.
All right, Denver's up at 75. Cody, we'll check in with you a little bit later as well. We're into the 3rd round now. Knock on wood, things keep moving quickly as we try to keep up with everything. Jacksonville is on the clock right now.
Jacksonville is on the clock, and when you have the number 1 overall pick, usually we come out of the draft talking about the team with the number 1 overall pick. And what a great draft they had, and all of the fun that we get to have talking about the number 1 overall pick. This is a little bit of an atypical number 1 overall pick, because if you didn't like the pick, you're most people, and then they move up and they get Devin Lloyd. So, Croc, what do you think of what Jacksonville has done here so far?
No, I like it from the sense of Devin Lloyd, especially with who he is and what he can bring to that defense. We'll see with the edge rusher Trayvon Walker, because this is a guy who there's still some unknown with what exactly he's going to hang his hat on at the next level. When I'm drafting the guy in the top 10, especially number 1 overall, I want to know, I can count on this guy to do this exceptionally well. In the NFL right now, the biggest way you can help yourself and your team, especially as a defensive end, is really get after the quarterback. Where are they going to utilize him? Is it going to be on the outside, rushing off the edge, inside? We've seen him do some 3-tech type stuff. So that one was a little bit more curious. Clearly a Trent Baalke pick. We see the guys that he likes, but I like Devin Lloyd.
Devin Lloyd, long arms. So if you're going to be a Trent Baalke pick, you got to have long arms, the wingspan.
Yeah. Did you see Eric Armstead up there? That's a really big guy. That was a Trent Baalke pick.
So the Jaguars at 65 make a pick. It is interior offensive lineman out of Kentucky, Luke Fortner. A bit of a surprise pick here, Ryan.
It is a little bit. I didn't have him this high, but when you find your fit, you're going to go with it. There were other options on the board, obviously, but he brings a tenacity I think they're looking for, and I think a versatility as well. When you have to replace some pieces along that front, you want to be able to make sure, again, like we talked about yesterday, protect the quarterback at all costs. This helps you do that.
This is a team right now without an identity, and that's what Doug Peterson is presumably there to help them. You get a Trayvon Walker who plays for whatever polish he needs. He plays nasty. Yeah. Devin Lloyd plays with a toughness, and now you're getting a mauler interior offensive line. I mean, how much do you think they're signaling this is the team we want to be?
It's huge. I think I automatically think back to when the New Orleans Saints were trying to create some kind of a culture up front, and they brought Max Unger in from out of Seattle. That's the type of player that I think that they're trying to go with. They need somebody who's going to be stout, who's going to be nasty, who's going to bring that energy that Trevor Lawrence doesn't necessarily need to bring, right? Let him do what he does at the quarterback position. He shouldn't have to be the hoorah guy that gets the offensive line going. They need somebody who's going to be that dominant presence there, and I think they have their guy.
IOL with 33 and an 1/8 inch arms, so there you go.
And I think the wingspan in the 90-plus percentile for linebackers. So wingspan, not just a basketball thing. And especially for linebackers, you want to be able to disengage blocks. You want to be able to get to the ball carrier, sift through, and make those kind of plays. When you're in a division with maybe the most dominant running back of the last 5 years, 10 years since Adrian Peterson, that's the kind of thing that you have to be able to do. Speaking of linebackers, the pick for Minnesota is linebacker from Oklahoma, Brian Asamoah. Ryan, what do you think of that?
I love his coverage. He's an undersized linebacker that can actually drop down to the edge and come off like a Sam, just an overhang pass rusher. He's really versatile, and I think he's just scratching the surface of what he's going to be in the league. I like letting him rip in certain situations, not necessarily the expected third down, but as a blitzer, I like him quite a bit on first and second as well. Undersized again, but he can get in there, and he's shown an ability to break down and wiggle around some blocks.
Speaking of letting it rip, high school's track star, he was on the St. Francis de Sales 4x1 and 4x200 relay team. When you're a linebacker and you're on the track team, that's usually a signal there. For Minnesota, Croc, like when we see what they're doing here, fast linebacker, fast flow safety who can run the alley, and then a physical corner. Mike Zimmer not in the building anymore, but it seems like they're trying to rebuild this defense.
Well, the offense, they do well, right? You have Kirk Cousins. He's able to put up points. He's throwing for a lot of touchdowns every single year. You got a running back with Cook. You have dynamic receivers. So where do you need to improve most to really be able to help your quarterback in that offense? It's on that defensive side of the ball. And I think that's what they've made a priority.
Isaiah, how close do you think? I mean, every year Minnesota, we hear, they've got this great roster. They've got the best roster in the NFC North, or one of the best rosters in the NFC. And then every year, they win 8 games, they win 9 games, they go to the playoffs and lose. What do they need to do to get over the hump?
I think they need to shore up that offensive line, and they need another player on defense. The reason why is because the identity, when you think about the Minnesota Vikings, the identity of their team is Dalvin Cook. I mean, they have Thielen, they have Jefferson, they have all those threats on the outside, but they dominate you by running the ball. That dude in the backfield is completely insane. So ensuring that he can get up and do what he needs to do at the next level is number one. And then you also have on the other side of the ball, you have Kendricks and those guys that are very dominant as well. I think that, obviously shoring up those two sides of those two positions gives these guys a shot. That's all they need. Kirk Cousins is going to do what he does. He's consistent. He's not going to do anything amazing over the top, but you need to be able to turn around and hand the ball off. As long as they can control that ground game, I think they always have a shot.
And that is why they brought in Ed Ingram to play guard to try and share. That was the one spot on that offensive line that I think was a pretty glaring need. Speaking of the offensive line and a glaring need, the New York Giants take Joshua Ajabo from North Carolina, an interior offensive lineman, another guy who was pretty far down the board. But when teams see a need, especially at offensive line, it's about fit, it's about scheme. So what makes this the pick for the Giants?
For them, the thing that stands out to me is athletically in the first 10 yards, his 10 split of 178. That fits what they want to do. I think that allows them to move forward, really come downhill. And maybe that's a shift, maybe it's not. But I like his fit there. I didn't have him this high, but hey, when you fall in love, you fall in love, and you got to go do it.
Doesn't mean it's a good pick, but that is the case. That when you fall in love, you fall in love. That's right. All right, now Cleveland is an interesting spot at 68 because they made the move of the offseason going out and getting Deshaun Watson. Now they have an opportunity to add to a team. They already bring in Amari Cooper, and we saw Odell Beckham leave and immediately be successful. Kevin Stefanski is trying to get this team back where they can compete. What do they need to do this offseason, if anything, left to get there?
I mean, the defense has a lot of great pieces. The offense has some pieces, but if you want that one thing to put over the top aside from the quarterback position, which we'll see if he even gets to play this season, but outside of Amari Cooper, okay, Donovan Peoples-Jones is solid, but I think they can use one more weapon.
Is there a name you have in mind here? Still plenty of guys that we've talked about, Jalen Tolbert's of the world, maybe a little bit deeper. Nevada's Romeo Doubs. I mean, is there a playmaker, a pass catcher here?
I like Doubs, but not yet. Again, I think this is more of a Calvin Austin type range, or a guy who brings something different than what they already have. Peoples-Jones, this is a pretty solid, bigger target. Amari Cooper, he has the size, he has the quicks, things like that. Who's that slot guy? I remember some years back, they used to have like these smaller receivers like Andrew Hawkins, right? Like, go get you a guy like that, can be really dynamic and it's difficult to cover. I don't know if y'all have seen the like practice clips of him and just going off on all the DBs and he's just terrorizing them. I think that's the type of guy that Calvin Austin can grow into being.
It is also a team that was just a season ago in the playoffs beating the daylights out of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now they bring in a premier quarterback. Obviously, they had to sift through, and we all had to sift through what was a very ugly situation with Deshaun Watson and the sexual assault allegations, the civil trial, and everything that was going on in Cleveland. That has overshadowed a lot of what is going on. It's going to overshadow this pick, no matter who it is, no matter how good they are. This Deshaun Watson thing is going to hang over at least this season moving forward. Could interior defensive line, could this be where Travis Jones finally stops? This is also a team that could use a linebacker, Isaiah.
Yeah, they can use a linebacker, but I think that they do need to go to the receiver position. I think they're looking to solidify and appease Deshaun Watson and make sure that he has everything that he needs coming in so he can hit the ground running. I think that they will address the defensive side of the ball, but they want to make sure that he has all the weapons and they can say, okay, that box is checked. Now let's put our focus on the defense.
If they're happy with the size thing, then I think Austin's a great fit. If they want something a little bit more that gives you some of the things that he had while in Texas, I like Khalil Shakir here as well. I think that could be a sneaky pick that is a nice fit. He can do multiple things for you, work out of the backfield as well.
At what point do you just start taking flyers on whether it's freak show athletes or guys that had big-time college production that have fallen here? Like, where do you start going, we can take a little bit of a risk?
What round is it? Yeah, right now. Let's get after it, because at the end of the day, you're looking for difference makers. At this point, you've accomplished your goals or you've gone out and hit your targets.
And especially if you're a team like Cleveland, where you have a lot of the things buttoned up, where you're not desperate at a certain position, they can get a little creative. They can be aggressive if they need to be. I don't know why The Miz is on my screen right now, but maybe he's a Cleveland Browns fan. Must be. He's got the orange tie going. Martin Emerson, the cornerback from Mississippi State, is the pick, and we can't talk about a cornerback and not go to our resident cornerback.
Yeah, I watched him at Mississippi State, and I think that's a guy. He didn't test very well, and that might be something that kind of knocked him down a little bit. But there were people that were really high on him, and were considering him maybe a top 5 cornerback in this class. I didn't quite see that. The guy that definitely wants to be physical at the line of scrimmage. I think he's most notable for talking to a guy before the play, then getting dusted for a touchdown the very next snap. So that's not ideal, and that's not why you want to be, famous out there on social media. But as far as ability goes, there's a lot of upside. I like the cornerback coach that he's been working with, my guy Oliver Davis.
Yep.
He's going to get him right for sure. So you see the eyes, you see the anticipation, the tackling ability, big physical corner that can play and likes to be aggressive.
And you like that mentality from a corner, even if he is getting dusted. You like him to say,
like the confidence.
Let's go, bring it on. Even you'd rather him not get dusted for the touchdown, though. I think. Plenty more in round 3 as we move through the Locked On NFL Draft 2022. We're here through the last pick. Betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. The NFL Draft Live 2022 show is powered by Built Bar. By now, you know Locked On's obsession with Built Bar. Have you tried the Puffs? If you haven't, you're missing out on one of the best Built Bars. Puffs are the first ever protein-infused marshmallow. They're fluffy, they're marshmallowy. They're not just a protein bar, they're a treat. And they're covered in 100% real chocolate. Puffs are a fan favorite with some incredible flavors: cinnamony churro, coconut marshmallow, banana cream pie. These are going to be your new favorites. All Built Bars covered in 100% chocolate. That's including the Puffs, 100% real chocolate, and yet they're still low calorie, high protein. Replace candy bars with these. And in a lot of cases, they're better than a typical candy bar would be anyway from a taste perspective. Plus, they're half the calories. Go to Built.com and scroll down through the macro charts. You will be blown away. High protein, low calorie, high fiber, low carb. Compare that to a candy bar, which usually has 240 calories, 30 grams of sugar, and dozens of net carbs. At Built Bar, they're all about the taste. They make it taste delicious first, then figure out how to make it healthy. I don't know how they do it, but they pull it off every time. Go to Built.com, use promo code LOCKED15 and get 15% off your order. That's promo code LOCKED15 for 15% off at Built.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Analytics expert Brian Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
So you're saying 4 of the top 5 picks are defense and 4 of the top 10 are offensive tackles? Ooh, that's a lot of tackles coming off the board.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
We are here Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski. With me, the hosts of Locked On NFL Drafts, Ryan Tracy and former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. And over at the board, Kai Stevens is going to be giving you the down and dirty with all of our network of NFL and college hosts. Guys, we're getting some news here from Ian Rappaport on Nakobe Dean. We've been wondering for hours why he has not been on the board. He has apparently, during the process, said, I don't want to get surgery on my shoulder, and there are some concerns that he might have to have pec surgery as well. So we're talking about major physical issues. You speculated it had to be something else, but this is a big deal right now to these teams.
Yeah, I thought it had to be something aside from just injury, but I mean, because nobody declined surgery. That's just not something that you do. I've had 7 surgeries in my NFL career / college career, and shoulder surgeries, I've had 3 of them. So that's something that you just take care of. Can you play with it? Absolutely, depending on the severity of your injury. I've had 3 labrum tears in my left shoulder. I played with it. You strap it down, right? It pops out. You pop it back in. It's painful, but you can get through the season. But what do you do as soon as the season's over? You get it taken care of. Right, you get it taken care of immediately, just like some of these other people that have injuries going on. Now, I'm sure that the approach was, hey, I don't want to affect my draft stock, right? If I get surgery, it's going to affect my draft stock. But what he failed to realize was all these players are getting analyzed like no other. For those that are unfamiliar with the combine, you go to a combine, they literally sit you in the middle of a room on a table. All the teams, doctors and the orthos and everybody else are around that table. Now, anybody who's interested in you, all those doctors come up to you, get hands on you, they figure out exactly what's going on. They all talk, they all communicate, and they know exactly what you have going on, what's necessary, and what your time span is. And for him to negate the ability to go and get surgery, it also not only does it speak to not a good decision, but it speaks to his character.
I also think it speaks to his representation, too. You have to take what's best for your client. And I would say, if I'm advising him, hey, you got to get fixed, because whether you hurt your stock now or whatever, you have a long career ahead of yourself. Get right, make sure you can sustain and make that living that you're trying to make.
Tough situation, especially when you're dealing with injuries and trying to figure out the business aspect of things. Should I get it done earlier? Should I wait? Clearly, this is a situation where whatever advice he got, it was wrong.
So we have a couple picks to get you updated on the Tennessee Titans. They take Nicholas Petit-Frere, the offensive lineman. We'll see where he lines up. Some thought he was a guard, some thought he was a tackle. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars, they get another linebacker, Wyoming linebacker Chad Muma. They are, I guess, loading up on the defensive side of the ball. We saw a ton of Ohio State guys go early, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave. And there are more, maybe the best prospect at least, is in next year's draft, potentially. C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, who could be a Heisman Trophy winner. To talk about those Buckeyes, Kai Stevens has the perfect person.
My other Stevens counterpart, Jay Stevens, is going to check in because we've had so much Ohio State movement. Obviously, Olave we had been talking about for a while, Garrett Wilson going yesterday, and then Ferrer as well. So which one of these guys is going to have an immediate impact? Obviously, Ohio State preps them very well for the NFL, but who do you see having a big impact out of the gate?
Ooh, this one's tough because all 3 are so good. I'm going to go with Chris Olave, New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
Partly because he's pairing up with Michael Thomas. So Michael Thomas being back on the field, I do believe. I do believe those two together is going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
And as Ross Jackson of Locked On Saints has told me
Exactly.
numerous times, he has been salivating, sometimes drooling, with thinking about getting Chris
He's in my
Olave
ear, very
down
happy
in
about
New
it
Orleans.
right now. Yep.
And so I do think that's the one right there. Just that situation in New Orleans, the belief that Olave is the right fit for them, I think that's the right go-to right now for that answer, for that question.
In terms of their most recent pick to Tennessee, do you see him as a tackle, a guard, a little bit of both? Where do you think he'll end up at?
Tackle. I do believe he's a tackle. And I think the best thing with him is he's played right tackle and left tackle at Ohio State.
Okay.
So you're getting a little versatility there. You're not getting a guy that can only play one side or the other. Just all depending on what the biggest need is for the team at that time. I believe Petit Frere can play left or right in the National Football League.
All right, now that we get into the third round, things getting a little, anything could happen, right? Is there another name that you expect to go anytime soon, either tonight or early tomorrow?
So it's a little tricky. I'm going to go Jeremy Ruckert tight end because he has a lot of untapped potential and a lot of his skill set that wasn't used maybe in a way that people thought it should have been, just based off the offense that Ohio State runs. He wasn't really utilized much in the passing game. However, when you have Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith-Njigba on the field, it's kind of hard to utilize a tight end in that way because all three of those guys are lethal. But I think Jeremy Ruckert is one of those guys I would keep my eye on because I wouldn't be shocked if he goes today or even early tomorrow in the draft.
All right, we'll keep our eyes out for that. Thank you for checking in with us, Jay. A lot of Buckeyes headed to the next level, 3 of them already. So we're going to check in now. The Seahawks are on the clock, but the Bears just made a selection before that.
Yeah, we're waiting for the Bears to get some skill talent for Justin Fields. We were wondering why they were focusing so much on defense. They finally got that player, Velus Jones Jr. from Tennessee. One of the oldest players in the draft is going to be 25 as a rookie, which is my age. And Velus Jones was a guy who, with the ball in his hands, he potential as a returner. What does he bring to an offense, Croc?
Oh, he's dynamic. He's explosive. Their offense, they didn't really ask a whole lot from their receivers. The concepts were very simple. But when it came to screen passes, trying to get the ball out to him out on the edge, let him do the rest. He was a guy that played primarily out of the slot, but was able to win vertically, running posts, running away from guys. He's just dynamic with the ball in his hands. And you talked about the special teams aspect of it as well. You know, when you're trying to make that team and you're maybe not a high draft pick, you better have some special teams value. He definitely adds that.
This reminds me of a pick a few years ago where we talked about the same thing coming out of this same school. Can Alvin Kamara really go to the league? He didn't produce that much in college, right? All of a sudden, he's an extreme athlete, as Velus is. Number 5 deep threat in this class at the wide receiver position. He has some change of direction as well. I think he has room to grow. I'm not saying he can beat Kamara, but that underlying Tennessee stature can sometimes explode when they get to the next level.
Why not some of these other receivers that we've mentioned Calvin Austin would bring a similar skill set. We mentioned Jalen Tolbert still on the board. Why this guy here for them?
That's a good question. I think it's because it's stature combined with athleticism. Calvin's a little undersized. I think Shaqiri, you have a drop question there, so I think this makes some sense. And I did see while we were in Mobile that the staff from Chicago was definitely taking some interest in Jones, so that makes a lot of connection.
Let's go to the Jaguars with Chad Muma. I mean, this is a team we were talking about. They should be really excited about this draft, and they come out with a guy that we haven't seen do the thing in the NFL that he's going to be asked to do, and now they get a pair of linebackers. Does this make sense to you, Isaiah?
Yeah, I mean, they need defense. I mean, they need guys at the second level. I mean, there's not enough to be said about a good pair of linebackers. And whenever those guys can have, like I mentioned earlier, if they can have that defensive front that can keep guys off of them, it allows for them to roam and run around and be able to create turnovers. You have to be able to get the ball into Trevor Lawrence's hands. If he doesn't have the ball in his hands, he can't score points. So they need to find a way to create turnovers, and that's what I think that Doug Peterson and those guys are trying to do down there. They're trying to create disruption.
Chad Muma was a guy who played behind Logan Wilson, who was on the Cincinnati Bengals for that Super Bowl run. What did you see from Chad on tape?
Oh, I like him. You talk about tackling machine. This is a guy that led the nation in tackling. All right, he's a pure downhill guy. I think a lot of the question marks were, well, how athletic is he going to be in space in a wide open NFL game now? And when he went to test at the combine, I think he probably surprised a lot of people. So now we know the athleticism is there, as well as the anticipation, the knack for getting to the ball and ball carriers. And you see him picking off screen routes and taking it to the house. Big time athlete. I think the best for him is yet to come.
was a high school safety, so that underscores the athleticism there. Someone that despite what you might want to say about a player that looks like him, is really athletic. He's not sneaky athletic. He is,
Not sneaky
he
athletic.
is like legitimately a really good athlete. Where did you have him in your matrix?
You know, he actually came in the top 10, as did Devin Lloyd, right there on that edge. And so when you take a look back, look at them as a pair, because now you have adaptability. You have somebody that can drop into coverage, former safety. I really like Lloyd coming off the edge as well. They got a little bit of blitz potential from both of them. You can use a little bit of interaction there. And this, I think, allows you to cover up some of your gaps, both fore and aft, in the front, and dropping into some of those deeper curl routes. I like both these guys to cover up and allow them more time to build the defense.
It's not Malik Willis for the Seattle Seahawks, but they did fortify the offensive line, which is what you were asking for. Abraham Lucas, the offensive tackle from Washington State, he is an experienced guy who could come in and help, we think, right away and compete to start for Seattle probably.
Yeah, this guy, his movement skills, he's robust enough, and you can see when you get clips against some of the upper tier pass rushers that he faced, including Thibodeau, he holds up, even though he's not an uber athlete. He's on the sizable side. I like this, and this certainly signals that Drew Lock's your guy. You're doing what you can to help him, and you're going to tread water until maybe next draft, and then you'll look at the quarterback class.
I thought Abraham Lucas, I thought he was a guy that would go early day two. I thought he'd go in the second round. This is one of the better offensive linemen in this class, played a lot of right tackle, but you see the athleticism, his movement skills, be out there in space, the hands, his ability to anchor. I thought he put a lot of good things on film.
Staying in the Pacific Northwest, played at Washington State, made 42 collegiate starts. I know that Isaiah, as a Husky, is.
Yeah, I don't really particularly like the Washington State guys, but you know what? I'm glad that he gets to stay home. He's from 28 miles away out there in Everett, and he gets to fill a need that the Seattle Seahawks have. So I'm happy in their approach to address their main issue, which is the offensive line. I've been saying it all for the last 2 days.
Round one winner, the New York Giants. We had talked a lot about them yesterday. They made some surprising picks today. Let's go to Patricia Traynor from Locked On Giants. Kainani Stevens is with her.
Yeah, we got to check in with Patricia. She was very busy yesterday, obviously, because the Giants were so busy. We're at the training facility. Fill us in a little bit. You know, they have that pick at 5. They don't take Neal. They end up taking him at 7. But was it kind of like before that, or did you think they'll get their guy anyway?
Oh, no, I thought they would get their guy. I mean, when you saw how the board fell, it was like, oh, my gosh, they're going to have their pick of the litter, literally.
Yeah.
And, of course, they were able to get the pass rusher, Kayvon Thibodeau, which they desperately needed for that defense. And then, you kind of figured that Carolina might take one of those offensive tackles. But as it turned out, Evan Neal was their guy all along. They got him. They're happy with him. And onward and upward with that offensive line rebuild.
We know New York can be notoriously critical, but I think for the most part, people seem pretty pleased with what the Giants have been able to do. How do you kind of grade them for what they were able to do on day one?
On day one, I give them an A+. I mean, they addressed 2 huge needs on offense and defense. That offensive line had to be fixed. Otherwise, that offense is basically dead in the water. On defense, they got themselves finally a stud pass rusher to pair with Azeez Ojulari. No more, trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to manufacture a pass rush? They got guys now who can do it. And if you look at the championship teams of 2007, 2011, they were 3 deep minimum on solid pass rushers. And now I think they have that.
What have you made of what they've been able to do today and in additions to the team?
Today, some head scratchers, I won't lie. They took Wan'Dale Robinson after trading down twice in the second round. He's more or less a slot receiver, and it raises questions because, they already have Sterling Shepard, although Shepard is recovering from a Achilles injury, and he probably won't be ready to start the season. But the real question is they also have Kadarius Toney who can play that role, and it almost seems like it's identical. They took another Toney type of receiver, but Robinson can also return punts. They just took an offensive lineman in the first of the 2 third-round picks. This guy is an interior offensive lineman, but he's played every position. Josh Izudu, I think is how you pronounce his name. He's from North Carolina. He has played every position on the offensive line with the exception of center and right guard. He projects as a left guard at this next level, a developmental type, but a solid guy, a guy whom I think maybe we might see in the starting lineup as soon as next year.
Never bad to have an offensive lineman in New York, right? That's always a good thing and always something.
Yeah, especially for the Giants.
Yes. Patricia, thank you for joining us to weigh in. A great day one for the Giants. A couple of interesting picks going forward from there, but we'll see how things end up for them.
And we have a not a blockbuster move on day two, but a quarterback. A quarterback went finally, and it's not Malik Willis. Desmond Ridder to the Atlanta Falcons at 74. I cannot believe it took us this long to get here. What did you see from Desmond Ridder at Cincinnati?
You see command when he's in the pocket. You understand that there's a slight accuracy issue, but you see a lot of athleticism, leadership. He is a guy that is ready to take over as being the focus of your franchise. Now, he is my number 2 quarterback on the board. It's just he got taken in a complete round late, according to me. But I do think next to him and Pickett, these were the 2 safest choices. They're guys that are ready to step into a pro offense and run it.
I like him. If you just watch the highlights, it's like, oh man, there's nothing he can't do. You see the athleticism, his ability to extend plays, make plays on the move. But when you sit there and watch a game, you see some very ugly misses where it's a 10-yard out route and he throws it 5 yards out of bounds. Just so the accuracy, it dips a little bit too much for my liking. But if he can get that under control, maybe that's just getting with a quarterback coach. We see guys going to Jordan Palmer in the offseason. Get one of these guys that's going to help him be more consistent with his mechanics. I think he has the ability to be a starter in the NFL. Him going this late in the 3rd round, I think that is great for him because there's not going to be that rush to get him on the field. Saw a similar situation last year with Kellen Mond and the Minnesota Vikings where if anything goes wrong, you're not going to be calling for that backup quarterback. I think him sitting behind Marcus Mariota for a year or so to really kind of work on refining his skills, that'll work wonders for him.
And Isaiah, getting him here at 74 versus taking him in, let's say, the 2nd round, it means that if things go bad for the Falcons this year, and this is still a very bad roster, and they have a top 5 pick next year, no problem. CJ Stroud, Desmond Ridder, it was good having you, nice to see you, but we're over it, right? So this gives them a lot of flexibility moving forward to get him here.
Absolutely, it's value. It's a value pick. It's a guy, I think the entire league everybody was on kind of a consensus to say, wait it out. A quarterback's not a 1st-round pick. They're not 2nd round. All right, 3rd round's cool. All right, we can grab him because if he turns into something, awesome. If he doesn't turn into something, then we at least have a backup. And I think Marcus Mariota, that's the understanding that he's going to be the carryover to next year to position themselves to go out there and grab somebody major. But at the same time, this guy now can sit back, learn, and possibly compete for a starting role.
We also had the Indianapolis Colts take tight end Jelani Woods out of Virginia. This is an absolute monster athlete by relative athletic score. He was the most athletic testing tight end ever. Where did you have him in your athletic matrix?
He is also at the very top. It's intriguing to see what he can do at the next level. Production obviously wasn't there, but that's something you grow into. He has all the tools.
If you want a tight end to hit, bank on the physical tools more than any other position. We've seen mid-round guys hit in a big way. Did you guys know Jimmy Graham played basketball in college?
No.
Yeah. We have Aaron Freeman, Locked On Falcons, to talk about Desmond Ridder, and Kai has got Aaron.
We talked to Aaron a little bit earlier tonight, but of course we have to check in with Locked On Falcons again because finally a quarterback today we've seen go. We talked a little bit. I don't think we spent too much time on Desmond Ridder. What do you see? How do you see him fit in? Is he going to compete right out of the gate to maybe start?
Yeah, I think Desmond Ridder was probably the ideal fit in this Arthur Smith scheme that's kind of derivative of that Kyle Shanahan scheme with a lot of play action, a lot of bootleg stuff. A lot of people compared Desmond Ridder to Marcus Mariota, the Falcons' current starting quarterback. A lot of people compared him to Ryan Tannehill, who Arthur Smith coached in Tennessee. So I think Desmond Ridder will be expected to come in and compete. I think the job is Marcus Mariota's to lose. I think the Falcons won't feel any pressure to rush Desmond Ridder on the football field at the beginning of the season. But if he comes in and has a good camp, I certainly think, the leash may get a little bit shorter on Marcus Mariota as the season unfolds.
Do you like this pick for them at this point? Because it's not like they have a 1st-round pick where they got a quarterback and there's a ton of pressure on them to do something. And they addressed some other needs before they got to this point.
Yeah, I think this is great value for the Falcons. They get a really good quarterback. Some people who thought was the best quarterback in this draft class at the beginning of the third round. So they get him at a point in the draft where you feel like you got great value, but at the same time, there's no expectations that he is definitely the franchise guy. So if he comes in, plays well, you can continue to roll with him in the future. If he doesn't, you're not going to feel like you wasted a premium draft pick if you have to go back into the quarterback well at the top of next year's draft.
A lot to talk about there. Aaron, thank you for joining us. Make sure you check out Locked on Falcons because there's a lot to dive into there, especially where it's the quarterbacks have been kind of sticking around for a while. We haven't seen any go off the board until just recently, and one yesterday, of course. So now we are moving right along. The Ravens just have a selection come in, and I believe there was a pick before that you guys might want to go over.
Christian Harris to the Houston Texans is the pick there. And Isaiah, you said to me during that interview that the Texans are having a great draft.
Yeah, they're having a great draft. They're really addressing everything that they need to take care of. They got themselves a nice safety. They got themselves an offensive lineman. They're going out there now. They're grabbing a linebacker. These guys are doing a great job of filling these voids which is vast on this team. But Nick Caserio, we mentioned it yesterday, he's very intelligent. He is very cerebral. He dives into these guys. He knows absolutely everything about them. He knows their mama, their grandmamas. He knows absolutely everything. And he is going to be very strategic in his selection. He's not going to reach on anybody.
Funny thing about Christian Harris is he went to Alabama, but he went to high school at University Laboratory School, which is on LSU's campus. LSU let him get off campus, go to Alabama, where he had a great career, and now he's going to be a Houston Texan. What did you think of Christian Harris as a prospect, Ryan?
You know, I like what he brings. He's a downhill hunter, and the only question that I really had is the inconsistency. I thought he stood in the national championship game, but prior to that, there were times when I'm watching him on film and I don't see him making plays. And granted, there's a lot of talent on that Alabama defense, so it is hard at times to stand out amongst that much talent. But I wanted to see more of an alpha, a guy that is there at every snap, leading the way. And so I think he does have some maturity that he has to grow into, but I do think he's a very athletic player that I think can make a difference.
Isaiah, when you think about linebackers, what is the number one trait that you think teams need to look for to find the best linebackers? Is it physical tools? Is it something mental? What do you think is most crucial at that spot?
It really depends on the need of the team. So, I mean, if you're looking for a traditional inside linebacker, then you're looking for somebody who's nice, stout, and is very intellectual, right? Somebody who can command the huddle because you're the one that's responsible. You're wearing the green dot on your helmet. You're getting all the calls from the coaches. You have the microphone in your helmet, or you have the speaker in your helmet, and you're relaying all that information. And you need somebody who can really come downhill because you're going to be taking on those blocks. That's why you hear so much about arm length and all that, because you don't want to get in the wheelhouse of offensive linemen. If you're looking for somebody on the outside, you need somebody that can run sideline to sideline. This league's getting faster. Running backs are catching the ball out the backfield. Tight ends are getting down the field, so you need to be able to carry. So it really depends on what it is that your team needs. But obviously, you know, this league is not getting any slower, so you don't want to make sure that you're getting some guys that are about 230, 240, and that can run around and cover guys.
Locked on NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. Peter Bukowski with the Locked on NFL Draft team. Ryan Tracy, Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and at the board, Kainani Stevens giving us everything around the network. College, pros, we've got it all. That's what we do around here. So we're moving through this third round. We're going to finally get to the middle of this pick where teams are now starting to accumulate assets. How much do you think, Croc, is the guys that they've already taken going to play into the selections that you make at this point in the draft?
I think right now, these are the guys that you really have to do the deep film study on, right? Like, this isn't about the flash or the names or trying to play to your fan base. This is about guys that's going to help fill out the rest of your roster. And some of these guys might just be picked for special teams purposes, right? Like, you need that guy that can come in and contribute there and then eventually work their way onto a roster. So you're looking onto the actual starting unit.
Mm-hmm.
But those are the guys that you're looking for right now that can bring you more value than just, a guy with a big name that's going to help sell tickets.
Ryan, there's some guys left. We're running out of guys on the board. We ran out of board is actually what happened with the chalkboard. We keep mentioning Travis Jones. Not sure why he hasn't gone yet. Who are some of the other names? Some big time prep prospects like DeMarvin Leal. Leo Chanel is a friend at linebacker. Oh, and here we go. The Baltimore Ravens do the thing where we go. Of course, the Baltimore Ravens did that. They take Travis Jones, the defensive tackle from UConn. I absolutely love this pick. Of course, the Baltimore Ravens do this.
1 and 1 is 2. I mean, this you can't plug it in any easier than this, right? This is square peg, and I mean the man is a refrigerator in a square hole. This makes everybody's life harder in the AFC.
What did you see on tape from him that stood out? You saw him at the Senior Bowl where he just wrecked shop.
Yeah, I mean, and I think when you're up close and you get to see it in person, that's the best way to go. When they were in one-on-one drills, I mean, he was getting back there quick, fast, and in a hurry, with hands, with power, with speed, with quickness, quick twitch, off the line of scrimmage, and you just see how big of a guy he is. I mean, he's a legit 6'4" defensive tackle that moves cat quick. I'm surprised he lasted this long.
It is surprising, especially when you look at his testing in Indianapolis. He was as good. If Jordan Davis is not there and Devontae Wyatt are not there, he was a freak show athlete running sub 5 second 40 at 325. When they did the hoop drill, Isaiah, he was bending like a defensive end around the loop, and you're just like, these guys this big are not supposed to move like this.
And I'm just saying, it's just scary when you got guys like Calais Campbell. I mean, this dude is 6'8", 330 pounds. You got Big Wolf on the D-line who's just a doggone just refrigerator that's going to push things back. And now you add somebody like this. Oh, and by the way, they're getting all their defensive backs back healthy again as well. This is a problem. And Baltimore is always known for their defense.
I bet Kevin Ostreicher has a big smile on his face. Kainani, what has he got?
And he should have a big smile on his face. I covered him at UConn, so I'm a big fan of this pick. If only I can tell you just that. If you're choosing to go to UConn and fight through all of that and you still want to play football and get yourself better, then you want to play football really, really bad. So obviously, how big and good of a value is this to get Travis Jones at this point?
Yeah, this is amazing value. I think for me, I had Travis Jones as a second-round prospect. So to get him in the middle of the third at 76 just continues to go to show that this Baltimore team is right now all about the defense with their first 4 picks, but all about the best players available as well. And defensive line is a bit of a need for them. They did re-sign Calais Campbell in 2022 for agency, but he is not the long-term future, obviously. Right. Derek Wolfe, not the long-term future. Even same thing with Michael Pierce. So they have had to kind of figure out what's this youth movement going to look like on the defensive line. And Travis Jones, the Ravens have had some trouble generating some of that interior pass rush. Travis Jones gives you a lot of that, which I think is a very good aspect of his game. So I am all on board with this pick.
And the Ravens, they draft well. Everyone here seems to be pretty pleased with this. It sounds like it's a perfect fit for him in the perfect place because they develop defensive talent so well. Have you really just seen them addressing all the key points so far, and how would you kind of rate their draft so far?
Yeah, I give their draft a solid A-. I think the only pick that I think some people are kind of on the fence about right now is Tyler Linderbaum, just in terms of the scheme fit and size and everything. But that's the best center in this class, one of the best center prospects to come out in years. I think that's still a very solid pick. The Ravens, for this team, I mean, to address the defense the way that they have, to add a center, it's just an amazing value overall, getting Kyle Hamilton at 14, then trading into the first round with Marquise Brown again and getting Linderbaum. Then you have David Ajabo, who the timeline for his return off his torn Achilles is a bit unclear right now, but that's still a top 15 talent when healthy. Then obviously now with Travis Jones, somebody who gives you a lot of different stuff on the interior of that defensive line. So Baltimore still could look to add some corners, another playable edge at this point with the Ajabo's timeline a bit unclear, but right now I think this draft has been great for the Ravens.
Thanks, Kevin. The Ravens could be very scary once again. They add that big boy in Travis Jones. His Senior Bowl tape speaks for himself. And, of course, we have that. If you get a chance, find that video of him standing up the Patriots' first-round pick, Cole Strange, because it's must watch, I must say. That was
one of my favorite things. No one that was watching now watched the broadcast, but on the broadcast of the draft last night when Cole Strange was picked, they talked about how good he was, and then they cut to the Senior Bowl where he's getting dump trucked by Travis Jones, and it's just like, okay, this was the best clip you could find of Cole Strange? That's not the best. A couple picks that the Colts have made here that I think are really going to make Jonathan Taylor happy. Jelani Woods, the tight end from Virginia, we mentioned that a little bit earlier. And then one of the guys that I think we had on the board here, Bernhard Raimann, who was an Austrian soccer player growing up. He actually played tight end first and then moved to offensive tackle. He finally comes off the board here, Ryan.
He does, and he's got the athleticism. He's got development path ahead of him. I think the big surprise is that his teammate Gadecki went before him. I think a lot of people had that reversed. But I think he is a singular tackle, whereas Gadecki, I think he can play in at guard as well. And no offense to him or to Jelani Woods, I do want to go back to Travis Jones for a minute because we're 13 picks in at this point. That's the pick of the third round, no question about it. That's just that good.
Yeah, and maybe the reason for the pick of Gadecki ahead of Raymond is because he's going to be 25 as a rookie, that he's an older player. He actually, one of the reasons why he's older is he had to do a 6-month military service obligation in Austria after high school. So that's just one of those things that's part of the evaluation. Age is part of the evaluation. At 78, the Cleveland Browns take pass rusher from UAB, a school that almost didn't have a football team for a hot second. Alex Wright, the pass rusher. Croc, what did you see on tape from him?
I wasn't as big a fan of Alex Wright.
There's not a lot of tape of him.
Yeah, but, even when it was, I didn't see that speed coming off of the edge, be able to dip that shoulder, get around there. He was a guy that really liked to use his hands to engage and then try to get out from there. Sometimes you'd see the athleticism that I think he, tested and showed those things, but overall his film was just a little bit too inconsistent for me.
Also playing that lower level of competition, what did you see in the athletic matrix?
Well, he did the two things that are important. In the matrix, we didn't have enough testing data on him. He was injured, so we don't have that full comparison. But at that level of competition, he did two things that you do like. That is, he was number 2 in pressure percentage, and he was number 4 in actual pass rate win percentage. Those are two things that at least are a trait that you can bank on. Try to bring that along and round out his game.
One thing they didn't do with him, or they did a lot of, he was kind of like a 3-down lineman defensive end, where they ran this kind of weird defense sometimes.
Yep.
So maybe if he was just put in more of a traditional 4-3, I think that might be something that helps him a little bit more.
The San Diego Chargers, no, the LA Chargers, they're not in San Diego anymore. They are on the clock, and we will have, it's been a long draft already, you guys. We have a lot more coming up after this. Locked on NFL fans, we've got some exciting news. Prize Picks is the new official daily fantasy partner of Locked On NFL for the upcoming season. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. If you've not checked it out yet, you're missing out. I'm telling you, you're going to love this app for NFL and mixed sports pick'ems. Prize Picks has the best NFL prop game on the market. Prize Picks offers more NFL props than any other operator and is currently offering future props for all your favorite players, from Patrick Mahomes passing yards to Stephon Diggs receiving yards. Locked On listeners that make a deposit and use promo code LOCKEDNFL will receive a 100% instant deposit match up to $100. Just be sure to use promo code LOCKEDNFL. Prize Picks also has every player prop you can think of when it comes to NBA playoffs, Major League Baseball, golf, and more. Use the award-winning app on both the App Store and Google Play. Entries can be made in 60 seconds or less. It's that easy. Prize Picks is safe and offers fast withdrawals. Go to prizepicks.com today and use promo code LOCKEDNFL, or go to your App Store and download the app. Prize Picks is daily fantasy made easy. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day. I started taking AG1 because I'm really bad at taking my vitamins. It's for people who want better gut health, more energy, optimized immune systems, and something that tastes great. It doesn't taste like it's super healthy. It has a kind of mild, tropical taste that I actually look forward to each morning. So what is it? Well, with one scoop of AG1, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, superfoods, probiotics, adaptogens, all to help you start your day right. This special blend of ingredients support your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. All the things. It's also lifestyle friendly, whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, or gluten-free. Plus, it contains less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything. While still tasting good, AG1 supports better sleep quality and recovery. Athletic Greens uses the best of the best products based on the latest science, with the constant product iterations and third-party testing. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just 1 scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills to support your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/NFL network. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/NFL network to take ownership of your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
If it happens in the NFL, it happens on Locked On NFL.
Kyler took that organization from where they were when they drafted him to where they are right now. Is it where they want to be? No, but you've seen the steady growth. So I think that he's got a really good argument.
Everybody involved in football deserves a 30 for 30 on what happened this offseason. because it's just very intriguing stories going around. And you know as well as I do, Luke, there's got to be, like, I'm not saying it's all true. I'm not saying that it was all like, a hair away from Tom Brady playing for the Miami Dolphins.
Local experts breaking down every trade, every draft pick, every big game, every day. Follow the Locked On NFL podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
This is Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the Locked On NFL Draft boys, Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, plus Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback. And at the monitor, it's Kainani Stevens, giving us everything from our network of experts here. We have the local angles that you need as part of our NFL Draft coverage. And the Chargers, who I think made a pick under the radar in the first round, we were going nuts about the A.J. Brown stuff. They got Zion Johnson, who is a heck of a player. I almost said Zion Williamson. Zion Johnson from Boston College, who's an interior offensive lineman, a potential Corey Linsley replacement eventually. And now they add J.T. Woods, the safety from Baylor. What did you think about his tape, Crocker?
I mean, athlete. I mean, you see how he tested, and it wasn't just him. Obviously, a ton of the Baylor boys ran extremely well at the combine, but he showed that range and ability on film, and that's what led him to get 6 interceptions on the season, leading the nation in interceptions. So a guy that definitely had a big play making ability. I thought the Senior Bowl he showed very well, being able to play out there in space. They actually lined him up at corner a couple times. That didn't go too well for him. So you don't want to do that kind of coverage stuff with him, but on that back end, flying around, he's definitely a guy who's a playmaker.
Adding a guard. We didn't get a chance to really talk about this last night. Adding an interior offensive lineman for the Chargers, who can now just give Justin Herbert time to throw those bombs that he likes to throw. What do you think that gives them on offense this year?
A lot. I mean, these guys are stacked. I mean, the Chargers made some of the most aggressive offseason moves this year. And, so obviously just shoring up that offensive line to give him more time not only helps the running game of Eckler, but also helps him in the passing game be able to get to all his weapons. But adding this additional defensive back to this already stacked defensive roster. It's insane. They got Asante Samuel Jr. out there. They have J.C. Jackson out there. They have Derwin James at the safety position. I mean, these boys are a complete problem. The Chargers are loading up for what they already know is going to be a big-time run in AFC.
And traded for Khalil Mack this offseason. So plenty of firepower on that Chargers team.
Forgot about that one.
Speaking of firepower, the Denver Broncos loaded up when they traded for Russell Wilson. Had to give up some guys, though.
No offense.
And so now they are adding Greg Dulcich, the tight end from UCLA. Cody Rourke is with Kainani Stevens.
We didn't see Cody much yesterday, but we definitely got to check in with him today, of course. Now, get your thoughts here on this pick. They go tight end, trying to get some options for Russell, or at least some blocking options for Russell. How do you see this fit going into Denver's offense?
Well, for Denver, them moving back with Houston kind of makes me feel like, okay, maybe they had Jelani Woods on their target system here, but Greg Dulcich is a good addition for them. Mm-hmm. Obviously, in this tight end room, kind of wide open right now. Albert Okwuegbunam, who's obviously drafted in round 4 just a couple of years ago, is presumed to be the number 1 guy, but I imagine it will be open at this point. I think that when the Broncos go in a 2 tight end set here with Russell Wilson under Nathaniel Hackett's offensive scheme that loves tight ends, by the way, I think you'll see Dulcich used a lot in the red zone here for the Broncos, or if they need to move the chains a little bit, this is a pretty good pickup here for the Broncos. I'm excited. Another piece for Russell Wilson to cook with.
Absolutely, and it gives them some versatility there as well. Where do you see them possibly going next? I know they've been a little bit active today, but obviously without any picks on the first day. What are they trying to do now?
Well, at this point as well, I wonder if Denver will look at the interior of the offensive line, especially with Dalton Reisner for him entering a very crucial year at the left guard position, has had back-to-back kind of down seasons in his standard, and they're hoping that he can make the jump this upcoming season, but they could be looking to the future as they look for a guard to put right next to Garrett Bowles potentially. If not, I would keep an eye on the cornerback position here for the Broncos, looking to add depth there alongside Ronald Darby, Patrick Surtain II, and K'Wan Williams, who came over. Croc knows a little bit about K'Wan Williams, so we'll get a little bit more insight from him as well on that.
Thanks, Cody. We're trekking right along here in the third as the picks keep rolling in. I'll toss it back to you guys on the couches.
And we just got this Atlanta Falcons pick, D'Angelo Malone, who was a guy that you saw at the Senior Bowl. He was the MVP of the America team at the Senior Bowl. What did you like?
He is explosive. He doesn't quite know where he's going, but he gets there in a hurry. I like his length. I like just how quick twitch he is. He's the leader of that trifecta, the law firm of Zappy, Stearns, and Malone there down in Western Kentucky. They will be here on day 3 as well. I really like the fact that if you were going to have a change of pace, he can temper himself. He comes off the edge like he's flying out of a gun. It's great.
60 tackles for loss, 9 forced fumbles, 34 sacks in his career. So we're talking about a guy who was productive, which is what you want to see at a lesser school. What do you see from Malone that you think he can bring to Atlanta?
I think a lot of people think that he's just this pure edge rusher, and I just didn't see that. I didn't see the speed, the power. I would like to see more of that. Anytime anyone engaged with him, the play was shut down. In the run game, he's a guy that got pushed back. I think if there was one thing where I was like, okay, this is really good at what he does in the run game, is although he's getting pushed back, he still fights it, and eventually he can make the tackle, but he's not really stout at the attack point. In my opinion, I think he would be best suited to be more of a 4-3 off-ball outside linebacker, and the guy that you on occasion use as an edge rusher and let him use that athleticism.
Play that Stanbacker spot and let him do a little bit of everything. We also have to catch you up on the 17th pick in this 3rd round, the New York Giants. They take LSU corner Cordell Flott. Croc, what did you see from him?
Who took Cordell?
The Giants.
Oh, he's one of my favorite slot cornerbacks in this class. He was terrific. I remember watching him as a true freshman. Him, Stingley, and I said, oh man, that's going to be one of the best pairing secondary guy cornerbacks in the league, in all of college football for the next couple of years. Well, Stingley's play was kind of up and down. Flott, we all know what happened over there at LSU. Kind of just, I don't know, it was just a bad situation there, lost their head coach and all that. But Flott, big time Billy, a guy who is a taller, very, very slim guy, but he's still very aggressive with his tackling. He's not scared to shoot his shot when he needs to. The ability to cover vertically pushing routes, I think he does that very well. Slot fades, in breaking routes, he's very aggressive. He'll sit on routes if need be. I think that's a really good pick for them.
This is a Giants team that is in flux with a new coach, Brian Daboll, and a new front office headed by Joe Schoen. What do you think that changes for them? Obviously, Joe Judge did not work out. That is an understatement. So what do you think is the most important aspect of what has changed? Culturally, schematic, what is it for them?
I think culture. I think the Giants need to get back to having an identity. I mean, for a while there, they were going on a run, right? You had the 07 team, you had the 11 team that I was a part of. I mean, there was an identity, and it was defense. I think now with the new regime, I think he wants to try to probably change things over to the offensive side of the ball. But we have to see. You know, obviously he's adding draft picks, and this team's going to have to go out there and prove exactly who they are. From what they do this year, that will drastically have a direct impact over the type of free agents that are going to want to come in and play a part of that organization.
Croc, how much do you think this draft class can help the Giants compete this season?
I think it's all going to be predicated on the quarterback position. They're trying to load up. They're giving them some weapons. You see them adding pieces to the defense. But if Daniel Jones is still out there seeing ghosts a little bit and he's playing a little too sped up, you're just not going to get any better results than you've seen from him over the last few years.
Have they done enough to prop him up, to get him the guys that he needs? They do add Wan'Dale Robinson, someone you can just get the ball out to and go?
Well, maybe he is who he is, what we've seen so far. And if he is that, that's okay, because you know what? We spent a good amount of money on this backup, Tyrod Taylor, who can potentially come in, play well, and we've seen him lead teams to the playoffs.
Hold on to your hats, Isaiah, because the Philadelphia Eagles are taking Nakobe Dean. They are stopping the fall. The Dallas Cowboys in the division had a chance to stop the fall. The New York Giants had a chance to stop the fall. And Howie Roseman is in his bag right now.
This is one of those picks, though. I mean, again, we'll see how the injury affects him. You'd assume he'd come back from that eventually. I don't know when or the extent of it. But when he's on the football field, he's a bat out of hell. He's flying around. He's making tackles. He's making life miserable for everyone, whether it's in the run game, whether it's in pass coverage, his closing speed. Those things are off the charts. This guy was a top 32 player in this class easily, and he slid down because of, what we're finding now, some of the injury issues.
And I'll tell you this, he's a force multiplier. Pairing him with his old teammate as well, I think this helps Davis, to tell you the truth. I like the pair of them together, working, making that
Great
transition
point.
that they have some bumps with.
I love that point. We've now seen a couple teams pair Georgia Bulldog defenders together. The Green Bay Packers doing it as well. And Isaiah, this is the weird thing to me. I understand if it's a knee. When Miles Jack had degenerative knee issues, there were teams that went, can he even get to a second contract? But we're talking about shoulder. We're talking about maybe pec surgery. These are things that guys come back from all the time. So why would this hurt him like this?
Yeah, I don't think the shoulder is really the thing. I think as soon as you bring the pec element into it, that's when it becomes serious, because your pec can prevent you from being able to get off of blocks, and your pec's going to have a drastic impact on your ability to tackle. You just saw some of those highlights on the screen of him wrapping guys up. That's when you're exposed, right? So that ability to re-tear a pec that's probably just coming off of a repair, which sounds like he's going to need to do, that's the dangerous portion. So that starts impacting, okay, how much of a demand, how much of an impact can he really come in here and have if he's going to be out for that amount of time. Even after he gets healthy, we're still going to have this period of time that we're going to have to test it and see, is he really healthy? So he could possibly be out for like 9 months.
But if the question is long term, there shouldn't be too many. I mean, we don't know what the injury is. We're not going to play Twitter doctor. But I mean, this is something that in a year you would think he would be good to go for.
And that's why he's gone now. And that's why, you know what I'm saying? Seriously, that's why he's gone now. Not in the first, not in the second, because first and second, I need you to come in, and I need an immediate impact out of you right now. Third, as talented as he is, if he's healthy, he's going to have a drastic impact. But the fact that there's a chance he might get injured, okay, we can pick you up in the third. Why? Because we got time to wait on you. We'll wait on you to get healthy because we got some dogs in front of you and some other boys playing next to you. The Eagles are bullies right now.
Let's go to Kenani Stevens. She might have to peel Louis DiBiase off the ceiling. Let's see if she can get on a ladder, maybe see if we can grab him down.
We were just talking about how great the Eagles did yesterday, and now they go and get what is probably the steal of the draft. I mean, how excited do you have to be to get Nakobe, even with injury concerns at this pick, to be able to get a talent like that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, considering the injuries that he does have, a first or second round selection might have been way too risky. But the Eagles have done this before. Back in 2017, they risked it in the second round with Sidney Jones, who was coming off a torn Achilles. It did not work out, but the value here in round 3 for Nakobe Dean, who talent-wise might be the best linebacker in this class, I think it makes too much sense. This team is going all in clearly with these 3 picks they have made in the 2022 NFL draft on the long term. And that's the same here with Dean, who might be redshirted in 2022.
Right. Even if he misses time, I mean, the defense from what they've been doing is stacked. You look at his teammate Jordan Davis added some of the additions yesterday. You can't be any more pleased with what they've been able to do. And it's pretty much an A+ 100 at this point, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw what Nakobe Dean could do when Jordan Davis is eating up blocks on the interior of a defensive line. And so when Dean, maybe if he does get healthy, you can add him with Davis in the middle. This defense has needed long-term young core pieces for a long time. The Eagles have really been prioritizing offense early on in the draft, and especially at linebacker. They really don't like to take linebackers high in the first 3 rounds of the draft. So I think Dean is a player that they have needed, and I do think that he fits what they are looking for. And they do also have other young pieces with Kazir White and Davian Taylor. So if he doesn't work out, I don't think they are, completely in a bad situation at linebacker on the inside.
And then just as a whole, I mean, the ceiling for this team next season has to be huge because you're finally giving the weapons there on offense. You're getting A.J. Brown. You're adding monsters on defense. So at this point, anything less than a serious playoff run has to be disappointing, right?
I completely agree. I think when you add A.J. Brown with Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, Miles Sanders in the backfield, Quez Watkins, there's no more excuses for Jalen Hurts to not take this team to another level in 2022. They got to show they can throw the football. And on defense now, they are really trying to build that long-term to have young pieces to really take a next step and not just be a wild card contender, but a team that can win playoff games and hopefully eventually compete for a championship. But it starts with the division, and I think they are now propelling themselves into division contention with Dallas.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be worried with this kind of team, Louis. Thank you for joining us. Jalen Hurts, got to get it done now. You got everything around you to be successful, and I think the rest of the division is scared. The rest of the league is probably looking forward to seeing what this team can do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, we have a couple big name players who are coming off the board here. The Pittsburgh Steelers, they take DeMarvin Leal, who is one of the #1 prep recruits coming out of college. They've taken 2 guys now that have some maybe off the field red flags, some attitude concerns coming into the draft. And then the Patriots take a Patriots-y player, Marcus Jones, who was an all-conference returner. What does he bring at the cornerback position for New England?
Oh, man, sticky man coverage. He has some of the best pure man coverage skills in this class. the biggest issues, well, he has a few kind of big issues. One is undersized, 5'8". All right, that's not ideal for a guy you want to play on the outside. He had these shoulder injuries, double shoulder surgery he had to get this offseason. You don't like to see that. Then they didn't get any testing on him. So those things he kind of has working against him. Oh, and his age. He's a little bit older. I believe he's going to be 24, maybe going on 25 when the season starts. So he has all those things working against him. But if you just want to go purely off of the film, everything you want in your cornerback is there. And if you're talking about the New England Patriots, and a lot of what they like to do with their defensive backs, they like to play matchups. They're not going to make him go and guard these big receivers, things like that. We're going to do what you do well. Go play this guy in space. Or if you have a smaller guy and he's twitched up, go ahead and play him on the outside. And they're going to put him in advantageous situations to where he's going to succeed.
We have a trade. The Tennessee Titans have gone up into the 86th spot. Could this be for Malik Willis?
Should be.
There's no way not to tell. Maybe we should ask Mike Vrabel. He might be on the outs right now, too. Maybe we'll find out before him. I don't know. But if you're going to do it, there's got to be a player that you really want. Maybe it is Willis.
We were talking about Malik Willis or Matt Corral, more Matt Corral because he was sliding towards the end of the first round. But a quarterback going to Tennessee, them needing that guy. Clearly, Ryan Tannehill, he needs everything to be perfect around him. He has a big guy he can hand the ball off to that runs for 2,000 yards a season. That's not good enough. You got A.J. Brown, who you just kind of got traded away. That's not good enough. So what do you need to do? Go get somebody who maybe he can make you better. Maybe he can make you right when you're wrong. And I think if it is Malik Willis, that's the guy who can do it.
And for Willis or Corral, it gives you something you don't have. You can actually platoon him in a little bit with Tannehill, let him learn. These are two guys that we thought maybe could be a fit in the first when we thought quarterbacks were going to go off the board. Even better value now, and you don't have to put him in the starting lineup.
Are you surprised at what Tennessee has done this offseason, trading A.J. Brown, and now if they are going to go quarterback, this is rebuild, and the pick is in. It's Malik Willis. He is the pick. So Ryan Tannehill officially on the clock along with the Arizona Cardinals at 87. And he's making a lot of money. There were flirtations that they were thinking about trading him. I mean, this is a paradigm shift in Tennessee.
It's security. It's security. I think everybody knows, and we just alluded to it, that Tannehill's not your all. He's not your answer for everything. And he does need everything around him to be perfect. And unfortunately, everything is not perfect anymore. He lost Julio Jones. He doesn't have A.J. Brown out there, so he's losing some tread in terms of people to throw the ball around to. You still have Derrick Henry, but you need somebody else that can be dynamic, that can create plays. They're going to have to change their identity at some point in time. Teams are not going to allow you to continue to just come downhill and pop you in the mouth with Derrick Henry play after play. At some point in time, you need somebody else that can add an element to your offense that they're going to have to respect.
And you mentioned that the different things that they can do with him. We're talking about a 4-4 athlete, someone who could come in and immediately be one of the best running quarterbacks in the league. They can run. They run a little zone read with Ryan Tannehill. They could do some fun stuff with those two guys who are just crazy with the ball in their hands.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be beneficial for guys like Treylon Burks, right? You're a rookie receiver and you want to come in and you have big playmaking ability. Get a guy that's going to take chances and try to fit the ball in tight window spaces down the field. I think Malik Willis can do that and kind of make him and that young receiver can grow together. Yeah, I think that's big time.
You build that chemistry together, but this has to be a move where you're not expecting to compete this year. Maybe if you're Tennessee, you're going, well, we've got the equity build up with the fans. They should trust us. John Robinson, the GM, Mike Vrabel, the coach. Maybe they're saying, look, we need to reset this a little bit, move on from Ryan Tannehill. Who knows what the future of Derrick Henry is now? Are we suddenly talking about that as a possibility?
I don't think so. I think that's the bridge that keeps you moving forward so that you can make that kind of gear change. I also think that this is the Patrick Mahomes plan, right? Bring him in, let him learn from a vet who's been through multiple systems, multiple teams, can lead a group, and let Malik grow into his arm is basically what it is. He has an arm and he has his legs. I think a package should be good for him, but he will grow from learning.
Malik Willis went to Westlake High School in Atlanta. You know who else went to Westlake High? Cam Newton. Mm-hmm. So there's some football players that have come out of Atlanta in the past that we've seen as well. So this is now a division where Matt Ryan is the most tenured quarterback, like by a factor of 5. Because you've got Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville, Malik Willis. Ryan Tannehill he's going to play this year, and then Davis Mills. I mean, next year you could have 3 guys who are all under 25 at the quarterback position in the AFC South. This is a changing of the guard here.
Yeah, it definitely is. And like we already mentioned, they're not expecting him to come in and compete right now, but they are expecting him to come in and push Tannehill. I think Tannehill is being in a position of comfort, and I'm a big component of making sure that I don't care what your status is at the quarterback position, unless your name is TB12 or Aaron, I think you need somebody behind you that is pushing you to be better. And I think this is a perfect example of that.
And if there is a changing of the guard in the AFC South, why not do it when all the quarterbacks are young? So it gives you a better chance to kind of have a fighting chance as opposed to, being Trey Lance in the NFC West and you got Kyler Murray and Matthew Stafford over there.
We have Tyler Rowland, who he has just been put through the emotional ringer so far in the last 24 hours. Kai, what has Tyler got to say here?
Up, down, all the emotions, happy, sad face. The value here is good, right? I don't know if this was necessarily the quarterback that they wanted, but it's definitely one of the ones that we had high on our board in terms of talent. So is this a good fit for you think, going forward for the team?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent fit. And you're right, it's been a roller coaster. There's been ups and downs, but I think this is a very high up because I think what this signals is a philosophical change for the Tennessee Titans. They went with youth and remade the defense before the 2021 season, and they added Rashad Weaver and Elijah Molden and Caleb Farley. And now we're seeing that same, wouldn't call it a rebuild, but a retooling on the offensive side of the board. And yeah, the A.J. Brown move was a shell shock to start things out. Right. Absolutely. No way around it. But now you see the vision, you see the plan. They're adding Treylon Burks at wide receiver. You add the offensive tackle that could probably start after a year of grooming, and you take Malik Willis, who can sit behind Ryan Tannehill and learn to improve at the things where he needs improvement. He needs to, be a little less reckless, take the check down, make it easy. He's got to learn how to run an NFL offense, and he has plenty of time to do that because Ryan Tannehill is going to be the starter in 2022. So I think when you take these athletic tools and these incredible traits with the arm strength and the mobility and the playmaking, and you give that player an opportunity with literally no real pressure on him to play year one. You see Justin Fields and some of these rookie quarterbacks where it's like, oh, we don't need to play him year one, but everyone knows those guys need to play year one. This is not that. He has time to groom and develop. I think this is just the perfect fit for the Titans and continues an eye towards 2023 on offense.
The picture seems becoming a little more clear, right? I mean, it's kind of that soft rebuild without doing a full rebuild, right? So you're doing it piecemeal, and then it's not like we have to start at zero. So now going forward, do you think, obviously Tannehill's only got, he's turning 34, one more year. This is the last year, I think, guaranteed. And then is this something where we could see Malik Willis starting next season, you think?
I think that has to be the plan. I think every move we've seen the Titans made points to, hey, in 2023, we're going to go with a youth movement on offense. Hopefully the defense is the better part of the team, which I think it proved last year. It can be. But again, this makes the A.J. Brown trade make a little bit more sense because you can see how they're pushing it towards 2023 and looking at the future. But it does make you wonder. I don't think this was the Titans' plan coming into the draft. I think that the A.J. Brown drop in communication, the deal that he wanted, I think that made them change their plans instantly. And once they dipped their toe in the water and traded A.J. Brown, they decided to dive right in, totally reload the offense with young pieces that plan to play in 2023. And this is a perfect situation for Malik Willis to get ready to do that.
All right, Tyler, we're glad you backed away from the edge. We're doing a little bit better now. Thank you for joining us. Husa, thank you for joining us. We're going to check over with Pete at the big board. We're crossing off a couple more names.
Crossed off almost all of the names. One is the loneliest number. Matt Corral now stands alone. Travis Jones, he goes off the board to the Ravens. Desmond Ridder, he goes to the Falcons. Malik Willis finally comes off the board to the Titans. We had Raymond go to the Indianapolis Colts, and we just had Cameron Thomas go off the pass rusher. Ryan, I know that's a guy that you were high on. Obviously, if he's on the big board, Nakobe Dean, Philadelphia. Did I get everybody? This is the last guy. He doesn't play receiver. But this is the last guy. Tell me about Cam Thomas and why you like him.
He's sizable. He's quick. He ran in testing his agility drills as well as Trayvon Walker. And that says a lot for a guy that doesn't get the pub out at San Diego State. I liked him in Kansas City. I will tell you this. there's any place better for him to land, it is in Arizona with J.J. Watt, a guy that he can learn from. He has some similarities too. He plays probably wider in the shoulders than he should. He needs to learn to get a little bit narrow and get through some of those gaps, but I like this match.
20.5 tackles for loss and 11.5 sacks last season. That is big time productivity. Croc, this is a Cardinals team that's shocked us a little bit over the last couple days. Maybe the first sensible pick that they've made.
I can't tell. I like him in this range. There were some people talking about him being a potential first-round pick. I'm not going to say any names.
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
When I watched the film, he's a guy, again, he likes to engage first and then work all his moves off of that. He, to me, felt more like a high-effort guy as opposed to someone who you can count on to win with speed around the edge. He doesn't give up on plays, and I think that was terrific there. Seeing him against the run, I think that was the biggest strength that he had. But, going there and playing with a guy like J.J. Watt, that's definitely going to help. It can't hurt to learn from someone who really excels at all the things that aren't just based on your natural athleticism, which he does have as well. I don't think he played. We talk about his three-cone. His three-cone was terrific. I don't think he played that quick, but if a guy like J.J. Watt can help, that'll do wonders for him.
For the record, I had him at 50. I'm just saying.
The Dallas Cowboys, they bring in some help for Dak Prescott. Jalen Tolbert, the receiver from South Alabama, one of my favorite players in this draft. I thought he was much better than where his draft stock is. A two-time 1,000-yard receiver at South Alabama, but has that 4.4 speed. You watch him against Tennessee. They had no answers for him in the SEC even there. What do you think of getting a pass catcher for Dallas?
It's what they wanted. It's what they wanted. And I think that in this third round, I think this is a good value pick. They have some question marks at that position. Obviously, they lost a lot of guys. They lost Amari Cooper. They lost Malik Turner. They lost Wilson. I mean, they lost some dudes now. So, I mean, their receiving core has been diminished drastically. They're bringing back, obviously, CeeDee Lamb's supposed to be their number one. They signed Michael Gallup to an extension, but he's coming off an ACL injury. They picked up James Washington out of Pittsburgh. But those are your three-headed monsters right now. And there's a lot of questions whether or not James Washington is even going to be on the roster by the time camp gets done. So this is a great pickup for them. And I think that at this position, in this part of the draft, I think it's great. It's a great value.
Let's go to the best name on the Locked On Podcast Network. Landon McCool with Locked On Cowboys is with Kainani Stevens.
McCool, we got to check in with McCool, right? Landon, of course, we've been talking about the Cowboys and the picks that they've been making. Here they're adding Jalen Tolbert. We're having him in the room, feeling like he's a good value. Do you feel like that's a good value at that pick for this team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they probably would have. They did consider him at 56. I mean, they needed a wide receiver. They needed specifically someone who could play inside and outside so that they could move CeeDee Lamb around him and Michael Gallup around him. Now they finally get a third wide receiver who is going to come in and mix in as a wide receiver 3 right away, I think.
So with those losses on offense, you kind of see him as a wide receiver 3, and he'll be able to make an immediate impact?
I hope so. I mean, obviously, the fact that he comes from a smaller school, South Alabama, is not exactly a quick translation. But you saw what he did against Tennessee this year. He really took it to an SEC team, I think, for over 140 yards or something like that. And so, I mean, he has played against a high level of competition, and when he did, he shined. So you hope that he can take that forward into training camp and then develop, because Michael Gallup's got an injury, so he's really going to need to come in and play right away and shine for the Cowboys.
They're definitely going to need it if they're facing the Philadelphia Eagles defense twice a season at the very least. So thank you for joining us, Landon. We're going to head to break now. We've got a couple more picks before we close out the third round, and we're going to check in Las Vegas as well. Stay with us.
BetOnline.net is your number one source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
The Locked On NFL Draft 2022 pushes forward. Brought to you by Bet Online. Bet Online, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski. With me, the Locked On NFL Draft guys, Ryan Tracy and Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and on the monitor, Kanani Stevens, bringing us everything from around the NFL on our network. The Las Vegas Raiders finally get in on the party. It's their party, and we haven't heard their name because they traded their picks for Davante Adams. They finally take Dylan Parham, the guard from Memphis, and our boy Q and your boy Q is here to give us the details. What's up, Kai?
Now, I know it hurts you, Peter, but it wasn't a bad reason to not have some early picks, right? Because they got some good additions in regards to Davante Adams, but now they're finally get their first pick off the board. Your boy Q, tell us exactly what's going on in Las Vegas right now. How do you feel about this pick?
Well, it wasn't a pick that I expected. I didn't know if they were going to go with the offensive lineman with their first pick. They traded back from 86 to 90. They picked up pick number 169 as well. But, it's obviously an area that needed to be addressed. I didn't know if it was going to be a tackle or if it was going to be, someone with some versatility. And what we've learned about this new regime, Dave Ziegler, Josh McDaniels and company, they love versatility. And so Parham is a guy that can play multiple positions, played multiple positions in college. So I just think he continues to add depth to the offensive line rotation that the Raiders have with this new regime. So pretty excited about just seeing how everything is put together. This is the first time we get to see the draft process with this new regime. And, I think that there's still a corner that needs to be picked up, probably a linebacker that needs to be picked up. But as a lot of young, great talent seems not great, let's say really strong talent continues to drop in the draft, I think that they still have position to be able to pick up some good players. And with that extra 169, that extra pick that they received, they'll be able to do just that.
Checking in from the facility, Q, what's it been like to have the draft in Las Vegas, obviously surrounding your team and all this going on with the new regime?
Oh, it's been amazing. It really has. To see Las Vegas, which is a city that knows how to put on a party,
Absolutely.
But to see them take it to the next level and embrace the NFL, not just the Raiders, but all 32 teams in the league, it's been great. To see the fans out here just having a great time. It's like when you walk down the street or drive down the street, you can feel the energy and electricity. And so it's just been one massive party. Of course, we're on the West Coast, so it ends early, and it gives you plenty of time to get out there and have a good time on the strip or wherever you choose to have a good time at. And it's just a great place, and I do believe that the draft will be back here sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. It's always a good time in Vegas. Thank you for joining us and rubbing it in that it's early over there because it's getting a little late for us, but we're closing out this third round. Peter, back to you guys on the couches. Let us know where we're at with these picks. I think we missed a couple recently.
Well, we are winding down. We're under a dozen picks as we finish up here at the end of day 2. We will, of course, be with you for all of day 3 until the last pick has been made, until Mr. Irrelevant is named. We will be here with you all the way. And guys, that Devontae Adams trade, as much as I don't want to talk about it, for the Vegas Raiders, what made that risk? What made that worth it?
I mean, the pairing, I mean, they probably have the most explosive offense in the league right now. And I think, that obviously rounds it out. You got Renfro out there. You have Josh Jacobs, where they're not picking up his fifth-year option. Darren Waller. I mean, they literally are a matchup nightmare. So I don't know what you do as a defense. You could be the Philadelphia Eagles right now. You're still going to have some issues trying to match up with these guys. There's just not enough DBs to go around on any given defense to stop these guys. So that's why it was worth the risk. And you ensure that David Carr has absolutely everything he needs to be successful.
As Kai mentioned, the Buffalo Bills took Terrell Bernard, the linebacker, out of Baylor, and then the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just took Rashad White from Arizona State, which I know is a pick that Croc likes.
Yeah, I mean, explosive back, and you can see it. I mean, the vision, the explosibility. I think that's everything that they thought they were getting with Ronald Jones when they picked him a few years ago. I think they're going to be able to get in White.
And Ronald Jones, importantly, not that guy. So they had to go a different direction. Now Green Bay on the clock. There are some Nick Cross, a safety, would be a name that I would like. Khalil Shakir at receiver. Could they add another pass catcher? Ryan, what's a name that jumps out to you as a fit for Green Bay here?
I like Shakir a lot, as well as Austin. I like Damari Mathis as well. I think you can get him in at some nickel as well, and add to that secondary.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody who needs secondary, go get him. I like Jake Ferguson as a tight end target if you want to add to that group as well. You could go back down and supplement the running back position as well. Zamir White's in there. Spiller's in there. I mean, if you want to protect Aaron and change that offense, a three-headed backfield sounds fun to me.
So the pick is Sean Ryan, who they're saying as a guard with the UCLA. I adore this pick. Absolutely. I thought this was a top 50 player. I watched him and I thought, this guy can play guard, he can play tackle. This is a Packers pick all the way. Had a relative athletic score over 8, I believe. He played rugby growing up. He didn't start playing football until high school. And this is a guy that I think has a lot of potential. He can slide inside and just be a dude for you right away. I think he's going to compete to play at right guard. Allowed just 1 sack in 19 games at UCLA, and his dad was a motocross racer. So, I mean, come on, he's got a cool dad. What more do you need to know?
He's explosive. I'll give you that. More so than any of the top 3 tackles in there. Number 3 in explosion in the offensive line group. Problem comes in when you look at production, 30th in terms of clean pocket percentage. Then that can be something you got to work on. That's fine. But he has a little bit of those pressures he gives up, only 10% convert to sacks. So that is a positive for him as well.
You think they put him at guard? Do you think that's his best position? I happen to think guard is his position.
I agree.
And in his zone blocking scheme, that's what you convert tackles to guard, Croc. That's what the 49ers do. It's what the Packers do. It's what the Rams do. I mean, this is a pretty standard thing.
Yeah, you get those guys that can move out in space, put them in there at guard, and you don't have to be the biggest, most stout guy that's going to knock bodies back. You can just be a guy that if you just learn how to move out in one speed in unison with everyone else, you'll be just fine.
Tyrion Davis-Price, the running back from LSU, is the pick for the 49ers. You thought a guy that get the ball in his hands and he can go? You seem very nonplussed by this.
Yeah, they replaced Moser. I told you.
I thought they'd go more safety right there. You had Nick Cross still on the board. 49ers have 1 starting safety right now. So I thought they would do something to really help that. They go 3rd round, draft a running back. You just drafted a running back 3rd round last year with Trey Sermon. And he didn't see the field. And the guy that you got in the 6th round, he was the guy that almost ran 4,000 yards. And they consistently have had the guys that are either undrafted or really late round picks be the most productive guys, but they still go and draft a running back 3rd round. I don't get that.
Welcome to the Seattle party.
I don't get that.
What would you have rather see them do here?
Go safety. Go Nick Cross. He has a lot of good ability. There's things he needs to clean up with his eye discipline, but you can fix that. What you can't fix is his explosibility, his ability to cover ground, the size. He's a height, weight, speed guy for sure. I mean, there were a lot of things I like about Nick Cross that you could clean up, especially getting him here, where some people thought he'd be going in the 2nd round. Now, the 49ers do have another pick coming up, I believe, around 103, I think. So maybe they can get a Nick Cross or something, but I don't get this pick, and I'm going to go to Twitter and tweet angrily.
105 is their next pick. The Panthers have traded up. There was some buzz that Baker Mayfield could be on his way to Carolina, but if Carolina is trading up, could it be the last man, the Mr. Irrelevant on our board, Matt Corral? What do you think about that, Ryan?
I like that fit. Again, diversity. Do something different than what you have. Let him use his legs, grow into the position. At this point, I think that staff was looking for a spark in one way or another, and if you didn't decide to do it early, you might as well do it now.
Interesting situation for the Carolina Panthers because they had the chance to take the number 1 quarterback in the draft without really a plan at quarterback. They decided to take an offensive tackle instead. So now you're left going, okay, what's the plan? What are we doing if you're Matt Rule and that team? What direction are they going? Are they trying to compete? Are they not? I mean, what is the direction of this team, Isaiah?
I don't know. I don't know how he still has a job with that
Yeah.
organization, to be honest with you. I think this is really a mulligan for him. And to your point, being that he knows and everybody knows that this is a mulligan year for him, you would think he'd be a lot more aggressive. But maybe the management is not allowing him to be. And they're pretty much saying, hey, you got to figure out, you kind of put us in this situation. We're going to build for the future and not necessarily for right now.
I could see that.
Is that the right way to go, do you think?
I think in this class, no one knows what the right way to go is. If that's what your evaluation tells you, you have to follow it. And here in the third round, you get an option where you can do that without the risk associated with it. And you've answered some other questions. Now you can add that to the mix and just see what you get out of it. It is a gamble in the situation that the staff's in. I think it's good for them to reach for something that they feel could give them a lift.
Eric, as we think about what the 49ers could do with their next pick, is there a name that you like?
Again, there's Nick Cross. I mentioned him. I think a guy like Calvin Austin, he can come in and have an immediate impact. If not on the offense, definitely on special teams as a return specialist. So those are 2 guys right off the bat where I really like what they could bring. And we see Calvin Austin, one of the best available players still.
Is that redundant with a running back that they just picked, or is that someone you think you could actually contribute as a real receiver in San Francisco?
I think he can contribute as a real receiver. Right now, they have Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, but after that, there's a pretty big drop-off, in my opinion, to the next guy, who is Jawan Jennings, who is okay with filling in if need be.
Don't tell the Rams.
Right. He had an amazing game in that game, but I think you can add someone that's a little bit more explosive and dynamic.
Ryan, is there a player on the board right now that stands out to you as being surprising that he's still available? Is it Matt Corral, who is the last guy on our board?
He is the last guy, so clearly we thought he would go there. I think Perry Winfrey, I thought he might have gone by now as well. He stands out a little bit. When you look at some of the specialty positions, it is Calvin Austin, Shakir that stand out there. And for all the linebackers that we thought maybe weren't in the spots we thought they would go, Leo Chanel is still out there, Channing Tindall is still out there. 2 very good athletes at that position too, so I'd expect them to come off either here at the end or early tomorrow.
This has been a fascinating situation in Carolina because they bring in Sam Darnold. You think he's going to give them something. They've got all that receiving talent. They just paid DJ Moore. And they've got Robbie Anderson, who doesn't seem super thrilled to be there, but does have that it is Matt Corral. He is the pick. Wow. So, Mr. Irrelevant no more. Is this, Isaiah, you mentioned earlier that this was when a team is going for a quarterback that they're trying to buy time. That was the Mike Vrabel line. Is this Matt Rule trying to buy some time?
I don't think this is a Matt Rule pick. I think this is the organizational pick, to be honest with you. I think this is their security blanket to Sam Darnold. And they're pretty much saying, hey, Matt Rule, figure it out with Sam Darnold. If he doesn't work out, then you're out as well as Sam Darnold. And this is a guy that we're going to have to at least give us a buffer to get over the hump into the next year. I honestly like P.J. Walker. I know a lot of people aren't necessarily high on him, but I like his ability. I like what he can do. I just think he needs a chance. So he's going to be in there fighting as well, but it's a little bit hard when you have a third-round draft pick that's going to be ahead of you.
Croc, this is a guy who's going to come into a situation, if he does get a chance, if Sam Darnold struggles, when Sam Darnold struggles, he's going to get a chance to come in and play with a group of skill talent. Christian McCaffrey is still on that team, despite the rumors that they could be dangling him. He could really be in a position to succeed if and when he does get on the field.
Well, not just McCaffrey. You got McCaffrey, you got DJ Moore, you got Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall, who I really liked, receiver last year that they drafted out of LSU. So definitely a plethora of weapons that he can distribute the ball to if or when he gets the opportunity to get on the field.
This is Matt Corral, is a guy who in 2020 led college football in total yardage. We heard earlier the anecdote about him getting in a fight with Wayne Gretzky's son, complaining that the school was all spoiled rich kids, and he's had to answer for a lot of that stuff. I'm going to be honest. I want a quarterback like that. I want the guy with a chip on his shoulder. I mean, I've been covering a guy with a chip on his shoulder for the last 15 years, right? So I mean, I know what that's like. Not that Matt Corral is going to be Aaron Rodgers, because we could see it go wrong with a guy like Baker Mayfield when when the chips get down. Does he get that chip? Does that get a little heavy on his shoulder? This is a fascinating spot because now they add the tackle. You get the quarterback. These are foundational pieces.
Yeah, it's a really interesting room too, because you have Darnold that needs a push forward to maybe try to rekindle anything left of his career, and then you have Corral that needs to mature. And between the two of them, you meet him in the middle, and maybe PJ's that bridge as well, and put it all together. It's a room that maybe can work together and get him some wins.
Yeah, but now also, along with this pick now, what is the market for Baker Mayfield?
Right.
Is there one?
There might not be.
There might not be.
Or maybe the next Seattle pick is headed to Cleveland for that. I mean,
don't do this.
It's getting
I'm just
thin
saying,
at this point.
If it's for a 5th round pick, a 6th round pick at this point, at what point does it just become the juice is worth the squeeze?
Yeah, I hear you. I haven't had fresh squeezed lemonade in a while though. So I don't know. I can see it happening. I can see it happening, man. But I mean, we don't. I think everybody kind of had their finger on Carolina as probably the best spot for him, and being that they've now drafted somebody, it's not going to happen.
No, that's over and done with. So now the question becomes, how much of his salary do you eat? How much do you have to give up to get him out of the building? Because you cannot go forward with him in Cleveland, period. There's absolutely no way. So is it a release at this point? I mean, could we actually see that happen?
Well, or at what point did they say, did they have to do the Brock Osweiler? Here's a pick, because we got to get this guy out of here. I mean,
somebody has to pick up his salary. They can't eat that. They can't.
It's tough. It's tough. The Bengals pick is in. They don't have any problems at the quarterback position. They've got ice water in his veins, Joe Burrow. The pick is Zachary Carter, defensive tackle, from Florida. We haven't seen a lot of Florida guys go. This is a program that has not been what we thought it could be. We thought Dameon Pierce would be probably the first Gator to go off the board today. What do we see from Carter?
I like him inside, I will tell you that. I know that he has some versatility, but that was my preference when I watched him. I don't know exactly how much you can plug him in day one. But he's a guy that I think can get in there, find a role, work with the guys in front of him, and I think he can come along here in the next season or two.
You know who I bet knows? Jake Liscow from Locked On Bengals. He knows, and Kanani Stevens. That's why she's there talking to him.
He's very smart. He predicted this. He actually had this mocked up that they were going to take this pick at this point. So do you have a crystal ball? How did you figure this out?
He fits a few things that the Bengals like in their defensive linemen when you look back at their history and the kind of defensive lineman that they pick. And he has some versatility. I'm surprised by the pick. I think I had it around later in my predictive mock draft. So this is earlier than I thought it would be for Zachary Carter. But he does fit something the Bengals are looking for, which is a 5 tech who can play a little bit of 3 tech. He's going to play inside the defensive ends for the Bengals. He's not going to be an edge rusher for them, I don't think. And he should provide a little bit of versatility that they'll like. And primarily, I think what they're looking for with this pick is replacing Larry Ogunjobi. And so they're looking for a guy that's kind of a penetrator upfield more than a guy who's going to hold his ground a ton. They're looking for a one-gap disruptor.
After such a successful season last year, at this point, what's the biggest need? Is it just kind of giving themselves some backup, some versatility, or just, any other holes that you think they need to fill at this point?
At this point, I think we'll see if they go back to the offensive side of the ball. I think I mentioned yesterday that picking Daxton Hill in the first round was a scenario where they might go 3 straight defensive players in the first 3 rounds of the draft, and that's what they've ended up doing here with Zachary Carter and, of course, Cam Taylor-Britt in the second round, which puts to rest, I guess, my hope that Daxton Hill would get a look at outside corner, because it sounds like that's where they see Cam Taylor-Britt playing after they traded up for him. But back on the offensive side of the ball, we might see them go for a versatile offensive lineman, maybe just an interior offensive lineman. And I know they're very interested in tight ends. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they come back in the 4th round with a tight end.
All right, we'll keep an eye on things as the rounds go on. Jake, thank you for joining us. We're getting right down to the end of things here, guys. Just a couple more picks till we close things out tonight.
Yeah, and unfortunately for our buddy Croc, the Indianapolis Colts just took Maryland safety Nick Cross. So that is, we have to cross him off the board, no pun intended, but pun intended, for the 49ers. This is a player who fits, I think, the modern game. It can cover a lot of ground, athletic guy. And this is a Indianapolis team quietly without a lot of premium draft capital that I feel like has been doing really well to help themselves today.
Well, they draft well. Their motto is just take good football players, and you would think that would be the number one model, but they don't go for like big home run swings or anything like that. It's just, can this guy play good football and fit what we do here and the culture that they're building over in Indianapolis? And he's definitely someone who does.
Nick Ross did not play football growing up because his parents wouldn't let him. Did not start playing football until high school at DeMatha. And then, of course, he's at DeMatha, which is a football factory.
Yeah.
So pretty good place to start if you're going to do it.
He's making up for it now.
Yes. This leaves us with Sam Howell as the last quarterback on the board. We're getting here where the Lions might have some interest there. Could the Dolphins surprise us with a pick there? I mean, where are we? We're going to be running out of landing spots here for Sam Howell.
It was thin to begin with, I have to say. I got to tell you. There's also Carson Strong, and let's not forget Bailey Zappi. There is some movement in the league that people do like him. Not maybe as much as me. I've certainly been the cheerleader for him, but at this point, it's not about replacing your starter. I think it's about finding someone you can develop.
And so if there is a team, beginning of the fourth round, I mean, what is the best situation for him? Is it someone with an aging starter or someone where he can just sit and develop? Like, what's the best situation for him?
I would say it's somebody towards the end of their career, somebody that can see the end from here but has a spark left. There are a couple of teams I can think of. I won't name them for risk of jinxing anything. But there are spots that I think you can take that, mold it, and develop it into what you want because you've seen a lot of diversity in Howell's game in particular.
Is there a team with an aging quarterback that might be on the way out that hasn't taken one yet that you think, okay, this guy in a couple years, this could make some sense? I think if the time
Aaron Rodgers?
No. I don't think he gets past 98. I think he probably goes to Washington. I think Carson Wentz he's their carryover guy. I think at the end of the third round, I think this is a safe pick that you can kind of grab and say, hey, if he develops into something, then awesome, he's there for us. If he doesn't develop into something, then hey, we tried. So that's one of those type of picks. I don't really see him getting past those guys.
We're not at a point here where we mentioned this with Desmond Ridder. A pick now does not preclude you from future selections of a quarterback. This is you're getting value. Hey, let's just see what this guy is.
Yeah, and when you're getting picked at the end of the third round, you're guaranteed 1 year. You're guaranteed 1 year, and that's about it. After that, you can get cut quick, fast, in a hurry. So you're either going to be a contributor, you're either going to show that you have some potential, or they're just going to cut bait with you.
And there's a difference, too, about where you land. If you were in Washington, you need to show some progress. Yes. You don't have to become a star. You don't have to show yourself to be a starter in year two. I think there's more cushion there. Same thing with Indianapolis. What are they going to do in a couple of years? Matt Ryan is certainly on a new lease, but where's he going? So,
it's great to see Barry Sanders. By the way, the greatest running back of all time. You can argue with your mama.
Except for Walter Payton, excuse me.
Okay. Okay. Kirby Joseph is the pick from Illinois, and we already have Matt Derry. He is here, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Kainani Stevens is with our guy, Matt.
Quick we are. We're instant. Locked on Lions here, Matt Derry. We got a couple of picks to talk about. We're going to talk about the most recent one, Kirby Joseph, just going off the board here, the safety from Illinois. What's your immediate thoughts on that one at this point?
Kai, when you talk about what the Lions need, I said it, for a few weeks now, safety, a big-time need for this team, and they get that with Kirby Joseph, a kid they saw at the Senior Bowl out of Illinois that they got their hands on for a week, and I think it's a good fit. I like the pick a lot. Interesting to see the Colts kind of leapfrog them to get Nick Cross, maybe thinking that's where the Lions were going, but Detroit had Joseph on their radar and liked him, and so that's the selection. So 3 of the first 4 picks for Brad Holmes here are on the defensive side. So again, they're kind of adding to that defense. They needed a safety to go along with Tracy Walker and the new kid Elliott that they got from the Ravens. And so this was a need pick, but a good pick. I like where they're going here.
Another defensive player we want to run back and talk about is Josh Pascal out of Kentucky. I know you were high on this, and adding to the defense is always good for you guys.
It is. I'm more high maybe on the Joseph pick in the third round than Pascal. I got to be honest. I thought it was a little bit of a reach here in the second round at 46 to take him, especially when you talk about you just got Aiden Hutchinson, you've got Romeo Okwara, Julian Okwara, and you've got Charles Harris, who had 8.5 sacks last year, and you're going to go get Pascal in the second round. The Lions, for some odd reason, going back past regimes, have always had really bad second-round picks, a lot of busts. Recently, Kerryon Johnson, last year, Levi Onwuzurike did not play well. That D tackle room and D end room is stacked. It's a lot of guys. A rotational second-round pick as an edge, maybe also an interior D lineman, I'm not as high on. But I will say this, the Lions are on brand. They haven't taken a quarterback. And now they don't pick again until the 5th round. So
yeah, we'll see
where that all goes.
Absolutely. Matt, thanks for checking in with us. Some different options for Detroit, but good to see them out there making picks, trying to get themselves better, and they're looking better all the time. So thanks for joining us. We got a couple more picks off the board now. The Browns are on the board right now, so we'll check in back with you, Pete, and everybody else.
Who knows? Sam Howell could be still there in the 5th round at this rate. I mean, this is he's in free fall now. Washington Commanders, they take the running back, Brian Robinson Jr., and we were just saying that Croc, you like this guy.
Yeah, I mean, big, powerful back. The one thing that really jumped out to me, because when you initially watch him, is like he wears down defenses. This is a big guy that they don't want to tackle him all game, and he ran through everybody, ran through Cincinnati. You saw some of the clips there. But one thing that was kind of surprising with him, watching him at the Senior Bowl, he had a little bit of twitch to him, a little bit of suddenness to him. And that was something I didn't see on a consistent basis at Alabama. It was good to see that down there in person a lot quicker than I thought he was going to be initially.
Dan Snyder, if there's one thing we know, he loves the Alabama football players. They are Tuscaloosa North in D.C. And they add Jahan Dotson in the 1st round. Now they add the running back. They're trying to give Carson Wentz every opportunity to succeed here.
Yeah, they're going to do that, but they're also giving him a heck of a running game. You have Antonio Gibson back there, is one of the most dominant runners in the league. He's 6 foot, 230 pounds. He's solid. He's a tank. Right now, you got McKissick, who's their change-up back, who's really their receiver, scat back, and now you bring in another big man. So obviously Gibson goes out the game. Now you bring in a 6'2", 225. And like to your point, they're going to try to wear you down, and they're going to try to alleviate some of that pressure on Carson Wentz.
Yeah, Brian Robinson last season had over 1,300 yards. Almost tripled his best output from any previous season. So that was his breakout season, to be sure. The Browns pick is in. Now we're just a couple picks left here in the 3rd round. David Bell, receiver from Purdue. This is a guy who did not test particularly well, but was really, really productive at Purdue, Croc.
Very productive. I mean, from the jump. I mean, he was a 1,000-yard receiver as a true freshman. So he came in right away and was like, yeah, I'm here. I'm a guy. I have all the ability to be good. But when you watch the film, I think there was a little bit, I wanted to see a little bit more from a separation standpoint. A lot of the balls that he was getting was kind of like schemed up, screens, things like that. He will catch a downfield ball, and then most of the time he's contested because he wasn't really outrunning guys. But I like his ability. I think this is a good range for him as opposed to some of the other things I was hearing. 2nd round pick. Someone complained about a receiver that went over him. I believe it was like Alec Pierce. I'm like, what? Alec Pierce? That's a better prospect. So this is a good range for him.
He played on the undefeated Warren Central High state championship basketball team at Indiana. He stays in the Midwest with Cleveland. Let's go back to that running back pick with Brian Robinson Jr. And Locked On Commanders host David Harrison is with our Kai Stevens.
And we're going to do a little double dip here with David Harrison because we're going to do Bucs and Commanders. We'll start with Commanders, 2 running backs for both of these guys. So Brian Robinson is the running back's choice for the Commanders. How do you feel about that one?
Oh, I love it. That's something that the Washington Commanders offense was missing all last season. Honestly, they let Peyton Barber walk away, which may have been a more of a financial decision than anything. But what they really kind of lacked is that bowling ball up the middle. Look, Antonio Gibson can do some good things between the tackles, and J.D. McKissick, is talented in his own right. But they were missing kind of that guy that just really kind of brought that thump every time he touched the ball. And I think they're going to look for Brian Robinson to possibly do that. Peter will remember a very tragic play for Washington, but a very good play for Green Bay near the goal line, where Washington basically knew they couldn't go up the middle against pretty much anybody. This is going to hopefully change that for the Washington Commanders.
If you can avoid that again, that's definitely ideal, of course. And this is a good time to be taking running backs in this section of the 3rd round. So we saw Tampa's selection as well on Rachaad White from your alma mater. So is this kind of the perfect pairing with Tom Brady?
I love it. Look, all bias aside, he's a Sun Devil, so he's my guy anyway, but he really showed up at the Senior Bowl and really showed that he has 3 down back potential. There are some questions about him, obviously, which is why he's still available here, and those questions are real, but he showed a little bit more burst, I think, than people expected down in Mobile, and he's got experience as a 3-down back. He's shown the ability to catch, shown the ability to pass block, and also to run the ball. So he's a guy who can come in, compete immediately with Keyshawn Vaughn there for backup reps. I mean, he's not going to unseat Leonard Fournette in 2022 anytime soon, but definitely could carve out himself a role midway through the first season, possibly, and then in year 2, maybe becomes our primary backup to Leonard Fournette.
And either way, worth the gamble at this point in the third. So
Absolutely.
thank you, David, for joining us and giving us insight on the Commanders and the Bucs. Of course, the Jets are on the clock right now at 1:01. We're getting right down to the end of things here. So let's kind of recap a little bit, I guess, Pete.
Yeah, we had the Cleveland Browns select David Bell, which we mentioned. Arizona, they take another pass rusher after taking Cam Thomas. Myjai Sanders, who you guys saw in Mobile. What did you see down there from him?
Big thing for me is that he wins in a way that he doesn't look like he should win. He played in a 3-man front most of the time. He wins with power, even though he's built like a 3-4 outside linebacker. He is thin. He can do a lot of things. He's got to work on his hands some, but he has good get-off. And I like the way that he transitions from speed to power. I think he has a future here. It's just about getting with the right coach and refining his skills.
What do you think the best weight is for him? Because he was dealing with an illness, showed up at the combine 228, then was 247 at his pro day. He's got the frame to add some weight. So what do you think is sort of his optimal range here?
I didn't think he looked any worse when he was lighter. So I say go ahead and put that weight on and let's get there so you can actually bring some kinetic energy to the mix.
Yeah, seeing him get his weight up, though, at his pro day, being almost 250 pounds, I think that was encouraging. He does have this, slight narrow build that looks like he can build onto his body and kind of add muscle. He can carry weight well. Very active pass rusher. That was one of the things that stood out to me a lot. He didn't just give up on play, especially with that 3-down defense that they were playing with him. But not really a speed to power guy, but definitely a guy who can start to add those things to his game. And if he goes to a team where he's playing more of a 4-3, as a pass rusher, I think that'll help him a lot.
Isaiah, you played on some teams that had some pass rushers and had some guys who could you had a platoon of pass rushers. So now we see the Cardinals, they're adding a couple of these guys. This seems like this is the way in the modern NFL to build a defense.
Yeah, they're doing Mandalorian. This is the way. And you can never have enough pass rushers, But, the one thing that you mentioned is that he has a smaller frame. And he threw some weight on for his pro day, but that's not real weight. And unfortunately, I hope things turned out well for him. But when you're going up against these 330-pound tackles that can go and they can punch you in your chest, that little bit of weight that you do carry gets thrown out the club real fast in a hurry. And I like to mention, when you go into training camp, you are going to be a little bit heavier. But if that's not your genuine frame, you're going to lose, anywhere from 7 to 15 pounds every practice. And you know that. You're going to lose that, quick. So you're going to be trying to punch peanut butter shakes and all that, and you're going to be fighting that all year long. So they might start him out at that DM, at that end position, but they probably going to have to drop him back into the linebacker role.
The peanut butter shake sounds great. We haven't had dinner. I'm starving. Where can we get a peanut butter shake around here? Does anybody know? The Jets are on the clock at 1:01. We have just a handful of picks remaining here. The Jets have been one of the more impressive teams that we've seen here, and Joe Douglas, I thought, has put together a really nice draft in New York. Isaiah, let me come back to you because this is a team that's got some nice young pieces. Is this a team that is going to look for that step this year, 2023? I mean, how soon should we start to go, okay, now there's some expectations?
I think they want to be competitive this year. I think they're in a division that allows for them to be competitive. They're not in the most difficult AFC division, so I think they have an opportunity to go out there and compete, and that's mostly what they want to see. I don't think they're expecting their guys to go out there and just be at the top and just win the doggone AFC championship. But I think they want to see these young guys come in, and they've made a lot of investment in, especially in the first round, and see these guys have an impact. So that's something they can build on top of.
The Jets take Jeremy Rucker, tight end from Ohio State, a pick that I think is a home run. This is a guy who I think fits perfectly what they want to be. They want to run the football. They want to go play action. And I thought he was someone that could have done a lot more at Ohio State than he was asked to do. It's just that Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson happened to play there too. And then maybe the best receiver is still in college from that group.
And I think some of his production dipped when Justin Fields left as well.
Right.
And I don't know, Stroud had the same kind of rapport with Rucker.
What did you think of Rucker here, Ryan?
Soft hands, he moves better than he tested, in my opinion. I think he understands the game well. He can sit down in zones where he's got to help his quarterback. And that's really what the key is here for Wilson, is get him in there and let him help the guy take a step forward. I do like this. He can line up in the backfield a little bit, run some H. I'd like to see him wham back a little bit and get creative in the run game. I think he's got the mental discipline to do that well and add to the offense.
And we have a couple more picks here at the end of the third round. And of course, we will be with you tomorrow until the last pick is in. We'll wrap up the third round and complete our day 2 coverage after this. BetOnline.net is your #1 source for all of your betting stats and sports info. Find all the latest sports developments, league reviews, and news, including this year's basketball playoffs, updated Major League Baseball scores, and NHL Stanley Cup odds. BetOnline is your continued source for all of your sports wagering information, from live betting to playoffs, esports, and more. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to learn more about the trends and action. BetOnline, where the game starts. Whether she prefers a statement piece or everyday subtle elegance, BlueNile.com has fine jewelry options for every mom. Shop high-quality classics like diamond earrings, elegant tennis bracelets, or gemstone pendant necklaces. Mark Mother's Day with something enduring at BlueNile.com, the largest online retailer of certified diamonds and fine jewelry. The company offers a superior experience for purchasing engagement rings, wedding rings, and fine jewelry by providing expert guidance, in-depth educational materials, and unique online tools that place consumers in control of the jewelry shopping process. Blue Nile has some of the highest quality standards in the industry and offers thousands of independently certified diamonds and fine jewelry at prices significantly below traditional retail. Blue Nile can be found online at BlueNile.com, and in most cases, Blue Nile can deliver overnight. Every order is insured and arrives in discreet packaging that won't give away what's inside. This Mother's Day, give mom something she'll treasure forever with fine jewelry from BlueNile.com. And Locked On Sports listeners get $50 off $500 purchases. This podcast exclusive is only good through Mother's Day. Use code Locked On. That's code Locked On. Plus, every order is insured and ships free. Shop stress-free and find your forever peace. Go to BlueNile.com.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day. Just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of it at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.
Inside the Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by BetOnline. BetOnline, where the game starts. I'm Peter Bukowski, joined by the Locked On NFL Draft host Ryan Tracy, former NFL cornerback Eric Crocker, Super Bowl champion Isaiah Stanback, and at the monitor, it is our girl Kainani Stevens with the network of hosts to give you insight and analysis on every pick as we finish up rounds 2 and 3, day 2 of the NFL Draft. And Isaiah, pick 103. Do you remember any other pick 103s?
It's been a while, man, since I've seen 103. Not in the third round.
Well, no, it was not the third round. What do you remember about that day?
That day was a little crazy, man. I wasn't sure if I was going to go on day 1 or day 2. I only played half of my senior season, so it was kind of a toss-up. I was caught in between where I was going to play quarterback or receiver or anything else that they wanted me to play. So I remember getting phone calls early in the morning. I remember the Miami Dolphins calling me saying they were going to look at drafting me and blase. I walked downstairs, had a nice little shipment from one of the clothing and shoe manufacturers sitting outside. Sat down, man, and started getting phone calls. And got a phone call from some dude named Jerry Jones. And he said that he was gonna draft me with the 103 pick, and that I was gonna be playing receiver, something I hadn't done. So I had a nice little learning curve and coming off a big time injury. I was just happy that they took a risk on me.
At 103, the Kansas City Chiefs take Wisconsin linebacker. He gets to stay in the red and the white, Leo Chenal. This is a guy 115 tackles last year, 18.5 tackles for loss, 8 sacks. He is the 12th oldest of 16 children. I'm sorry, what? Get your food at the dinner table in a hurry. The 12th oldest of 16. Where does he fit in Kansas City?
He fits right into the starting lineup because when you got to fight for your food that way, it makes it easy, right? He is top 5 in every single athletic matrix measurement that we do. He's a downhill player. Hopefully he can learn to drop a little bit more efficiently into some zones, but he is a guy inside the box that now matches up with Nick Bolton, who is now the leader of the defense, as well as Willie Gay Jr., who is one of the top matrix scorers of any linebacker ever. This is an athletic group, and Brett Veach certainly has his type.
I mean, this is a guy who at Wisconsin played in that Jim Leonhard defense, which is a variation of the Mike Pettin scheme. With they like to get creative, they like to blitz, they like to do a lot of different kind of things. This is kind of a crowded linebacker room all of a sudden.
It is, and again, this is a theme that we've seen through day 2, right, where you're boosting up the linebacker level to support your defensive front and try to get a little bit more depth and help out your secondary as well. This is a nice one because I think this allows those 3 players in Kansas City to trade off, be multiple, and be creative. That's the big thing for Steve Spagnuolo.
There's a team on the clock, guys, that is, in fact, a part of the NFL draft.
Really?
For the first time, we have called their name finally at pick 104. The LA Rams are on the clock, the defending Super Bowl champions. Not exactly a roster that has very many holes, although it seems like with Cam Akers switching back to 3, Odell Beckham Jr. is not going to be back in LA, although he said he wants to play somewhere this season. They've been waiting a long time to make this pick. Steven Jackson is going to make it. I hardly recognized him without the long hair. Isaiah, that's
still a large human being.
Oh, that's a big boy, and he has always been one. This is a Sean McVay and Les Snead run organization that likes to take some big risks. This is not a big risk. Logan Bruss, interior offensive lineman. We got back-to-back Scotties here. The Badgers getting some love. Logan Bruss we know he can run block.
He's a guy they thought would be there at 104, I'm pretty sure. He can run block. And I thought he did a pretty good job in defending Aiden Hutchinson as well. When you put that tape on, I think he shows more than really you expect from him, to tell you the truth. A guard, I think, is where he's got to go. I don't think you can leave him out at right tackle. Is he the future? Well, I think they're going to find out.
This is a player that was expected to go, I would say, a round or 2 later than this, but this is a Rams organization. They don't care. They have a type, and they go, we like our guy. This is what we're going to do. Isaiah, what have you thought of how they've handled well, let me back up. What did you think of how they were handling their team before they won the Super Bowl? Did you agree with the way that they treated draft picks as expendable and let's just go all in all the time?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm a go-for type of person. I think too much in this league, people get caught up on, we have to build from the draft. We have to plan for the future. Well, guess what? The goal every year is to walk away with the Lombardi. Yep. If you keep planning for the future and the future never happens, then what's the point? So I think they took their shot, and guess what? They hit on that thing, and I think they're doing a good job now of refilling their offensive line. They lost Andrew Whitworth, and that's huge to their offensive line.
And if you're going to give faith in an organization, Sean McVay, it's a little like Bill Belichick. Even if they make some picks, they make you go, wait, what? You have a coach that you think can get the most out of them. Eric Crocker's got a big smile on his face because the San Francisco 49ers took Danny Gray, a receiver from SMU, who can flat out fly, Croc, 4.3 speed. And we were just talking about him going to dinner the other night. You think that shows up on tape?
Well, I think the deep speed, straight line speed does. I think he can do a better job of playing faster throughout his routes. The short area quickness to be able to run away from guys is there. But I think he can add a little bit of suddenness to his game, to get off the press coverage, things like that. But you watch him against a guy like Marcus Jones. I thought he looked terrific, being able to kind of spin him around sometimes in space, catching the deep contested catch ball down the right sideline. I like parts of his game. Still think he can learn to play a little bit faster to his 40-yard dash speed.
Croc, you want to talk to Brian?
I do.
Let's talk to Brian Peacock
from this one.
from Locked On 49ers. He is with Kai right now.
You got to check in with Brian, right? Now, obviously, we've heard Croc weigh in on this. Now, where do you fall with Danny Gray, wide receiver at SMU, coming in here at this pick?
Oh, wait, hold on a second. I got to.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
That's my guy.
There you go.
So
You're both
the thing about Danny Gray is it's all about speed. And Croc really nailed the breakdown there with Danny Gray. It's a stride. He's got that stride. It reminds me, you got to go back a ways. It reminds me a little bit of John Taylor. He was like all legs, big butt, long legs, and he had this speed, and guys didn't catch him from behind. Danny Gray has a little bit of that, and I think there's some work to be done as far as routes, but clearly the 49ers were looking for someone with speed, and he has that legit track speed, and he just runs away from guys with that stride and that legitimate 4.3 speed.
Well,
So
Peacock, where do you think he fits in? Where do you think he fits in with the current group of guys?
He sorry, I can't see it too good there, Croc. He developmental player. I think he's somebody that can he make an appearance on special teams? He's clearly, battling for the 3-4 role, I think, immediately with the 49ers, but there's always been one guy with crazy speed on the 49ers roster. And they've had that guy with Kyle Shanahan for a while now. And even if just a role player, I think Kyle Shanahan likes to know that he has someone on the field with like legitimate 4.2, 4.3 type of speed. And now Danny Gray is that guy for the 49ers here at 105. And we'll see if he can make an impact, and we'll see how he battles. But I would say year one, probably shouldn't expect more than being just a package player and someone who's competing with Juwan Jennings for that number 3 role.
All right, Croc, I need my little cornerback.
All
I
right,
gotta talk
you can have
to
him back.
Brian. You got Peacock and Williamson. Obviously, you've been keeping an eye on everything. What are some of your highlights from the first round?
Oh man, what the Baltimore Ravens are doing
Right.
is
crazy.
sort of frustrating. Like, you love it, but at the same time, it's like, come on, man. And does it just happen to fall perfect for them every year? And then they make a pick, and you're like, oh, well, that guy's going to be great. That's a perfect selection. And you see it again all the way in round 3 with Travis Jones. He had no business being as late as he was of a selection in round 3. I'm kind of disappointed that the Packers eventually took a wide receiver, because I wanted to see Peter squirm a little bit more, but I thought that was a nice pick of Watson. And then speaking of wide receivers, a little bit of a fall for George Pickens.
Yep.
And the Steelers are another team. When the Steelers draft a day 2 wide receiver, they turn out to be great. And so and I already thought he was falling a little bit too far. Then you see the Steelers come in and swoop George Pickens up, and you start to think, oh man, they might have found themselves another star receiver there in Pittsburgh.
It's such a quirky little draft, so there's a lot of stuff you guys are going to touch on. Peacock and Williamson, obviously, wherever you get your podcasts, they'll go more in depth with everything that we've covered here today. And going into day 3 tomorrow, crazy. We're just about done here, so we got to wrap things up, and I'll toss it back over to you, Pete, and the guys on the couch as we close things out.
We are finishing up here on day 2, Locked On NFL Draft 2022, brought to you by Bet Online. Guys, we saw a lot of craziness on night 1. Not as crazy tonight, but still some surprises. We had the quarterbacks fall, and a lot of people go in value spots. Ryan, when you think of round 2 and how that fell, what team do you think really made out well for them?
There's several options, but I'm going to be a homer here for a second and say that Sky Moore gives you what you need in Kansas City to round out that wide receiver core, keeping you a scary team on offense. And Brian Cook really alleviates some of your aging problem at the safety situation. So that is bolstering both sides of the ball in the second round.
Croc, who did you like in the second round?
Well, I know Isaiah doesn't like these picks, but Seattle, I like what they did. Going Boye Mafe, getting an edge rusher, someone that can get after opposing quarterbacks. And then Kenneth Walker, keeping their identity as a team that wants to run first, and he's a do-it-all back.
Isaiah, I'll let your face say it all on the rebuttal, but is there a team that you liked in round 2?
Yeah, in round 2, I like the Texans. I think Nick Caserio.
They had a nice draft.
Yeah, they did a great job. They're very strategic. I think they did a great job of picking up Petrie over there, safety from Baylor, and I also like the fact that they picked up Mechie from Alabama. I think those are 2 value picks for them, and they have a lot of holes to plug, but I think they did a good job filling those voids.
Jalen Petrie is I bang the table for that, stand on the table and pound it for Jalen Petrie. What about in round 3, Ryan? Who did you think do well besides Travis Jones, my guy?
The one that stands out to me, I like what Chris Ballard's doing in Indianapolis with Woods and then Ryman, something you can fill in to help that offense come along. They have a transition to go through. I think those guys will help.
Croc, round 3?
I think Chicago Bears. I've been wanting them to get some help for Justin Fields. You got your young receiver, and they said, you know what? Let's go and give him Velus Jones, receiver out of Tennessee, somebody that can just get the ball in his hands and make special things happen.
You said young receiver. He's going to be 20.
A receiver, excuse me.
25.
A receiver. I know, he's almost our age.
Darnell Mooney is younger than him. Was there a team in round 3 that stood out to you?
The bullies of the draft. The Philadelphia Eagles, Nakobe Dean. I mean, they snuck another one. Somehow, someway, they found a way to get 2 Georgia defensive guys on the same side of the ball in this draft, and they are going to be wrecking havoc on that front 7. It's not somebody that you want to face.
All right, well, we will be here tomorrow starting at 11:30 Eastern Time. Locked On NFL Draft 2022 pushes forward as we go through every pick.
The NFL Draft doesn't stop when this show ends. It's year-round, every day, just like the Locked On NFL Draft podcast.
That's what made me think that if they're going to take a risk on him, it'll be all right because they think they can get production out of him at multiple positions.
Analytics expert Ryan Tracy and NFL cornerback Eric Crocker cover the future stars of the NFL from every angle.
Drake London, first receiver taken off the board. And I think there are some people that kind of question the long speed. And I think they are kind of overlooking his ability to kind of create more short area separation. Is he a guy that's just going to run straight past someone? No.
Follow the Locked On NFL Draft podcast. It's free and available wherever you get podcasts.